Okay. This is how you survey in any type of surveying. You have a theodolite, which is your optical instrument, and you have rods. And if you make a little triangle with the rods, or two rods, or one rod, and move the rod to a third location, that's a planar triangle. Because you're not on the surface of the Earth, you're above it. So what they do is they take those planar triangles, and they wrap it around something called a reference ellipsoid, which don't actually exist. It's a concept. The WGS84, the Clark ellipsoid, the bezel spheroid. Pick one. They take their measurements and they stick them on this other surface. That's what geodetic surveyors do. So no, they don't measure the curvature of the Earth. They take a bunch of planar triangles and wrap it around mathematically an imaginary surface.
Yeah, sure they do. Again, just
yeah, they do.
To make it something that you think your listeners don't totally understand, and you make yourself sound like you understand it.
I do understand it. No, don't let your bias creep into this, dude. Don't let your bias creep into this. You think we're flat earthers, so we're dumb, and you have a bias. No, we're not dumb. We investigated the globe, and we found out that it doesn't actually exist. You have just believed that somebody who you have no idea who it is has said, hey, yeah, Earth's the globe. And you're like, yeah, sure, I believe you. Well, we said, we don't believe you. We're going to check. We checked. It's not a globe. You should go check too.
You have a bias that you think, I just, never looked into anything at all. I just went, the scientists say it's a globe.
Yeah.
I've never done anything.
I heard you say
made
gravity.
That assumption that I couldn't possibly know what I'm talking about, but I'm supposed to trust that you have looked into stuff that is impossible. But I know what, but I trust that you know what you're talking about.
I know you don't know what you're talking about because of what you're saying.
Yeah. If you were wrong, then you'd be wrong about me not knowing what I'm saying.
But I'm not. You don't know what you're talking about. You said that geodetic surveyors measure curvature every day. That's bullshit.
Yeah, they do. It's not bullshit.
How?
Go look it up. That's all I got.
I have, and I just told you how they do it. I have looked it up because I've heard this before. I have looked it up. You haven't.
No, you try to involve planar surveying, right, and triangles, right, with looking through a theodolite and seeing drop over distance. You tried to confuse the situation.
They don't see drop over distance. They don't even measure a long enough distance to even measure
drop over distance.
Oh, no, they don't, dude. Okay, because there's something you don't.
They absolutely do. Stop talking nonsense.
No, they don't. Want me to publish a paper? Want me to post a published paper right now?
Who's it from, and what biased calculations are in there and misinterpreted results?
He already doesn't want to see it.
He doesn't understand it anyway. That's the problem. He doesn't want to see it because he doesn't understand it. He doesn't even understand what we're talking about.
Absolutely understand what you're talking about. I
want to know who his reference for geodetic surveying is. Who's your reference for geodetic surveying, Richter?
So did you say who or what?
Yeah, who's your reference?
Wouldn't know. Countless people looked up heaps of geodetic surveying and their results, and didn't note any of it down. Very convincing stuff to me though. But I can go and relook it up if you want me to show you the kind of evidence that I use to come to my conclusions. I can do that when I get home. No problem.
Well, the ones that measure drop over distance. Who are you using as a reference?
Honestly, couldn't tell you their names. They're at the top of
Is it like an anti-flat earther, like Maine Surveyor or Jesse Kozlowski or Baron Rutledge, one of these three that are known anti-flat earth clowns?
Oh, they don't know what triangles are, though. They failed.
I know they don't.
Failed the triangle test on me.
They didn't even know. They didn't even know what deflection of the vertical was in surveying, which is hilarious.
So they're making videos on Earth curve, and he doesn't even know what a triangle is, and yet he can say that this is bigger than a triangle, a spherical triangle, but doesn't know what a triangle is. That's weird.
I got no idea what you're talking about with he doesn't know what a triangle is. I wasn't privy to that conversation that you had. And I
Don't
don't
worry,
really
it's recorded. So it's part of my triangle test I give everybody. He failed it.
So I posted in the chat. It's called Updated Atmospheric Modeling of Refracted Zenith Angles Using Vertical Temperature Gradient for Refraction Coefficient, Journal of Geosciences, 2023.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So you're saying that gravity doesn't necessarily pull directly down. Is that the upside of it?
Well, it's not me saying it, it's them saying it.
Right. Anyway, everyone listening, has anyone ever held a plumb bob and it didn't hang straight down?
No, I haven't. I don't believe it does
There you go.
do what they say. But it's needed for geodetic surveying to work.
Oh man, that's
It's called a geoid model, right? It's called EGM 97 geoid model.
There goes
So it's lumpy gravity.
survey.
So you have tilted. According to what you believe in, geodetic surveying, you have to believe that plumb lines are curved.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do, because in geodetic surveying, they have curved plumb lines, dude.
They don't have curved plumb lines. So I assume what you're doing is you're adding you're adding the geoid because the Earth isn't completely smooth. Right? There's also different densities of matter underneath the Earth's
No, the
surface.
geoid is the
equipotential.
bro. The geoid is not the surface of the Earth. It's the equipotential surface of gravity.
What I was trying to say was, when you add them all together, you get quite a strange picture of what the Earth could be, right? And that's where you get these claims of, gravity doesn't. No, none of it adds up to flat. None.
Okay, so you're driving, but I'm posting in the chat from Platter also posted it from geodetic surveying, curved plumb lines. In fact, they have publications called Curvature of the Plumb Line.
They say that they should be able to hang a plumb line and it not hang directly towards the Earth.
Instead of what they think is if they hang along in a plumb line, it would be a curved line and not hanging straight down. And it definitely isn't going to hang it definitely isn't going to point to the center of the Earth on an oblate ellipsoid. Dude, you're in the major leagues now, dude. This isn't fucking TikTok.
Not understanding science as a whole.
Understanding science. You don't know what even science is.
The world championship of misinterpretation and misunderstanding.
Yeah, but you can't say what I misinterpreted or what I misunderstood. Weird how that is.
All
you can do is like a backdoor ad hom. You're just doing a backdoor ad hominem. That's all you're doing.
Man, you're doing one right now.
No, no, not at all. I'm pointing out what you're doing. I didn't say anything about you. You said, I don't understand something as a rebuttal to my argument. That's just an ad hom, dude. Yeah. Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. You're saying that what I'm saying isn't true, and so
you're wrong.
It's an insult.
You're factually wrong, though. But you were factually wrong.
Yeah.
And I posted in the chat the facts that you're wrong.
If you're taking him saying that you're wrong as an insult, then you got problems, man.
And it actually isn't me that says you're wrong. It's the entire field.
You guys cannot.
It's not me saying you're wrong. It's the entire field of geodetic surveying that says you're wrong.
Yeah, right. So I say the same thing to you, and you say that's an ad hom. I say, no, you're misunderstanding it. You're wrong, right? And that's an ad hom. But when you tell me I'm wrong, no, that's factual, dude. You don't understand it. Give me a break,
you
man.
said I don't understand it. You said I don't understand science. You said me. Okay. I said you were in error, and I told you what the error was and who the source of my claim of your error. It's not me. They say you're in error. Your own worldview says you are in error.
No, not correct.
Okay, so it's not correct. The things I posted in the chat that are right out of geodetic surveying manuals that say curvature of the plumb line. You guys always do this when I bring up the plumb line's curve in your model. You think that it's flat Earth or made up bullshit. No, it's your made up bullshit. Yours. You're not going to voice it onto us. It's yours.
It doesn't have an effect on a plumb line. Right? Just like the Earth is not shaped like that freaking, like, what is it, a heat map looking kind of thing. That is the
worldview, it does.
The Earth doesn't look like that, and now you're talking over me.
Dude, you're just denying what is written down. It's written down in the surveying books.
You've seen that picture of the Earth, right? That's not a picture. It looks like, how can I say it, like a heat map, right? Which is the geoid. Earth looks nothing like that. But that's a map that they use for the actual shape of the Earth, or the gravitational density. But the Earth looks nothing like that.
Okay, I never said the Earth.
So is that picture
you don't understand
is that picture bullshit? Is that picture bullshit?
Okay. I never said the Earth looks like the geoid. I said the geoid was the exponential surface of gravity. That's what I said.
I'm pointing out.
Why is that important?
You're misunderstanding.
Why is that important?
Because I'm pointing out. I'm trying to answer your question. I'm pointing out where you've misunderstood, where you've misunderstood the extent to which this non-vertical gravity goes. That geoid looks nothing like that.
Yeah, bro.
So the Earth looks nothing like that geoid.
Sugar is off the chart. No one said the Earth looks like the geoid. What you're not understanding is when you take your theodolite and shut up. When you take the theodolite and you go to level the instrument, the vertical, the plumb, is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. So if you go out and then you try to measure a dip, assuming that your horizontal is 90 degrees from the surface of the Earth, or parallel to the surface of the Earth, you'd be wrong. You don't understand how surveying works. You don't understand what they're doing. You don't understand why their geode's important. Okay, what's the first thing you do when you set up a theodolite?
How much is this not vertical?
What's the first?
How much is this not? I asked you that a minute ago.
Australia?
Talking over me, so just answer it.
Well, in Australia,
how much is it that by?
In Australia, 0.71 seconds, dude. Seconds of arc. Seconds of arc, dude. You don't even know what that is, do you? It's degrees, minutes, seconds.
Yeah. Maybe at home, dude. You
have no idea, dude. You're drowning, bro. You're drowning, bro.
I'm drowning?
You picked the wrong topic. Because you don't know anything about this. Because you don't know anything about this, dude. Sorry.
How's 7.1 seconds at home?
What would, so if I was hanging up
in fact, Australia, because of this
a 1 meter stream, why are you interrupting me? What are you scared of?
And no one's scared of you, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm just like a cat playing with a mouse right now.
Listen, you're just talking yourself up. If I was holding a 1 meter string with a plumb bomb at the end of it, right, 0.71 arc seconds, how much is that not going to be
hanging down by? I didn't say arc seconds.
I thought that's what you said, 0.71 arc seconds.
No, it's degrees, bro. Degrees of the units. Not arc
degrees
seconds.
Of units.
Degrees are the units.
What? Degrees are the units. Okay, sorry, misunderstood. Yeah. Audibly misunderstood you.
That's fine.
So if I hung up a 1 meter string with a plumb bob at the end of it, right? That deviation, how far not centered to my hand holding it is that plumb bob going to be?
Yeah. Well,
how many centimeters away from being vertical? How many centimeters away from being vertical is it going to be?
I don't know. That's not the point. The point is you're using that vertical as your horizontal. Listen, you're using the vertical as a horizontal reference. So if I shoot 3 miles and my deviation from the vertical is 0.02 degrees, that's 6 feet and 3 miles. That's the drop according to that's the horizon dip for the globe is 0.02 degrees.
Right. So if I see several hundred feet or several thousand feet of drop, what's the excuse for that?
Because it's based upon distance. Okay, so 0.02 degrees, you want me to double it? And 30 miles, it's freaking 60 feet. That's the deviation. That's the error, dude. It's 60 feet of error on a 0.02 degree deflection of the vertical. That's why they only shoot short distances, and they leapfrog and shoot a whole bunch of them. Because when you do long distances,
0.02
degrees, to 1/100th of a degree.
Okay, the numbers are changing. The numbers are changing.
This is one I know off the top of my head. I know that in 3 miles, a divergence from the angular difference, right? The absolute difference in size. Like, say I take a laser and shoot it level, and then I dip it down 0.02 degrees and shoot it below where I originally shot it, it would be 6 feet lower. That's supposed to be the horizon dip at 3 miles on the globe. It's supposed to be 6 feet.
So in 3 miles, if in 3 miles, 0.02 degrees ends up being
6 feet of drop. It's 6 feet of drop, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got to go to a job, and I'm nowhere I can validate. I'm sitting in the car. I can't validate or verify anything you said. So I'll come back when I can. Are you going to be hanging around for a while?
Yeah, maybe. I'm probably like 30 minutes, maybe.
Oh,
don't rush. There's other people here, dude. It's just I might not be here, but other people will be here.
I just don't want to be accused of running. That's all. But I'll see you another time. No,
dude,
sure.
We're not bitches here, dude. We're not babies, dude. We don't do that shit. Girls do that shit.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for talking. Yeah. Thanks for talking to us.
Right. Take care. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Another McToon acolyte goes down in flames.
Well, when after a while listening to him talk, I was like, God, that's Jesse Patholight. Sure.
You think that's Jesse Patholight? Is that what you said?
Yeah, no, I think like everybody's sticking in the Jesse Patholite's argument because that whole celestial theodolite thing. Like they're just like so stuck on. Theodolite.
He brought it up. He brought up the celestial theodolite. Really?
No, he didn't bring up the celestial theodolite. He just brought up theodolites. But I know from talking to people over in Ether Cause, like they are like deep into like the imagination of what theodolites can do over long distances. The celestial theodolite isn't even using a theodolite.
Yeah, I know. It's
just a timestamp.
Yeah, I know. I know. Like, but I brought up theodolites because he talked about surveying. So if you're going to talk about surveying, you got to talk about what they're actually doing. He said they measure horizon, they measure curvature every day in geodetic surveying. Well, the instrument they use is theodolite, and they only measure angles with that. That's the only thing a theodolite measures. It measures an angle. And then you have to snap like that angle into like a size, right? So in 3 miles, so say I take a theodolite, right? And it's supposed to be 90 degrees to the surface of the earth, and I turn it down 0.02 degrees. Now I should be looking at a spot 3 miles away, 6 feet lower than where I originally looked at. But that's not how it works in practice. That's how it should be in their freaking messed up vacuum world, right?
Yeah, no, I know from life experiences, everything that I've ever done with science, what they taught in the classroom, as soon as I got out into the field, forget everything you were taught. This is the real world.
Yeah, man. The lab is the lab. And that's all that is. Like, what happens in the lab? You know, look, I mean, just seriously, like, I'm sure they can do amazing things with the internal combustion engine in the lab. But then when they take it and they put it in a car, it don't go so well.
Yeah, no, like when I heard him say like they what did they say? With theodolites they measure
curvature. He said. I said they measure curvature.
Like dip. I think he said they measure.
Dip. He measures the drop. He said they measure the drop. He actually didn't say dip, but the dip. I just skipped instead of arguing about what that means to measure the drop. It's actually a dip angle. That's what they would measure. Right. They'd set up the theodolite. They'd make it so that it was like 90 degrees from vertical. Right.
Right, and
They
then they
zoom in,
measure the
and
angle
then
between.
they put the crosshair on the theodolite or on the horizon, and then go, okay, the horizon's dipping down or dipping up, right, from the horizontal.
Right.
But but this is the thing I'm getting at, is that horizontal is determined by vertical. Because to find the horizontal, you have to find the vertical first. So you level the instrument. And the leveling of the instrument is with either a prism that hangs like from a string inside there and it shines a light through it. And when the prism is perfectly level, it'll reflect back, and then that's how the thing reads level. Or it'll have bubbles, like a little bubble levels, and you look through it with nearly a microscope, and you level the instrument that way. Either way, both of those work by the downward vector. So that's the first thing you're doing, is you're finding the downward vector. And then wherever the downward vector is, horizontal is 90 degrees from that. But according to the globe, that downward vector is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. It's that it can be tilted because of lumpy gravity. So now think about it. You have a tilted vertical. That means now you have a tilted horizontal. And then they're looking, and then they're taking the theodolite and aiming at something and going, oh, there's a horizon dip. Well, your instrument wasn't horizontal relative to the Earth in the first place. You didn't have a vertical orientation. That's why this horizon dip stuff is nonsense. And did you see what I published? What I posted?
I've seen what you posted before. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is new. This is new shit.
Oh, this is new?
Yeah, so this is sheepdog. It's so funny, man. Like you said yesterday, I always come back with new shit.
I've seen this image before. You talking about the one at 11 after?
No, further up.
Oh, that was Platters.
Further up, the updated modeling of refracted. Okay, so these guys, they measured a concave Earth dip angle. That means the dip angle was up. Okay.
Yeah.
Instead of a dipped horizon, the horizon was too high.
Right.
No, is there a concave Earth now? Did they prove a concave Earth because they measured these freaking this negative dip angle? Of course not.
No, it just made a correction back to the fucking globe.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, because they're using spherical coordinates, this means they measured a flat Earth. But it's neither here nor there. The point is that you can't draw conclusions about the surface of the Earth because your initial reference is the direction of the downward vector. And according to those guys, it isn't straight down. But they want it to be straight down when they're like, oh, dip angle. And then you tell them, well, it's not straight down. You guys have curved plumb lines. And they run away from that as fast as humanly possible. Because, think about it. Your idea has curved plumb lines. They know that is poison to any normal person that hears it. That go, what? What do you mean? What do you mean the globe model has curved plumb lines? That's ridiculous. Meaning that if you take a weight and hang it from a string, that string is curved. It's not hanging straight down. That gravity is making that thing curve. Well, now if it's a 6-foot string, it's in such an infinitesimal amount you can't see it. But if it was like a 1,000-foot string or a 10,000-foot string hanging in a hole, right? You'd actually be able to see this string be curved. This is what they think in their worldview. And if you said this to, like, if a normal person hears this, they're going to be like, the globe is some bullshit. That's why they want to get out curved plumb lines as fast as humanly possible. They don't want to talk anything about that. Why are you interrupting me? Did you hear me talking?
I just want to know who's dumb.
Globers.
Anybody that thinks plumb lines curve.
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
No.
So you build the building, right? And you want the wall to be straight. So you hang a string with a weight. And then you build, it's called a plumb line. You hang a weight, you have a weight at the end of a string. And you hang it.
Okay.
That line's straight, right? The string?
Yeah, I'm straight. And the line is straight too, yeah?
Yes, yes. Well, not in the globe Earth. In the globe Earth model, that string is not straight.
What?
Oh, yeah. Scroll up. Look in the chat.
What?
Scroll up. Exactly. This is anybody that believes that is dumb. That's why globe Earthers don't want to talk about it because it makes them look crazy. Look in the
Yeah,
chat. So if you look
I'm
in the chat and you look at a couple images, I'll post another one. I'll post it again.
fucking dumb, I think.
Yeah, it is dumb.
Hey,
So look,
Yeah,
it's look.
I am dumb too, I
No,
think.
yeah, you're not that dumb. You
Yeah.
know that if you hang a weight on the string, that string is straight. Okay, like you're not so stupid that you think it's curving.
Okay.
So
I'm
look at the diagram. See.
yeah, I'm curving.
So if you
I'm
look at the
curving
diagram in the text chat. Look
where?
in the text chat. Text chat that's attached to this channel. Do you know how to use Discord?
Absolutely not.
Ugh.
I'm dumb.
Oh,
I'm
you
too
hello,
idiot.
dumb.
So you just
hello.
came in here to interrupt.
No, absolutely not. I just want to know better.
Okay, Earth is flat. That's all you need to know.
Okay.
It's not a ball.
Not the ball?
No, not a ball. Not negative. No ball.
No ball. Okay. Ball is not straight.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Can I ask you, Indio? Like, can you give me like a concise reason of why geodetic surveying is important for, like, I guess it would be map making.
Um, actually, like important.
Yeah, like, is it more purposeful to use geodetic surveying, or is it more purposeful to use planar surveying? I mean, I get it, like, different tools for different things, but I'm just trying to figure out the purpose of geodetic.
The only geodetic surveying is useful in the sense that because at long distances, like say I'm making a road, right? Say we're making a road that crosses America,
Yeah.
and I start in Kansas, and I start building the road. And now I've gone 100 miles,
You are
and now I can't.
American. You are American?
Yeah, I'm American. Go on mute, bro. Go to a beginner channel. So say I'm in Kansas, and then and I'm using planar surveying to make the road, right?
Mhm.
And I go 100 miles. Now I'm not exactly sure what my orientation is relative to where I started because I can't see over there anymore. It's 100 miles away, right? So how do I like make a unified spatial reference? Okay, we use the stars, right? Because all that geodetic surveying, it's really astrogeodetic surveying. They call it geodetic surveying, but it's really
Now I
astrogeodetic.
gotcha. Now it makes sense.
Because they're just trying to map it to the latitude and longitude system, which is in the sky. So, thing I've talked about this, but it's called in the 1927 they made what's called the North American datum. So they surveyed east-west across America, and they did some north-south, but we're only going to talk about east-west. They didn't use like a what do you call it? Like the reference ellipsoid that we use now. What they did is that they went to a place in Kansas. It's called Fort Meade or something, and they took astrogeodetic survey data, right, to figure out their exact position in the celestial sphere, right, their exact latitude and longitude. For 6 months, they did this, right? So all night, every night for 6 freaking months is when you could see the sky. They're trying to fix their position, like like celestial navigation does. They're trying to get what their GP is, right?
Like every hour they were taking a timestamp of the star.
Yeah. So once they decided, hey, this is our latitude and longitude, then they surveyed out from there, and all the geodetic surveying points were referenced relative to that initial starting point. So that was their origin, right? Fort Meade in Kansas was their.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Deep Thoughts. Man, April 1st. April 1st now. That's going to be the new deadline for Artemis 2 to launch to the moon and go around in circles and come back. It's been delayed by somehow a fuel leak or something. I like to start off my moon episodes with one smoking gun that you can just mention to everybody. What is it? Some of y'all know because you watched the last episode, but we're just going to get straight into it. Now, 6 missions supposedly went to the moon with 2 astronauts apiece hitting the ground. If you go back and watch all the footage, like some of us have several times, we own it on our computer, at least we have it on our computer, and we look at it, no astronaut ever mentioned looking up at the Earth, and no astronaut pointed a video camera at Earth. 6 missions, 12 dudes. The moon, we're on the moon, no big deal. That Earth thing up there, why pay attention to that thing? It's just where we live. That if anything goes wrong in this mission, we're never going to see our kids again. We're never going to pet our dog again. No big deal. No big deal. There wasn't any worry. There wasn't any worry in their voices, right? That's your smoking guns. So, last time I did the Artemis 2 episode, it was in February. We're supposed to launch in February. Then it went to March. Now it went to April. And now, you know what? The whole moon mission agenda has kind of slipped a little bit. But I'm going to share with you a little conversation I had with ChatGPT. Are you ready? I said, does the moon have an atmosphere? No. I said, does the moon have a Van Allen belt? No. I said, does the moon suffer from a greater count of micrometeorites and large meteorites than, say, anything we've got in low orbit? Yes. So I said, building anything on the moon is going to suffer all the slings and arrows of these micrometeorites and big meteorites. Yep. Yes. So then I went into a conversation and I said, look, there's no technology on Earth in 2026 that could ever fend off a baseball-sized meteorite coming in at 20,000 miles an hour plus, or even worse, one the size of a car, a bus, maybe a small park. Nope, there's no technology to do that. But it starts to go into the micrometeorite thing, right? The absurdity of the space station. I said, wait. You just said there's no atmosphere and there's no Van Allen belts. So we're talking about massive impacts, right? Yes. I said, what's the average depth of the smallest crater on the moon? And what's the average depth of a big one? And it said, well, several meters, okay, for a tiny one. Several meters. That means a serious impact, people. But it goes, the ones that are huge can go down miles. Ooh, that means a big impact. And supposedly, okay, it's just done with that phase of its existence, right? Things from outer space never hit the moon surface anymore, right? There's this Facebook channel out there. It's creating a bunch of AI fake videos of like things just crashing all over the moon and catching it live. Well, they got one every other day. It's really funny. Oof. But this moon thing, it's really interesting. It's really seeming like a cash cow lately, isn't it? Like everyone's in on it. Countries that can't keep their streets clean, can't keep their buildings from falling down, can't build enough restrooms for the people that live in the cities. We got 30 million people in one city, and there's like 50 public urinals for 30 million people. So everyone's just going to the bathroom everywhere. They are saying they have a full moon agenda. Boy, they're all going to get into this whole thing. And that old trick in the couple episodes back I did, a lot of them are saying they're going to the South Pole because that's going to be really hard to observe. So you're kind of out of sight, out of mind. No, we're there. You see that little speck? Oh, you see that? You see that? That's us. That's us. That's our thing. But America and Europe and Japan, oh my goodness. They're going in for, and this isn't going to start happening for, again, right now they're saying 2028 at the earliest, probably more like the 2030s. We're going to get there and actually start building a base. In fact, Artemis 3 is now pulled away from the moon. It's going to be a low orbit exercise. And so it won't be till Artemis 4 where they start kind of putting a man back on the moon, right? That's 2028, 2030. There's an agenda out there with the same name that is, I think its overall objective is to remove most of us from the planet just so that there's no one here to notice, right? Was it Elon Musk's ex-wife said there's an extinction event coming, so there's that. She making that up? Is she making that up on a podcast, just saying that live to everybody? Sounds a little odd. And who would know, right? Who would know? I would think people at the top and their spouses and their kids would know. She just doesn't have any filter to keep that kind of thing to herself, So what are they planning on doing up there? I mean, if all this ridiculousness gets up there. Well, a lot of them are just saying, we're going to ship cargo up there. We're just going to use our amazing rocket programs. Now, Japan, you could almost trust Japan, but they said they went to the moon with a rover, landed on the edge of the light side versus the dark side. It's all CG photographs of everything. Everybody's lying, people. But what an amazing thing. You open up this spigot, right? Haven't you had somebody try to pitch you a business before in your lifetime and they said stuff like, well, I got this business. I got this idea. It's not going to be ready for about 10 years, but I need like $200,000 a year for 10 years. The guy's like 60, right? What does he care if in 10 years? Well, in 10 years, he's like, you know what? I tried. I want to thank you. I really tried hard. And, time machines, I guess, are a lot more difficult than I thought. Or he takes you out back, puts you in a lawn chair and goes, see, I did it. And the guy goes, what? What'd you do? It's a time machine. You're going to travel 1 second at a time, right? So they turn on this gigantic spigot of bleeding the civilizations around the world for fake moon missions. Oh, it's just ingenious, right? If you're evil and you think God is a myth, this is the best thing in the world for you. Unbelievable, right? Artemis 2, it's got a fuel leak or something like that. I mean, the amount of times I've heard, astrophysicists who like to hide behind that title, right? Oh, getting to the moon now is no problem at all. I'm like, okay, 55 years, never done it. What are you thinking? Huh? If it's so easy, why hasn't one country done it? Put a man on the moon and come back home safely. Not so much. Why haven't you put rovers on the moon and drive them straight up to all the other landing sites, right? I mean, you got them on Mars supposedly for 20 years now? 22 years now? No, 23 years now, right? Coming up on 23 years. No problem at all. I mean, those things just keep going and going and going. But NASA did publish some footage recently of I think one of the plastic tires is starting to kind of lose some of its plastic. So that makes it totally believable now. But they also publish all kinds of things like little Bigfoots and flying saucers and all kinds of stuff. I mean, it is now a joke. They're just putting weird debris out there in the fake 3D or even in the fake sets that they might build. I think that's a hybrid system. I think it's mostly CG. For folks that don't understand that, go watch the movie with, just go watch the Martian movie and tell me that those sets in that CG movie don't look exactly like the sets that we're getting back from NASA, JPL. The only thing different was they colored it a little bit redder. That was about it. They flew a helicopter in 1% atmosphere. Ugh. It's an IQ test, people. Some of you are passing. Some people outside this conversation are not passing. So what do they have to do to fake this Artemis 2? April 1st. Isn't that kind of funny? It's almost like a joke, right? April 1st. So it goes up. Whatever. We have CG at a level now you cannot distinguish reality. Hell, look at the AI stuff that's being generated. You can't tell. As long as you give it base material that is what they call hyper realistic, that's how you get Midjourney to give you stuff you just can't tell the difference. Okay. I just watched some technology today called, it's like a splatter shader thing. It's unbelievable. You just run around your room with the camera, taking pictures of your room from a million different positions, throw it in there. And as long as you keep the camera, the virtual camera away from what you digitized, it's photoreal from reflections and all kinds of stuff. And it's rendered real time inside Unreal Engine. But what are they going to have to fake? Well, by this point in time, we have definitely photographed the surface of the moon intensely with all kinds of optics, all kinds of disk arrays with incredible lenses out in orbit. So it's beyond the atmosphere. So we got crystal clear shots of this thing. Now, of course, the space station, the ISS is mainly pointing at the Earth, right? All those windows or those octagon windows and stuff are mainly pointing at the Earth, which is okay. But you never see someone on the space station point a camera at the moon. It just never happens, right? Because the simulation has to do a whole bunch of perfectly accurate things. And of course, you never see any stars in space because they say the aperture of the cameras, even in the digital age, can't even be adjusted to look at the stars. That's the crazy part about it. Now, if they do claim to have any pictures of the stars, the moon usually isn't in the shot. I don't think it's ever been in the shot. But they'll just show you a field. And that can be taken from anything and claimed to be, right, from the ISS. So I thought we would go over some of the agendas just real quick. Now, you should know that the way that NASA likes to frame the conversation, and if it were real, it would have to be this way. It's a 30-year program to inhabit the moon. But because of those first questions I just shared with you and the answers that I got back, if you built a base on the moon and put humans up there, and any meteorite comes in, it will kill everyone who's up there, right? Even just a little tiny one going through the habitat. Now, micrometeorites are teeny tiny microscopic things, so I'm not worried about those as much. But I think the moon's got a pretty good record. You could just open your eyes and look at it. It's got a lot of craters up there. Go get any photographs of it. It's a pretty busy place up there because it can't fend off anything. And of course, all the craters are perfectly circular. That's the other weird one, right? No rock ever hits the moon at an angle. It's always just perfectly perpendicular to the surface. That's a little weird. But they're splitting it into two categories over the next 30 years. And again, this is a money laundering thing on a level that we haven't seen before. This dwarfs any military industrial complex. The only thing it doesn't dwarf is potentially the fake debt we owe to nobody that we keep hearing about. But they're going to split it into a scientific category and a business category. The business one is just incredibly insane. Okay. Like mining things off the moon and shipping it back to Earth. Oh, I'm sure that's going to be feasible. How much does this widget cost? Oh, $10 billion. Oh, why? Because we got that material from the moon. Oh, that sounds great. Let me just get in my pocket here and pay for that, right? Now, scientifically, what's fascinating about it is if you paid attention to my other episodes where I break down what they supposedly were doing on the moon in the first place, a lot of this stuff is a repeat agenda. The only one that's kind of new is the idea that they'll build some sort of observatory up there, which would be phenomenal, right? No atmosphere. You would get the most clear pictures of the stars. But you have to also understand, just to loop back for 1 second, digital cameras don't suffer this aperture problem that 35 millimeter or 120 Hasselblad cameras had. You can always just get the brightest thing out of the frame and suddenly, poof, it'll take pictures of the stars. And especially a digital camera that's designed for this kind of thing, super simple. Just as long as it can swing 500 degrees between a shadow and the bright spot, right? 250 degrees Fahrenheit and then 250 degrees negative Fahrenheit. Just by turning around to 360, the human body standing on the moon will always have 250 positive on the front if it's facing the sun, or 250 negative on the back. And there is no spacesuit that can endure such a thing. Okay. I think you light a match around 320 degrees. Okay. So that's extremely hot. I mean, you might be able to do it for a few seconds, but they said the last mission, 17, spent, I think, the equivalent of 25 hours on the moon with these little thermoses for oxygen tanks. Yeah, go ask a diver who wears 2 gigantic tubes on the back how much time they get. They get about 3.5 hours if they don't see a shark and if they're trained breathers. Okay, so this thing is literally the size of your grandfather's large thermos, and they said it was compressed oxygen. And we have one of our listeners who's got a lot of knowledge about that reported in. He goes, that stuff's super toxic for long periods of time. Go figure. Now, Artemis 3, we know Artemis 2 is April 1st, the gesture, the joke on humanity, right? That's when this Artemis 2 is going to launch. I mean, it's brilliant, right? Talk about a scam right in front of your face. They'll use CG to make everything happen up there, right? Now, if they were smart, they'd take a Tic Tac, put a camera on it, fly it up there, take all these close pictures for real, and say it's coming from the Artemis 2. And then you would actually have legit photographs of the moon. It just would be coming out of the capsule. It's going to be up there. Artemis 3, which again is going to be a low orbit thing in Earth to do a bunch of science studying and stuff. I mean, we've had the space station up there now for over 25 years. What is it that Artemis 3 is going to figure out in low orbit that the space station can't do for a much cheaper price, right? But that's just tentatively for next year, 2027. Well, we know how that goes, right? Oops, it's now 2029. You know what? Pending the Fallout 3 that just happened to the entire world, I think we're going to hold off on this whole space program. Thanks for watching, and thanks for all your money. Now, the Artemis 4 is scheduled for 2028. I mean, again, this is just a year, right? It's like making a movie during COVID, I don't know when it's going to come out, right? Now, one of the things that they say they're going to be able to study much better, okay, is the history of all the impacts on the moon. And I'm assuming the game would be to crawl down inside all of the impact zone, right to the epicenter of the concave shape, and sample a little bit of what's there to see just what hit. Was it iron? Was it iron nickel? Was it nickel iron? This is like the blue, green, blue crayon. One has a little bit more of the other one, right? Or something else more exotic. Now, when they went to the movie studio at JPL, they hatched this idea of these kind of geosphere things. And it was when they found these little tiny round, I don't know, about the size of a pea, and they sawed them in half. And they're like, oh my goodness, this stuff exists on Mars, doesn't exist anywhere on Earth. And then the scientists were like, yeah, it does. It's all over. And they were showing it how it exists on Earth. And of course, no one covers it, of course. They say they're going to study in a more accurate way the magnetic poles of the moon. Okay. All right. It would seem like the most basic instruments of 69 to 72 would have done a pretty good job, but apparently they're not really itemizing what these differences are. They're just covering some bases, right? It's a fraud. So why not just make up a believable agenda? And the more detailed it is, and the more it has items that the human mind kind of exhausts of, where it's like you can maybe remember 7 things and they've got 22 things, as you read through it, you're like, oh boy, this is something else. Did you see? I lost count around 7. Man, they're doing so many things on the moon. It's got to be real. Now, of course, going to the moon is a big sort of Chotsky for your country. It suggests you have this massive technology in your country. What is also the byproduct of a sophisticated society are clean, modern cities, a lack of slums, right? A lack of punitive damages if you happen to walk outside of one of the couple cities that might be looking good. Now, some countries, you can just walk everywhere and you'll realize how Stone Age they are, right? They were left by other colonial first world countries. They were left beautiful cities and beautiful buildings, and we go back to their cities and they're just falling apart. No one knows how to do maintenance on a building that was built in 1930. I mean, because that technology is still above their pay grade, right? And then other countries have very nice cities. At least they have a lot of LEDs in their cities, okay? And so it starts to emulate things like Tokyo. And as long as you emulate, people associate, well, the structure underneath must be as sophisticated as a Tokyo fully earthquake-proof city, right? I mean, the Japanese are just special humans, right? But there's another country very similar, but really big. And you could only go to the eastern region of the country. And if you try to get on a road on a motorcycle and head east, they're going to start picking you up, taking you back to the east, and kicking you out of the country. Because as soon as you get outside the main cities, you start to see poverty on a level that is unbelievable, okay? And to have those two together and say, well, this country supposedly is on the moon and supposedly has nuclear weapons. Well, if they have nuclear weapons, someone else built them and sold them to them, right? Which this one particular country is neighbors with Russia. And that's exactly what they did. They bought them. So, wow, you can't build a nuclear bomb by yourself, but you own one. That sounds a little crazy, doesn't it? Do you really have the intellectual capacity to hang on to this when under duress? Hopefully so. Hopefully even more peaceful than the first world countries that might push the button a lot earlier. That's my hope anyway. Now, China, I'm just going to mention this country randomly after saying all that. They've actually pushed out their agenda to, I think, a reasonable time frame. They're not talking about any dominant presence on the moon for nearly a decade. 2035 is sort of the first year they're pitching themselves to contribute to this permanent moon base thing. I think that's brilliant, because if we ever really did build a moon base and it gets clobbered by a meteor shower and everybody dies, China could go, yeah, we're going to pull back and put that money in something else, right? But 2035 to 2040 is their window where they're suggesting they're going to get there in the same type of capacity that the Artemis project is claiming to do, much faster, which I think is great. Now, Europe and the ESA, that's their NASA, they put out a really bold statement. This is crazy. Now, officially, they launched their interest, like the Artemis project, in October 2024. Now, as far as I know, they haven't done anything but maybe contribute a little bit of DNA to the Artemis project, but I don't think that rocket has any European technology in it whatsoever. Maybe a few European sensors and some agendas. Hey, guys, if you go, put this out the window, put this on the side of your rocket. We'd like to pick up some data. But they have claimed that they're going to launch 400 plus lunar missions from Europe. Unbelievable. I wonder where they're going to get all that money, considering that the EU is completely broke. And I wonder who's going to do it. It's going to be tremendous. You know, they actually have problems in winter, not having enough energy to keep everybody warm. And they're going to be launching 400 plus missions to the moon. Like I said, just keep money laundering in the back of your head while I say all this stuff, and maybe that'll resolve sort of your confusion. Now, their rocket is the Ariane 6, Ariane 6, and they're saying that this will be their primary platform in the 2030s to, I guess, to get a lot of these 400 plus missions up there. I mean, that takes, look, I just asked Elon Musk about what 400 plus rockets takes to push all the way to the moon, right? We We haven't been able to do that in 55 years, okay? And suddenly we're just doing it again, right? No massive re-innovation of technology, but suddenly, because we want to, it's possible. We don't have to wait the 9 years that we had to wait in the 60s, you know? We can just do it because we want to. Isn't that cool? Now, of course, India said they went, and I don't think they did. Right. And again, there's this big disparaging difference in their overall technology in that entire country, which suggests they don't have that level of technology running around inside their heads. Right. It would, you know, before America said in a lie that they went in 1969. Look at America. Look at all the homes. Look at all the cities. You know, you did have some stuff coming up in the 70s that wasn't so great in New York, but you could live in the Bronx, you could live in Harlem, you could live anywhere in Los Angeles, San Francisco, Dallas, Chicago, and you didn't have the problems that we have today in 1969. But you look at India and you're like, wait a minute here, like this whole place is just falling apart. And you've got these gigantic slums all over your country. So you have this intellectual kind of gestalt in your mind to hold all the technology to go to the moon, even with the rover. But what about your streets? You know, what about your folks? Kind of a little bit weird. Now, what they're saying is, and I think it's reasonable, 2040 is going to be the first decade, the 2040s will be the first decade that they claim to be putting a man on the moon. Okay. Well, if we do release, you know, brand new technology, the Tic Tac technology, figure out a way to get out of the vehicle, figure out a way to create probably infinite power. You know, if they could take the gravity well around the Tic Tac and surround the base with it, yeah, you might be able to get rid of at least all the small stuff that's going to bang into you, right? They shot a Hellfire missile at the Tic Tac, and it swallowed that rocket up, no problem. Now, it did take a little bit of kinetic transfer. I don't know the exact state of the actual Tic Tac capsule itself, but it seemed to hold together. And the debris of the Hellfire missile was just kind of floating in the gravity well behind it, as shown to Congress in November of 2025, proving it's not a UFO, of course. It's one of our vehicles. That shows some promise. But you just don't know how tender that technology is. You know, maybe it's got it, maybe it doesn't. Now, Japan's coming in a little bit more conservative. They're sticking with the edge of the shadow zone, right? Which is where they put their little rovers. That allows, again, for you to claim you're being there, but being able to observe it from Earth is just negligible, right? It's just negligible in order to see what's there. So it's an out of sight, out of mind thing. I actually have probably more trust of the Japanese government than the United States government for making outrageous claims, but they're all claiming to be there because, again, if one of your third world neighbors says that they went there without any visual proof of such a thing, and you don't, well, kind of strange. So you play the game, right? You buy the ticket from JPL, and they're like, this is what you get for your money. You know, you get a free steak dinner and an everlasting gobstopper, and we will render, what does your probe look like? Okay, just send us that OBJ file in 3D. We'll run it through our simulators. We'll do all of it for you, but transfer that $10 billion over to America or the World Bank or whatever, and we will supply this for you. And you can tell your folks that you were there. And you know what? 85% of your population won't even care anyway. So, don't worry about it. Enjoy it. Now, of course, as all interstellar things that any solar system exploration that we have here, from Earth to other bodies in space, we're always checking for water. And I guess you could check for water up there. I don't know why there would ever be any water up there. There's just no atmosphere, and our atmosphere contributes with muons and stuff coming from outer space to chemically synthesize water. That's why Earth had no water, and then it had water because it had enough gravitational pull to create an atmosphere, and then things just start happening because Earth is nothing more than a gigantic chemistry lab. You know, down inside the Earth, it creates methane gas, and then it compresses those methane gas particles, and it creates crude oil. Oh, and then we pop it out, and we make up a lie about it being from dinosaurs and old ferns, even though we dig it below 3 miles, which is where all life stops. We can find oil as deep as we drill. 8 miles, I think, is the current sort of super deep area where we get oil. And of course, in Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, you just poke a hole in the ground and the stuff just keeps coming up. And if an oil well goes dry, just ask me. My family leases oil wells. It fills back up because it's not a fossil fuel. It's not a great use of, it's just not a great method of creating energy because it's dirty and weird. But if we don't dig it out of the ground, then it creates big giant lakes of crude oil. And a lot of places, like I've said a million times on the show, if you stop drilling oil in Houston, the place will be buried in an ocean of crude oil where there's a lot of homes and businesses right now. So we've kind of got ourselves in a catch-22. Got to keep drilling, folks. The California coast will most likely would go up about 35 feet back to its original state before Chevron started drilling everything off the coast. And the ocean itself will be full of a lot of little beads of crude oil as a natural byproduct of what's underneath the soil. So if we don't drill, we get a really weird economic disaster, or ecological disaster. Not only economical, but ecological. Easy for me to say. Now, what's interesting about this whole thing for yours truly is that I was a subscriber of Omni magazine way back in the 80s. I think my father's first issue in his box was 1979. It was a beautiful magazine. It was a scientific magazine, and it was actually a lot better than any popular science or anything like that. And it seemed to operate on its own journalists. It really had journalists. But there were two sections that I absolutely loved. Every time I got a copy of this magazine and found myself in the restroom reading it, it had red pages and it had silver pages. I think the silver pages were called the continuum pages. I can't remember what the red pages were called. But they had little tiny bite-sized articles all the time. And the number of unbelievable articles in these little sections was off the chart. I remember reading in, I think, 84, 85, that they had taken a 747, remotely flew it. They took it off, flew it to a destination, and landed it, all with computers. And then, about, 15 years later, when a couple of buildings got hit, and we suggested that might be some of the technology, even though I think now most of us understand no planes were there at all. But flying a plane remotely is like, oh, really? No way. They can't do that. Oh, NORAD has to get involved with flying. And it's like, no, they don't. Read Omni magazine. It tells you exactly where they did it, when they did it, who did it. And the military's, I'm sure, aware of it, but not necessarily involved in it. It was just an aviation experiment to see if the pilots ever had a physical issue, like the movie Airplane, they could just land it. No big deal. No one has to listen to ground control. Okay, push the throttle, pull back on the lever. No, it can just land itself. And wouldn't you want that if you're a passenger and we had a problem with the pilots? Quite frankly, imagine something coming through the windshield and just destroying a bunch of the cockpit, but all the computers down below, that's just an input console to the computers down below that actually control the plane. So they just cut off all those controls when everything goes catastrophe. Maybe decompression for them, maybe decompression for you, would hopefully won't die. But as long as they can keep pressure in the main cabin, that remote system takes control of the computers in the basement, turns off all your videos, and boom, we're going down. We're going to drop right down to the point you can breathe out the window. I don't know. I think that's a great idea. But the amount of times that they raffled off, trips to the moon, they actually did a contest for JPL where they said, hey, everybody, mail in your designs for a rover to be on the moon. And some kid won it. All of us were like, oh my gosh, we can totally be the next kid that does that. They did a ton of this stuff. They raffled a ticket to go orbit the moon. Well, that never happened. Okay. But they ran the full issue, several issues of this ticket being raffled off. How many millionaires and billionaires have bought the ticket from Russia to circle the moon and they never did? I've heard from $360 million to like $720 million over the last 30 years. Okay. Never happens. But no one ever cares. No one ever cares that this entire platform is impossible with current technology. I just rewatched my interview with Bart Sibrel, and he just makes it so clear in that interview. It's clear he doesn't want to talk about anything other than the moon. That didn't dawn on me till after the interview, because I threw a few little zingers at him at the end, and he just was like not hearing. He wasn't going to hear any other theory. I think he thought that I was potentially he thought that I was trying to sidetrack the interview away from what he is very committed to, which is we did not go to the moon. That's all I want to talk about. It's cool. He mentioned some theory. He thought the space station was running off like the Bruce Willis movie in Armageddon, saving the universe, and some other so all this other stuff he mentioned that we can't do, exceed the Van Allen belts, go through the Van Allen belts, and suddenly at the end of the interview he says, "Oh, I think maybe the ISS has gone through the Van Allen belts and it's running off, saving the world like some Buck Rogers episode." I'm like, oh my goodness, I got to get out of this interview. This guy's going crazy on me at the very end. And he just said it matter-of-factly. It's just so bizarre. And I run into folks like this who want to be involved with conspiracies, but they can't keep their brain consistent, so they contradict themselves as they talk, and it's strange. Hopefully I don't do that much. But it's all paced beautifully. The whole thing is paced beautifully. And that we're going to push out all the years. And, it just kind of gets a little, like your spidey senses go up a little bit going, well, you're backing yourself into a corner. So are we waiting for simulation technology to come out to the point you can claim things? Like I've always said, if you had a rover and you could drive up to all the old landing sites, then all the landing sites have to look identical to the photographs that were taken by whatever team was there at the time, right? Every single rock has to be exactly in that place because nothing's going to change unless a meteorite hit it, and then it's going to be gone, right? But they have enough photographs of what they did to say, okay, we have these photographs that have been published into the public domain. All right, so that's what we're accountable for. If we're going to make CG versions of these sets, then we just have to make sure. See that reflector there? See how he's got the pole? Remember how he climbed right there? Remember how the mountains in the background were used twice in 2 different missions? Well, somehow we have to just do it. We just have to do it. We don't have to explain it. But if someone were to write NASA and say, okay, you say those are the same hills, except they're just so far away that they look exactly the same between 2 different missions. Now take your rover and simulate that, right, on a ball that's apparently 1,200 miles across, diameter-wise. So for the Coriolis effect, those mountains should be long gone by the time you get to another mission. Otherwise, those dudes would have been able to jump on the moon buggy and drive over to the other one and just say, wow, look at this, man. I got some new supplies. And they bring it back over to the other one, right? A listener did comment in the comment section saying that there was a video of them unfolding the moon buggy. What I found, there's 2 claims to this, okay? One is that they definitely shot photographs of the moon buggy on Earth folded up and how it was theoretically going to unfold. Those photographs exist. The only other footage that I've ever seen is they walked up to the base of the lunar module, started opening doors, suggesting it's right here, and then boom, it's built. I never ever saw any animation footage of setting up the camera, pointing it at the lunar module, opening the door, pulling out this, which I know it's only a 450-pound car, of course 1/7 gravity, so it's just no problem, unfolding the thing, taking photographs and all that kind of stuff. Again, the moon buggy is a prop. The astronaut that sits in the seat is a dummy, because if it was a full weighted human being, because this stuff's being shot on Earth, it would get stuck in all of the crazy cement dust that they lied down to create the fake moon surface. And so you just create a really lightweight dummy, remote controlled, and that's why none of the astronauts move when they're on a buggy. These guys were jumping around, singing songs, pretending to play golf. All kinds of funny stuff. And you don't think they get on a moon buggy, at least in one piece of the footage, and wave? Like, hey, man, I'm on this thing, right? They grab the controls. They'd be, fussing with them to get them going. When you hit a bump on a four-wheeler, I don't know if you've ever driven a four-wheeler, all that kinetic energy comes back to you through the steering wheel. And this thing did not have power steering or anything like that to absorb all of this kind of stuff. The tires are pretty cool mesh stuff, but still, it's going to hit and bring it right back to you. And so it would be, you'd be struggling with the steering wheel, and that's fine. That should have been the case. But they just played it safe. That's the interesting kind of thread. The common denominator of all the moon footage is they played it safe the entire time, right? Never ever let a star come into the camera. Never ever film the Earth. Why? Because if you did, you'd have to account for where it was in the sky, and it's, its sort of the vanishing point of its waxing, waning with the sun. It would have to be absolutely accurate, because nowadays kids type this stuff in computers and they swing all the stars around exactly at 1970, and they look at that particular mission and they calculate all of the stars. And if they weren't in the right place, they'd be caught. So they did a great job with that. Bart Sibrel, in my original interview, which is in season 3, which he said was one of the highest viewed interviews he ever had, which we got to 10,000 on both of our channels. When he goes on other people's channels, he gets a heck of a lot more. But for us personally, it was kind of a coup, kind of a kudos for us, I should say. But he said that his father was in the Air Force, and that when he was a child, because he was only like, I think he was like 4 or something when this originally happened, he said he had to go to bed, which is just wild. Why wouldn't your parents, especially an Air Force pilot, go, son, you get to stay up today because we're going to watch, man walk on the moon. It's really bizarre. He was sent to bed. But he said his father was given this commemorative book, which was only circulated internally to Air Force, anything military, and obviously all the science agencies. But he said he just looked through this his whole life and never thought anything of it until he watched Bill Kaysing on the Oprah show, a guy who was in charge of all the documentation at NASA. And he said that one of the last memos he ever saw was there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance that this platform called the Saturn V is going to get to the moon, drop everyone off, and bring them back safely. It's just not possible. 1 in 10,000 was the official documentation. But of course, the guy who was there, he knows the least about the mission, of course, and some old fart who's got this all tied up in American flag thing knows more than Bill Kaysing. So when Bart Sibrel heard that as a young adult, he goes and grabs the book he's been looking at his whole life, and he realized, oh my goodness, there's 2 blacks in every single photograph. And he said, right above the head of the astronaut, there's a different, really, really dark black that somebody had printed over it, because it may show the wires, it may show the scaffolding in the room. They just blacked it all out. Now, they corrected it later to bring that dark black all the way around. But there's a little antenna off the left shoulder, which gets confused for a wire. It's not that big. It's just right on the left side of the pack. And I think it's
anyone trying to say something? Let me mute
extremely
the
reflective. It's in lots of the shots.
Go ahead.
But I took one of the
it's recorded
of an astronaut that was jumping across the shot.
Hi, Incre.
It's not that high res. I took it, and he was actually running over to help another guy who was also connected to wires. And what was happening was this guy was trying to push off of the ground to get up. And in the middle of reaching down to push, suddenly the guy's body yanks up and he stands up.
You muted
so he
it?
never got the push off the ground when he actually rescued himself and pulled himself up. So that was
I muted the bot
circulating.
myself.
But I took the original guy,
because you opened your mic and said something, so you have any questions about the topic?
Due to strings, due to wires.
Or you got any comments?
You're black, so black against black just fades away, right?
Have you seen the
but I took that
launch
dude because he's crawling across a mountainscape in the background. Right, a prop.
I haven't seen the recent one. The only thing I've seen is what they presented in the news. Like the news reporting on it, and
especially back
showing
in the
some
days when they didn't have computer generated stuff.
It's really exciting to see astronauts finally going to moon after more than 50
single
years.
Frame that this dude jumped across.
Astronauts going to moon? That's not happening.
Black and white as possible to see if there was ever any type of furry wire above the guy, and in one frame.
They won't land on the moon. They'll take a round and come back.
I'll show you the
people believe
thing. You can see it
what they see in the TV, and in the TV they tell you they're doing certain stuff.
Now, what's the difference between an orbital mission,
that thing actually happening in reality? That's a different story, though. What they show you in the TV and reality are 2 different things.
More difficult to fake the getting on the moon part. Which is why they've taken Artemis 3 and said it's a low orbit, and we'll just see where we go with Artemis 4 landing on the moon.
We can trust NASA?
Even if you had some special tic-tac UFO technology.
Do you trust
UFO,
people selling you a product, a fantasy product, or do you trust reality?
Pretty much an infinite power supply to run the tic-tac and the gimbal.
You
don't see much about the gimbal anymore, do you?
All
all
news
TikTok now,
outlets
right?
have reported this
By the way,
launch
Dr. Stephen
recently.
Greer, as of late March,
No,
on his
they
Facebook
report, but
page, actually
obviously
now claims
people just believe it. But the people reporting on something that they believe doesn't supersede reality, though.
So, do you think that rocket was empty?
Empty? No, it has probably fuel on it. Can be empty. Maybe it had a lot of, I don't know, helium on it or something.
Do you think that they haven't launched any astronauts?
Yeah, I can think about it. Yes, I think about it. Yes, but do you mean that do I believe or do I believe that they're going to the moon? No, I don't believe it. You know why? Do you know why I don't believe it? Bro, do you dropped out? Still here. Let me get my charger. Encree, you know why I don't believe it?
Your voice isn't audible.
You said you can't hear me? I should sound clear.
You're coming through loud and clear, Jimmy. Just to let you know. Go ahead.
It might be his audio setting. Sounds like he's half listening to what I'm saying.
Who you talking to? Do they think they live on a spinning ball in the middle of nothing?
He's asking about if I believe in the astronauts going to the moon.
You got to believe, Jimsy. Come on, it's on TV, right?
Yeah, I'm not a believer now. He said he's been reported in all news outlets. Well, he left. Are you back, Encree?
Encree, can you hear Gemsy? Encrypt man, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Can you
I
hear
hear you, Rose.
Gemsy?
There he is. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to figure out if you can hear Gemsy. He's trying to talk to you.
Yes, now everyone's audible.
Oh, sounds good. You fixed whatever issue you had. So, do you have any other questions about the topic, though? You're asking about the moon stuff, right? About astronauts going to the moon, that kind of stuff. Is that what you're trying to talk about?
So you don't believe that they launched real astronauts to the moon?
Well, you see the images that they show you in the. You see how they showed the Earth, and the Earth looks kind of like curving. You see that in the screenshots. So
yeah,
when we go when we're standing on the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we here on Earth, when we check the Earth and we measure it, it doesn't curve. The Earth is not curving. The real one, the one that you and I can check, verify, measure, right? That one is not curving.
Yes.
But in the TV, they show you a curving Earth. So Which one do you think is real? The real Earth that we can check and verify, or the one in the TV?
The one on the TV is definitely the visual taken from a far distance.
To a place from a place that people cannot go, right? That you believe
Yes.
in the. So you're saying that the fantasy setup supersedes reality. Is that your belief?
No, I mean satellites and rockets can go to a greater distance than we can go.
Okay. So if you're gonna measure your house, encrypt. If you're gonna measure your house, do you go away from your house? Try to measure your house.
No,
You go like to
I'll
your
stay
neighbor's house.
no, I'll stay on my house
Yeah,
and
yeah,
use
yeah,
a measuring
exactly.
device.
Yeah, so if you're gonna measure your house or measure your table in your house, don't go to your neighbor's table to measure his table and say, this is how my table measures, right? No, you measure your table. So here on Earth, in reality, the way it works is that we check the Earth, right? And the claims on
Right.
paper that they give us, the claims that the Earth is curving to a certain rate, we have falsified that. Those claims have been falsified because the Earth is not curving. So when someone shows you a misrepresentation of the Earth, obviously misrepresentation in TV, be a ball Earth or a triangle Earth or whatever Earth, that thing in the TV does not supersede the real measurement that we have done of the Earth.
Yeah, measurement might not be accurate, but the fact that the Earth is round is definitely correct.
Well, you might be speaking there because round and really
Yeah,
exclusive. You know, you have a table, right? That your table is flat and round, right?
yeah, definitely.
You mean sphere? You mean spherical? You mean the fact that
Yes,
the Earth is spherical, right?
right.
So, when you say fact that the Earth is spherical, based on what facts are you making that assertion? What facts are you talking about? That the Earth is curving into a sphere. Do you have any facts that can actually demonstrate that in the physical and natural world?
Hello.
Yes, there are other evidences such as the moon, sun, and other orbital objects revolve around the Earth.
Okay, you're saying that
That's another assumption.
you're saying that you look at the moon, look at the sun moving around the Earth, and you're saying that that makes the Earth a sphere?
Yeah, and there are also there evidences such as buildings at a far distance appear shorter than the buildings that are closer to us.
Someone wanted to. Is that Roots? Roots, you wanted to say something? Who was that?
I just wanted to say that everything he's saying is based in assumption, like from the moon landings to the last thing he mentioned. Everything he's saying is basically is pre-assuming. That's all I wanted to say.
So you hear that, Mcrypt? You're
Yeah, I do.
making knowledge claiming without knowing something. You're making an assumption that something is true without actually knowing that it's true, without actually verifying it, and without looking
Yeah,
at the evidence that has actually falsified the claim. Because right now you got some information. You look at the well, you learned maybe in school, or maybe you learned somewhere that the Earth is a sphere, right? You saw it.
Yeah,
You learned it in a book. The Earth is a sphere, and you saw an image. You got that information, that data, right?
right,
Yeah, and then you look at in the TV, and in the TV they show you Earth is a sphere, and you learn that, right? Have you
right.
looked? have you looked to contrary information? Have you looked at measurements of the Earth, laser tests, long distance observations, infrared
No, I
optics?
haven't.
You
No, I
haven't
haven't.
looked, so you haven't looked at information that will go contrary to the belief that you're holding right now.
Can
Yeah,
I give an
true.
example, Jimsy? Do you mind if I give an example of something that he just quoted?
Go ahead.
He just said that at long distance, the bottom of buildings are hidden. But if you had looked into this, like Jemsy's saying, and recognized this is a question of measurement, not perspective, you'd understand that the bottoms of buildings can appear to be obstructed at distance due to perspective and due to atmospheric conditions. We can account for long distance observations when things appear to disappear from bottom up, like a ship going away from you in the distance, or a long distance observation of a building. Now, there's many reasons why you will get these phenomenon, but just perspective alone dictates that there is a rate in which things in the distance converge into what's called a vanishing point. So if you was to look into this and research perspective, and then research how things like refraction can give that an even more pronounced bottom-up disappearance, and other atmospheric effects, then you wouldn't assume that a long distance observation, something being obstructed from the bottom, is due to the physical curve of the Earth. What Jemsy's trying to tell you is a measurement could actually tell you whether the Earth is curving, not just an assumption that something is blocked by Earth curve because you don't understand perspective or atmospheric conditions. Do you follow me? Did you understand what I said in Crypt, or do you want me to reword it simply?
Reword again.
Okay. Things can disappear from bottom up on a flat Earth.
Yes.
So the fact that we have obstruction at the bottom of long distance observation objects at a long distance observation doesn't prove that the Earth is curving. Only a measurement could do that. You'd have to measure the Earth curving, or the drop from the observer's position. There would be drop over distance.
Yeah, we also do have ships that disappear over the horizon.
Yeah, but ships can disappear over the horizon due to perspective. There's something called angular resolution, which means that there's a rate in which things converge into the horizon. And then on top of that, you have things like atmospheric refraction, and magnification can give you a convexing sort of approach, so it looks like things are completely hidden from the bottom and that the object is bigger, but actually it's just the image has been enlarged and it is further away than it's showing, or than it appears. But there's lots of reasons why things would appear to disappear from bottom up, and they would all work on it. They all work on a flat surface, and we can demonstrate that.
Yeah,
So,
first of all, the ship will start disappearing from bottom.
So what he's trying to tell you though is that you have a set of you have a certain belief based on an assertion. Someone said, okay, you're at the shore looking at the ship, right? And you see that the ship is disappearing, and you don't see the bottom of the ship, and eventually you don't see the ship anymore. And you're saying the only reason that I'm observing this phenomena happen is because the Earth is curving and the ship is disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth. That's what you're saying.
Right.
Okay. Have you considered other variables besides the one that you are asserting caused the phenomena that you're observing. Have you, like he said, angular resolution? There's also humidity in the air. When have you ever heard the weather people in the weather channel, and when they say visibility is miles, 5 miles? Have you ever heard people
Not
saying that?
really.
Today's
No, I
visibility,
haven't.
during some days you can see only so far away than a different day. There's one day you can see really far, another day you can see even further away. There might be fog, there might be rain.
Yeah, there may be fog or smog.
Yeah, exactly. So there's more than one variable that can cause you not to see something anymore, right?
Right.
Yeah, but you're saying only this variable is causing the effect, but you haven't checked other variables. So how can you come to a safe conclusion that only the variable that you believe is causing the effect that you're observing? You think that's okay to do? You actually trying to
Not really.
find the truth about something?
Not really.
Exactly. You have to check all the variables in place to come to an actual conclusion of what's actually happening. So
Just
wait,
for the
go
record,
ahead.
it's not just fog. On a clear day, you get something called turbulence. Turbulence will give you the appearance of things that are closer to the water, for example, will experience more turbulence. So you'll get more interference at the bottom of a ship at a long distance than you will at the top of a ship. So this is all helping with the bottom of a building or a ship to appear obstructed or squashed or disappearing.
And if the ship will continuously travel in one direction, it will return back from the opposite direction.
What was that? Can you repeat that though?
If the ship will continuously travel in one direction, it will return back from the opposite direction.
Hello, guys.
He's trying to make an argument about cardinal east and west, I believe.
Yeah.
Cryptic ships. You're talking about a vessel on water. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about that the ship will return from the opposite side.
So
Do you want to
he's
touch on
talking
that one,
about
Ruth?
if you go east or west, then you will make a circle because a cardinal direction is based on the compass, and the compass is based on a magnetic attractor, so the North Pole. Okay, so when you go east or west, you're
Okay.
doing a circle around a North Pole. That works on a flat Earth, my friend.
You know, Cryptic. When you are like in your house and there's
What
like
is
your
Earth?
table.
What is Earth?
That Earth is where the worms live. But just 1 second though. So, Cryptic, when you are in your house and you go to your kitchen and you have a flat round table, right? You can do a circle
Right.
around that table, and you can start in a position and do a circle around it, and then you end at the same position. You get it?
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
What about
Does that
optimism?
mean that your house is a sphere?
What happens if you go from the right side of the table to the left side and you just continue? You go off the table right. You know that.
Okay. Go ahead. 1 second. What are you trying to say? That you go on a circle, or
If you go from east to west, you will fall off if it's not a ball. You know that.
if you go east to west based on the compass directions, you're doing a circle though.
Also, the planet Earth doesn't have any boundaries.
Earth is not a planet, though.
What is a planet? Define planets.
Planets are wandering stars. Planeta. Planets. There are observable phenomena of the celestial bodies up in the sky. The Earth
Nice
is
ChatGPT.
down. Buddy, I'm in the middle of my sentence. The Earth is down, below your feet. Below terra, terrestrial, right? And planets or planetas, right? You look up to the celestial, away from the Earth. That and the planet, the wandering stars, are nothing like the Earth, and the Earth is nothing like the planetas or the planets. So to say the Earth is the same of the planets, that's a category error. Because the
But
Earth is
still,
not
there
one of
are
those things.
no boundaries.
What was that?
But still, there are no boundaries.
What do you mean by that? No boundaries. Like, what do you mean by that? Can you?
Like the edge of the land.
Oh, the edge of the land. Yeah, you go to the edge of the land will be the shore, right? You
On a larger scale.
you walk across the land and then you reach water. Then you travel across the water and then you reach land. And then when you reach the land and you travel across more land, then there is more water. That's our experience, right?
Right.
So what you're asking about right now is about the ends of the world. Asking about where is the end of it, right? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, right.
That will be for everyone in here. There will be an unknown. You know, things that you don't know, I don't know, nobody knows, an unknown. Because the issue that you're having is that you probably when you think flat Earth, right? Flat Earth. What's the image that pops in your mind? What do you see in your mind? Flat Earth. What's the image? Can you describe that for me? Describe it.
Maybe a circular or a square shaped land.
Like a disc?
Yeah.
Like a disc in space.
Yes.
That's basically like a straw man that doesn't make any sense, and that's why you're saying, kind of like you're asking about that, but that's not the Earth we live in. That image that popped up in probably a search engine and it was imprinted into your mind, and now when you think flat Earth, you think that the flat Earth is that image that you saw on the internet. That's not the Earth, though. What? Okay, no man that you know has been on an outside frame of reference looking into the Earth to tell you the shape of it, and that it looks like a disc or like a sphere.
What about then Artemis 2? They launched.
TV programming, live vision, TV programming, you know, they show you a vision of what they want you to believe.
No, people film it, private persons. People have seen it. From Florida, for example.
People have seen it? People have seen it?
Yeah. People film it.
People have seen the rockets. Yeah, rockets work in we can use rockets in reality, but the rocket cannot go into a place that doesn't exist, like outer space. That doesn't exist.
Why doesn't it exist?
So the idea that you have of outer space, when you go to outer space, right? A place that is like an infinite volume, and when you look back to the Earth looks like a sphere, right? From outer space. That will be a misrepresentation of the Earth from a place that doesn't exist. The Earth is not curving. The Earth doesn't curve. When the Earth that you're standing on right now, when you check that and you go across the waters, across the Earth, anywhere in the world, there is no curvature to be found anywhere in the world. So when someone show you an image of Earth curving, that is a misrepresentation of the Earth. Do you get it? No, maybe.
How does this prove there is no space?
Because you're breathing air, right? Air. You know the air that you're breathing. You know how you expand your lungs. You open with your muscles. You open the volume of your lungs, and the pressure around you rushes towards that volume that you're expanding, right? Your lungs. So the antecedent to gas pressure or air pressure that you're breathing is containment. Containment. So how are men breaking out of the container to go outside of reality and show you the Earth from an outside perspective, outside of reality? If there was no containment, the air will be leaving your lungs violently, and there will be no conversations happening. Because we need air to be able to speak and talk to each other, to be alive. So you live in a contained environment that is describe it as a horizontal frame of reference. Flat. People use the word flat, but that triggers people. Flat is a description of a surface, the surface of the Earth. It's an orientation, and that's mostly based on the water level water all across the world. You know how you level things in your house with water, bricks, tables. Those levels are parallel to each other all across the world. There is no curvature measuring the world, so the Earth cannot be a sphere. And then the air pressure that we have requires containment, so outer space will be an impossibility to happen without. The air that we have here and the air pressure that we have requires containment, so the outer space thing that they show you cannot be. And the images that they show you of Earth as a sphere, that has been falsified by testing the Earth. The Earth is not curving, measuring it, long distance observations. So that image that they show you of the Earth as a ball is not possible. It doesn't exist. Only in the TV though. Only on drawings, cartoons, TV. That's what the globe Earth is. But it's not the real Earth. Guys cannot hold up a conversation, huh? Are you guys still here?
So I was saying, when you say in order for air to exert pressure, right, it has to be contained, right? That's what you're saying.
Okay, so gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container.
Okay.
And we have gas pressure, or people call it air pressure. And if there wasn't containment, the gas molecule will expand, right? And there will be no pressure.
Gas molecules will expand. I mean, they
That's
will
what they
be
do.
farther
That's gas
away from
behavior,
each
right?
other.
Oh, go ahead.
So when you say expand, I mean you mean to say the gas as a whole will expand in a sense that it will spread out. The molecules will spread out. Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
That's what gas does. That's what gases do.
Okay. Then
Yeah. And then what?
okay, so you mean to say so because there is no container, that I mean, uh,
Okay,
I
remember
don't
that.
believe.
Remember. So listen, the globe, right? The globe. They tell you Earth is a globe, and there's air around that sphere, and next to that air, there is an unlimited volume. Along, outer space, like an unlimited volume that the gas will be trying to fill, right? Because that's what gas does. So the air, the pressure, will be leaving your lungs, leaving the Earth, and there will be no air for us to breathe. If
No,
that
so
was the
the
case.
air is contained because of the gravity, right? That the Earth has.
Oh,
So
gravity is a container?
it's not a container. It's a force that keeps air molecules, like
No, I don't know.
contained.
Because gravity is not a container, like you said, and it's also not a force like they describe it, right? The people that say gravity and talk about gravity, they tell you it's not. It is a force.
So you don't believe in gravity also. That's
No,
what you mean. Okay,
no,
then
I mean, whatever gravity is, and we can, because when you say gravity, do you know what you mean by that?
Yep.
Is it a thing that causes things to turn into balls or something, or what is it?
No, it doesn't cause things to turn into balls. It's a force of attraction, right? That is associated between two mass, right? The two objects that have mass. So when you see air and when you see earth, right? Both the objects have mass, right? And there will be a force that will, act between these two objects. And the fact that Earth has a lot of mass, and when you will see the formula for gravitational force between two objects, it will be a lot more on the smaller object than
Okay, so where can we find gravity in all the Gauss laws? You know the Gauss laws? Gas behavior. There's no gravity. There's no G in the Gauss laws. And now you're saying
gas
that
laws. You
gravity is
mean
governed. You're saying
the
that gravity is
Dalton's laws.
governing the gases and containing the gases around the Earth.
So if you so there is
Can you
no G.
demonstrate?
That
Can you
doesn't
actually
mean.
listen? I know you're trying to say a bunch of things. Can you show what you're saying? Can you show me a test, experiment, a demonstration in the physical and natural world that shows what you're saying?
But I'm saying, so exactly. So when you see, like when you go inside an ocean, right, you feel a pressure, right, of the water level above you, right?
Wait, ocean.
Right.
The ocean
In
is
ocean,
water. We're talking about gases. Like
yeah. So for
stay to the
gases
gases.
also, so the pressure that you feel is governed by the surface area of your head and the amount of water that is above your head, right?
Okay, talked about gas. Let's talk about gases first. We can
Yeah.
move on to water after,
So when
because
you
water is
say,
not gonna help you though.
so do you
Okay,
feel that pressure,
when you're
right?
saying gravity
For
is
the gases, let me
gravity is,
complete.
bro,
Let me complete.
please, can you post a link of a test that have been conducted so we can look at what you're saying in the physical and natural world that demonstrates that gravity, whatever that is containing the gases and causing the gases to do what you're saying.
It is so fundamental that I don't think we need an experiment, but I haven't searched for it. So because I'm not here to talk about such fundamental things, I assumed that at least you would be willing to accept that there are certain fundamental things that are in existence, and you agree about those, but I don't think you agree about even those concepts. So I don't think I will
Can you
say
be
anything else.
specific? Can you be specific when you say I do agree to certain foundations? Wait 1 second. I got a call. Someone else. Go ahead, Panja. I got a call. I'll be back.
Oh, look, it's your mama. How's it going, Joe Mama? I guess not well.
Damn, guys, I leave and everybody leaves. Should have taken care of the new people asking questions. I was busy replying to a call, but alright.
I was going to say the same to you, Gemsy. I had to do a meeting and I come back and everything had ended.
Yeah, there was some flow of new people asking questions, and I jumped from one person to the other one. And yeah, I actually wanted to try to keep some of them in here, but obviously we have real life to deal with, so I had to do that. That comes first. But it's all good. We'll check on new people after. Welcome, ZZ. You got any questions
Hey,
about
Jim.
the two? Go ahead, Big Root.
Sorry, dude. I was literally going to ask, where are you based, James? Are you in the US or elsewhere?
I'm in America.
You are. Okay.
Yeah, USA. USA. Yes, I am.
Are you one of these USA is the best country in the world types, or not so much?
That's funny. I don't
It's
believe in the propaganda. No, I don't. I mean, it
I'm
is
only
a great. I'm not.
asking.
It is a great country, and I love. I mean, I love my neighbors. I love my friends. I love Americans. Yes, great people. But about
Yeah.
the country idea and wave the flag and number one this. I mean, I'm not like that. I'm just a normal person that kind of like try to stick to the real East level stuff. I'm not kind of like fool myself into believing that nonsense.
Yeah, don't be
That
offended by my question, Jemsy. I've just spoken to quite a lot of flat earthers who are like super pro-American, pro-Trump, and things are going to work out. And just it's been surprising actually how many flat earthers are still on the bandwagon.
yeah. I think being optimistic, it's okay. And the only thing about the wars and stuff is that we've seen so much of these wars that I don't know. I don't actually see the benefit. I only see neighbors against neighbors, death and destruction. I don't see the benefit. I don't see how the justice. I can't see it. I don't see how wasting all of those resources and all those lives and all this time fighting the world fighting between each other is any benefit for anyone. Some people, hey, it is a good thing, and it's good for the economy and good for this, but that's not me.
That's politics talk. People
Yeah.
still buy into politics, say stuff like that. I've noticed. Oh, it's 3D chess. Oh, it's there's stuff going on in the background. Yeah. If the shoe fits, the shoe fits.
We have to get them, because if we don't get them, they gonna get us. We got some new people in here. Let's see. Maniac. Oh, Hater. Hider? Hider. We also have
Hater.
Maniac. Hi, Maniac. And Sky. We also have Sky.
What's up, Tam? What are you saying today? Glad to see you've stopped by to see us.
Tam.
We were just discussing, guys, how there's no actual evidence that the Earth is curving or spinning, and that we have a great story, and we have some good aesthetics and CGI, etc. We even have a model that they've put together that we live on a ball. But in reality, we don't experience any of those consequences of what a ball how a ball would manifest itself in reality.
Yeah, actually
Isn't
an
that
impulsive
strange?
ball. Actually, the globe idea, the Earth being a globe, and the way it's presented, it doesn't work in reality though, because spheres don't behave like that. Water doesn't behave like that. Gases don't behave like that. So it's like a mixture of impossibilities.
Brother,
That
can I
makes
ask a question, bro?
Yes, Solana, you can definitely ask a question. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask a question. Right. So I want to talk about this issue that is like going on, especially in my country. My question is quite simple, but it's deep at the same time. What can be done to reduce rape and other forms of sexual violence towards women?
Maybe just bomb everyone in the country, and that will fix all the issues between people. Just like bombs falling from the sky, just in every single building, right? That
Why
might fix it.
using another form of violence to address the issue?
But there will be no more raping, right? After the bombing.
You must be a Muslim.
It's
I'm
really
just
funny,
saying.
guys. Hey, Solana, before we go any further, what country are you from? Because in my country, this isn't really a problem for us.
Bangladesh.
Oh, that's the problem. That's the problem. That problem cannot be fixed, though. It cannot be fixed. Just move out of it, and then
Move
you don't
out
have
of
to
it.
worry about it.
But like the
Yeah.
problem is if I go to like Western countries, they hate me. They will say, go back to your own country. They will say something like that. But at the same time, you guys are encouraging me to leave my own country.
Oh, actually, I have a better solution. Just take over the country, be the supreme leader, and I don't know, make laws.
Bro, that
And
is a big
whoever break
risk.
it,
That is a big risk. I'm risking my life.
that's fine. I mean, well, what will be life without risk? It would be boring.
You wouldn't want to risk your life.
Why not? Bro, we have people on the moon right now. They're risking their lives.
No, it's a photo shoot, bro. It's fake.
Fake?
Yeah, it's
How do you
fake.
know?
It's quite impossible. I don't think the technology advancement has reached that level.
Are you saying that America is not the greatest on everything in the world? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's like controversial thing, bro.
But America is so great that
Yeah,
we can
it
take
used to
people to
be,
the moon.
bro. It used to be great, not anymore. China will replace it. I love China. I'm buying
Yeah, but
China,
China hasn't been to the moon. No Chinese in the moon.
bro. No moon. I'm telling you, the photo that was taken on the moon was AI generated or like Photoshop. I'm telling you, it's virtually impossible for American astronauts to reach there. It is fake,
Are you seriously questioning America's greatness?
bro. America, bro. The reason why America is respected is only because their
We've been to the
currency.
moon.
No, it's only because of their military power. That's it. Even their currency is strong because of their military power.
Yeah, if you don't like us, we bomb you.
I dare you.
They only got that military power because they went to the moon.
Well, that is conspiracy, bro. But
No,
ultimate,
I'm joking. The moon landing itself is impossible. The fact that they say they went into a low pressure area called space from our atmosphere through the Van Allen radiation belts all the way to the moon and back is actually impossible. It's illogical and goes against the laws of nature that we're aware of, including the gas laws, thermodynamic laws. It's genuinely an impossibility. But people don't realize it because they don't really think about it. They've just been told the story and it sounds good.
Okay, but like that doesn't address the issue, right? There is an ongoing issue or like a problem in my country, right? And I got into this VC because I was looking for an answer from experts like you all, right? But
Okay,
like I
I'll
got
so
tell you. I'll tell you how to fix it. You need no, I'm sorry, I cannot.
bro.
You
I
we're in
wanted to
YouTube.
I
Go ahead.
just want to point out something ridiculous. If okay, I'm going to point out something here. If you have a problem with your car, do you go to the doctor or do you go to the mechanic?
I buy another car.
No, but if you need to fix your car, do you go to a mechanic or do you go to a health doctor?
No, I call my uncle. My uncle is like really good in fixing car.
Mechanics. So he's a
Y-
mechanic, yeah?
Yes, he's a mechanic.
So your answer is mechanic, right? So why
Yeah.
do you come to the flat earthers to ask questions about Bangladeshi politics?
It's not politics. It's an ongoing
It's
issue.
politics.
It's not
I'll
politics.
tell you
Women
why.
are being
I'll tell you why
raped.
it's
Women,
politics.
women are being
Yeah,
raped. How do you
and I'll
call
tell you
that
why.
politics? Tell me, how do you
What kind
call
of
that politics?
what kind of women's rights do you have in Bangladesh?
We have no right. Women don't have no right here.
There
They
you
are
go.
raped.
So it's a political issue.
How is
Your
that political
politicians need to
issue?
start introducing your politicians need to start introducing women's rights, and you'll see things change.
The politicians are corrupt here. They don't care about their own country.
Yeah, we know.
The president of Bangladesh, he lives in Europe.
We know.
I think it's a
Even
We know.
parasite problem. I think it's parasites though.
even the president of Nigeria, he lives in Europe as well. All these corrupt countries leaders, they live in Europe.
And you know how it got so corrupt?
Tell
Because
me.
they are
Because they
globers.
Yes, because they gave us a foundation of lies where nobody knows the truth anymore and everybody's just trying to keep their job safe. That's the society we live in. Why? Because it's built on lies. Where did the lie begin? It began by teaching everybody that we live on a spinning ball in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of space, and that we evolved from a big bang through monkeys and hominids. That's the problem. If you address the core root corruption, then the rest of the corruption, I believe, would become less of an issue.
Okay, let's talk about Earth now. I'm really interested with what you just said actually. Like, what do you mean by we're being ripped off?
Because if you can convince someone to believe in absurdities, you can get them to commit atrocities. You get it?
I asked a language model. I asked a large language model about Earth, and I asked him, which one is the shape of the Earth? Is it round or flat? And he said it's round.
Round and flat are not shapes. There are aspects of a shape, but not shapes. So if the AI didn't tell you that, it's because that AI is dumb and it's
It,
probably lying to you.
it's cloud, Sonne. You don't know cloud? The best
Yeah,
AI ever.
I can see the clouds right here. But if it's the best AI and it cannot identify your question as a malformed question, just wrong. It's a
No,
dumb AI.
no, but the prompt, you have to look at the prompt. I told him that you only have to pick either flat or round. That's why he picked the round.
But listen, do you have a table in your house? Do you have a table in your house?
I have a massive table.
Okay, do you have a round table in your house?
I don't. Most of them are like rectangle.
Have you ever seen a round table?
Yep, I have couple of times.
Okay, so that table,
When I visited the what do you call it, the presidential office.
So you see, when you put a cup of water on that table, the water is flat and level. Will you agree?
Yes, I would highly agree with that.
Okay, so the table is flat, level, and round. So when you ask AI, is the Earth shape flat or round? That's a malformed question, though. So the AI should be able to identify that. Because flat and round are not mutually exclusive. Flat is not a shape. Is the surface of the table the shape of the table?
I see what you're. At the same time, you have to understand that I gave the AI instruction, right? I told him to pick one, either the flat one or the round one, regardless of like whether they are shape or not. You know, I didn't tell him to like look for flaws or like imperfections in my question, right? I only asked him for an answer, and he gave me the answer that the Earth is round.
So if I take that answer, I could say, oh, the AI is saying that the Earth is a round table.
Okay, let me just ask you this question.
Go ahead.
Are you smarter than AI? Not you're not, right?
Yes, I am. So I can tie my shoes, and I bet you the AI cannot do it.
That's not how it works.
That's a malformed question. A large language model doesn't have a mind. Yeah, it's just regurgitating articles and facts that it has been told are the facts. It's a relay for Google.
Yes,
So
that is true.
Stop trying to compare. So stop trying to act like whatever AI says is true. Whatever AI says is what the mainstream or Google wants you to know about that subject.
Okay, would you be able to like debunk the idea of Earth is round?
Yeah.
Very
Within
easily.
like within
Yeah. The
like
surface is
30
measured flat.
seconds. Within 30 seconds.
Yes. 70%
Sure.
of the surface of the Earth is water. Water is observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal reference datum. Therefore, the surface of the Earth is flat. It's a logical syllogism. Probably got about 10, 15 seconds to spare.
Might as well make a cup of tea, Jedi.
I
Well,
probably have to
for the
like
last 10.
verify what you just said because I don't have the data and I don't know the fact, right? I would need to
Exactly.
ask AI about this.
Whoa!
Dude, okay, so yeah, we're smarter than AI, but you're not, clearly, right? And you keep referring to it as a he as well, which is even more retarded. So if you want to just sell your soul to AI, right, that doesn't have eyes, it's never even seen the Earth, and
Dude,
you're
let me
asking it
tell
what
you
the
this.
Earth is when it can't even see, you are retarded, my friend.
Brother, let me tell you this. You really don't know how efficient AI is. AI gives efficiency to me. I work in finance. Usually I would do like all this like clerical jobs, right? Like Excel, computing, everything, right? But now with AI, I can do it within like minutes, like couple of minutes. It gives me efficiency and I can do a lot of things with AI.
You're not doing it, though. You're not doing it.
He is doing
Doesn't
for
make
me.
you smarter. It makes you able to use a tool to do your job until it takes the job completely from you at
No, it
some
cannot
stage,
take.
because it
Cannot
doesn't
take.
really need you, because you're dumber
You're
than
not
it.
How am I dumb? I have a finance degree. I have a like CFA level 1. I have CFA level 1. Do you know how hard it is to
You learn to memorize some things and regurgitate the information. That doesn't
What?
make you smart. Yeah, you read some textbooks, you memorized some shit, and then you learned to regurgitate it. That doesn't make you a smart person. You're in here asking AI that has never seen the Earth or tested the Earth what the Earth is, and you're referring to it as a he. You're an idiot.
Hey, watch your mouth, please. What is this hostility? Why are you being hostile?
Yeah,
It's
dumb people
frustration
annoy
of
me.
idiots.
Yeah,
Look,
frustration of idiots.
because you think
He-
AI is a mind, and you're
No,
asking
this
dumb
guy is
questions
very
like, "Are you
hostile.
smarter than AI?" That's like asking, "Are you smarter than a calculator?" A calculator has a specific computing job, right? So yeah, it's good for one thing, but a calculator can't tell you whether the variables that you're using are valid and confirmed. It will just do the math. So that's what
Bro,
AI is doing.
that guy was being hostile to me, and I
Oh,
didn't
please
like it.
don't get lost in your feelings, sir.
Yeah, if you
Bro,
want a
Did
tissue,
you
I
hear what I
could I
said?
could ship you a tissue.
look,
We can take it.
he's a
We
mod
can
as
take a
well.
little bit of back and forth, can't you, sir? You're being
No, he
challenged
thought,
on your position. Don't start acting weak.
bro,
You can
he called
defend
me
your
a
position
retard. He
without
called
being
me
weak, can't you?
idiot, bro. I don't,
Forget that.
I don't.
Forget that. You asked Jedi to prove within 15 to
He did.
debunk the globe within 15
He
seconds,
did.
and he did, and you didn't address it. You just let it wash over you like the water we were
No,
discussing.
I told him that I made a note and I would ask AI about what he right? Because I want to know
Okay, let's do it together then. So
because I have to know the
ask
data,
AI, is
right?
water
He made a
observed
claim.
flat on the dude?
No,
Trying to help you now.
he made a claim, right? He made a claim, and I have to verify all the
Yeah,
things he
I'm trying to
said.
help you verify that claim. So obviously you're not going to be thinking about it. So we're just going to be putting something into a question box for AI. So you can type, is water horizontal on the surface?
Yes, it is.
There you go. So all you need
It
to
is.
know, if water's horizontal on the surface and 70% of the surface of the earth is water, then the earth is flat.
What?
Water
So Solana,
takes up
how much?
70%.
I do understand what you said, but like I feel like this is a logical fallacy, dude. Like you're
No, it's a
overly
syllogism.
No, you're overly simplifying it.
Okay, well,
What kind
let
of
me lay it
logic is
out
that?
for you. Do please listen. I want to help. I'll lay down the framework for the syllogism for you. I'll give you two premises. Premises 2 will have subsections A, B, and C. Premise number 1, 70% of the surface of the earth is water. The Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean,
Wait, really?
etc.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
Oh, it
Premise
is?
number
I don't
2.
know.
Hold on. Shush, please. Thank you. Premise
Love.
2. A. Water is observed flat upon the surface. Premise 2B. Water is measured horizontal on the surface. Premise 2C. Water is practically used as a horizontal reference datum. When you add these together, they reach the logical conclusion that the surface of the earth is flat. Now, you might have a problem with premise 2A, B, or C. That's fine. We can go into those. But when those are demonstrated to be true, you've only got one logical conclusion. The surface of the earth is flat.
Okay. I feel like this is like elementary school logic.
No, it's a logical syllogism, dude.
No,
Whether it's
this is an
elementary, I mean,
elementary
it's
school
very
logic. You're
simple. Yeah,
overly
it's very simple.
simplifying it. You just
Yeah,
got
it's
like
very
just your
simple.
premise, and you're like making inference. You're inferring.
No, let's go through the premises. If
I
we
do
can find
understand what
fault
you
with the
said.
dude, please, I'll help you untangle it and destroy it as well. If you can find fault with my premises, then my premises are invalid and my conclusion is invalid. Right? You've got to find fault with the premises. If you can do that, you can destroy my argument. If you don't, my logical syllogism conclusion is logically valid. Right? So let's go through premise 2, A, B, and C. Water observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal reference datum. Let's go through those. Or should we just get lost in our feelings again?
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Okay. Are you asking AI?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so premise 2A. Water is observed to be horizontal on the surface. Right?
All right, let's see what he says. Let's see what he
Cool.
says.
Mm-hmm. Going to give
Look,
it a
it
name
says
in a minute, aren't
this is a misunderstanding of how gravity interacts with large-scale fluid bodies. First, horizontal versus flat. In physics, horizontal doesn't mean a straight line stretching into infinity. It means at right angles to the force of gravity, right? On a small scale like a glass of water, the surface appears flat because the curvature over those few inches is negligible. On a global
Okay.
scale, horizontal follows the curve of the Earth. Gravity pulls toward the center of the planet's mass. Therefore, water remains equidistant from that center, forming a curved surface known as a geoid.
Awesome. You can stop there. You notice I said you observe, we observe, right? So when you took your glass of water, or I took the glass of water, I hope that AI would have thought about the bathtub as well, and the pond and the lake. And because of you being small on this very big earth, to you being on a very big earth, the water looks flat at all distances that you can observe. Because remember, you have to go to space to see the Earth to be a planet, because the Earth is so big from down here that to you, the Earth looks flat. Now, am I going to end up having an argument with you, or am I going to end up having a fucking back and forth with AI? Because I demonstrated AI was wrong yesterday when it couldn't even give me the England national team starting 11 and named 3 retired players. That was fucking stupid of it, wasn't it? Now, do you
Why
want
you
to
guys so
engage your
hostile?
brain
Why
or
you guys
not?
keep using all this like profanity? I really don't like it, and I'm gonna report
Dude,
this to the mod.
please, dude, all right, for your benefit, I will cut my language down. But
No,
please,
I'm gonna
as long
report
as
you
you're
to the AI
reasonable,
with
I
the
don't have
previous
to get
guy as
fussy
well.
now, do I?
I don't want to be here
And
anymore.
please,
You guys are very
don't
hostile.
through me
You're not
either.
here to
That really
educate
will
us.
annoy me.
You're not here to educate us. You're not. You're
Dude,
here. You're
I'm here
selfish
to
now.
challenge your belief. At the moment, your belief is what AI says. So at the moment, I'm challenging what fucking AI says. Please excuse my language, but it is
No,
frustrating when I can't engage with people's brains. And I'm talking to a
no.
dumbass regurgitation machine that
All
at
right,
best
I will report you. I
regurgitates. I
told
haven't
you.
finished.
I will
Why are you
report
talking
you.
through me?
I will report you.
Dude, I'll ban you if you just talk through a moderator all of the time. Trying to assist you in your knowledge, sir, and you seem to be wanting to talk through me. I have a problem with what AI says, and I want you to address it. That would mean engaging your brain. If you don't want to engage your brain, maybe this place is the best place for you.
This is not the place for me. I will leave in, but at the
Okay,
same time,
bye.
I'm telling
Okay,
you
bye.
before I leave, let me make a
No,
closing
I
statement.
don't need your last coping statements. If here isn't a place you don't want to be, then just leave. If you want to be challenged on your belief, then you can be. It's okay. You won't get hurt.
Let me make a closing statement.
Okay.
No.
Oh my goodness, bro. You guys broke my heart.
Can you address the subject, or are you going to leave?
All
What are you
right,
going to do?
I will address the subject. I will address the
Thank you.
subject.
That's all we want.
Okay.
Thank you.
But you don't know
So,
anything about the subject. How are you going to address it?
We see
Uh-oh.
water as flat in a glass because the earth is huge and the glass is tiny. At that
okay.
scale, the curve is
Okay.
too. Let me
Okay.
speak, bro. Let me
No,
defend.
dude. I'm engaging in the conversation. I'm right here with you. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm just trying to be succinct with the conversation we have, because this is my point. It's not a glass of water. It's the ocean when we stand on the beach. Right.
Yeah.
Cool. So to us, the earth looks flat, doesn't it?
Yes.
When observed, water looks horizontal on the surface, is what I said, didn't I? So that's not just a glass of water. That's when you go to the beach and observe across the ocean. That's also when you're in an aircraft, 35,000 feet above the surface of the earth, and you look out the window on either side and you just look at how big the earth is. It looks flat also there, right?
Yes.
Good, thank you. You understand why I'm doing this? Because
Okay.
AI's answer wasn't satisfactory now, was it? And now I've had to explain my position to you. And now, obviously, because you are reasonable, you're understanding what I'm saying.
I am reasonable.
Good. And I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Please forgive my former frustration. But it's hard sometimes when I'm trying to untangle someone's brain with an AI. Look at what the AI says. Don't just believe it because it said it. Now, we can move on. So observed. Now let's talk about the measurement, right? Is water measured to be horizontal on the surface? We can ask AI that if you want to.
Yes, it is.
So water is measured to be horizontal on the surface.
Horizontal on the surface, yes.
Yes. Now horizontal is a straight line from left to right.
Yes.
All horizontal lines are parallel with the plane of the horizon. The
With what?
horizon. So if you have your glass of water and you hold it up, it will be, if you're at the beach, parallel to the horizon. The straight line left to right on the surface of the water will be parallel to the horizon. The horizon being the surface of the earth, water. You understand this, right? So we get horizontal and level from the earth. The water on the earth is horizontal, and if I hold a cup of water up, that water surface will be parallel to the surface of the earth.
Let me stop you there. Let me stop you there. Let me stop you there. But I think this is not for me. I'm just gonna leave.
Okay, dude.
You're still here though, aren't you? Do you know how to leave? Do you need some tutorial for that? Maybe you should ask AI, how do I leave the Discord channel? So
No, before I leave, I just want to tell you, DJ, that I will report you to the server mod, and I will guarantee you.
why? You're gonna tell them that you were too dumb for the conversation,
No,
so
you
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 needed a
used
tissue,
profanity on me. You
and
called
I
me
want
a
to report
retard.
him for
You
calling out
called
my
me an idiot,
stupidity and
and I have
my
all the clips.
moronic
I
behavior.
clipped you. I clipped you.
I don't give a shit. Right? You have a low IQ or you're a moron. Stay on the globe Earth side. I don't care.
Oh my God, this guy is called.
Dude,
Wow.
at this
Clip
moment,
it.
you might as well go and tell your mum. That's
No,
how weak you've just demonstrated yourself to be. Now,
this guy,
please
bro,
leave.
this guy called me a
Please leave.
retard, moron, idiot, whatever you name
Dude,
it.
go and tell your mum.
Yeah, I stand by it.
I will show you who I
Go
am.
and tell your mum.
I'm gonna leave.
You already showed us who you are, dude. We already know that. You're incapable of having any type of intellectual conversation here.
And he's gone.
Time.
Wow, what a weirdo.
Dude, did you hear what he was talking about when he first came in here? He's
No.
talking about the R, like R-A-P blah 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 word and whatnot, right? The guy's a
Oh, yeah,
degenerate
that, yeah.
moron, yeah.
He sounded like he was legitimately upset. His voice started quivering and he said he'd report us to the internet police.
I'm sick and tired of these morons that just they don't have any brain of their own at all, and they just ask AI everything. So it's starting to piss me off.
Start getting annoyed with having conversations with AI. Starting to get annoyed with people who Google everything that you bloody say, and when they reply, everything that is regurgitated from AI's point of view is just wrong. I've mentioned this over the last couple of days. I found it hilarious. My son just went on Google AI and wanted to know the England lineup that was in about half an hour's time for the England game that was last night. 3 retired players were named in that starting 11. AI is useless.
Yeah, it really is. You've got to double check everything it says. It also, it just makes up blatant lies, especially about flat Earth. I've noticed that it because all it does is it scours Reddit, and it finds some dumbass on Reddit that said something, and it claims that person's dumb statement as a fact.
Yeah.
And it will regurgitate it to you, and you're like, "Hey, that never happened." And it's like, "Oh, you got me on that one. My apologies." What?
Oh, yeah. Thank you for checking. Yeah, my maths was a little bad. Here's the corrected maths for you. Fucking hell.
Oh, it's wrong again. You got it wrong again. Second time it's wrong. It's like, oh, you're sharp. It's like but it just makes up like it was telling me. I was asking it who measured the globe Earth, and proved it's a globe, and it told me that flat earthers did that at Lake Pontchartrain on behind the curve. They went there with a laser beam and debunked the flat Earth accidentally at Lake Pontchartrain with a laser beam. I'm like, what? That never happened. Yeah, I'm like, where did you get that from? It's like, oh, you are correct. They didn't actually go to Lake Pontchartrain. They did a laser test at a different location. I'm like, what? They didn't do any laser tests in the entire documentary Behind the Curve. What are you talking about? It's like, oh, you got me on that one. Actually, yeah, it's like actually what they used was a laser/torch.
A laser/torch? What?
Yeah, I'm like, why did you write laser/torch? Why didn't you just say you're completely wrong about the laser test? It's like, oh, you got me on that one. Again, and it just kept admitting it was wrong until eventually, after about half an hour, it said it can't provide any empirical measurements for Earth curvature. But it took a whole bunch of questioning it to get it to that point. But that's why people come in here with such bad arguments. They're getting screwed over by the AI that they're consulting with before they come in here. Some of them get screwed over by the anti-flat earthers, strawmanning us, like Professor Dave and that kind of thing, and then other people get screwed over by the AI.
Both have got no empathy, so they've got no problems with lying. The AI has got no moral backbone or anything at all. Doesn't even realise that it's lying. It's just like, oh, okay. No consequences for its actions either.
I don't see whose idea it would have been to have it scour Reddit posts and then to post that as some sort of factual information.
It's just designed to be shit, dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe there is something to that. Maybe it's going to dumb people down even more.
Yep. I think we've already seen this, let's say, over the last 5 years or so, especially the last 2 or 3 for sure. The reliance, the giving over of thought to something else. I don't need to think. I'll just Google it and there's the answer. Yeah, people are becoming lazy and we're going to become stupid because of this, because we're not employing cognitive thought. Even when challenged, right? If it's too hard, people crumble really quickly, I've noticed. This reliance on AI is going to be the fucking downfall of us, I swear.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Because they're already struggling. I mean, look, this is not me being racist. This is just statistics. Okay, and I just looked it up. So according to 25-26 data, the average IQ in Bangladesh is frequently cited around 74.33, placing it 150th out of 198 countries. And then I looked up, okay, so what is the IQ that's considered intellectually disabled? And it's 70. All right, so they're just scraping over the intellectual disability threshold on average in Bangladesh. Now they're encouraging people not to even think at all with their brains, and they're just asking AI everything. So I think that number's going to drop even more. And that's dangerous. I think it's super dangerous. People should be encouraged to think more and not sell their soul out to AI. But yeah, I think Idiocracy, the movie, the documentary, is well in effect.
It's a twofold problem, right? You, the individual, gets stupider. The other problem is more reliance on authority, because you're having to ask the question to an AI or to a Google, whatever the response is, that response is from authority. So you're just, again, giving away your sovereignty, reliance on authority that's not your own. It's fucking dangerous.
It's crazy, and I think maybe it was Yoda or Indio. They were talking about how because the AI is getting its information from dumbasses on the internet, and then dumbasses are looking up that dumbass information. Eventually, it's going to get to a point where it's just circulating really, really dumb information to everyone. So it's using. So the person's too dumb to know the answer, so they have to type it into AI, and the AI is going to find someone that's equally as dumb to get the answer for the dumb person. And eventually, I think that the AI algorithm's just going to be just filled with bullshit.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, it's like, oh, how do I debunk flat Earth? And AI is like, all right, well, let me go check what someone even dumber than you thinks is the best way to debunk flat Earth.
Yeah, that's the way to say it. Yeah. I just thought another scary thing about this DJ is these people are able to vote, or will be able to vote at some point. I think there should be some kind of intelligence test before you should be able to vote in your country. You've at least got to know the fucking capital city of that country, right? Should be a set of 5 simple questions. And if you can't answer those 5 simple questions, you'll have that vote right taken away from you. No Googling.
Yep. Yeah, I've always said that. I've always said you should have to pass, even just a test on how politics works. And if you don't pass that, then you shouldn't be able to. Obviously, you shouldn't be able to vote, because most people just vote for whoever they like the look of or they like the sound of better, or whoever their family is going to vote for or whatever. They don't actually know any of the policies or anything about how the voting system works. It's just a completely useless system of just, hit this button or hit that button, and they have no idea what the buttons do. They just have to choose one. Pick your favorite color. Hit the green button. Dangerous, yeah.
This is how stupid people get into power, isn't it? Or having stupid people not knowing that they're voting for them. Because everyone's stupid. Yeah, we're going to end up in a bureaucracy, mate. Fucking hell, not wrong.
I think we're already kind of beyond it. I mean,
yeah, okay. Do you remember the Luddites? Have you heard of them?
It rings a bell, but I'm not familiar.
So the Luddite movement was around at the time of the Industrial Revolution. They went round smashing all of the technology and stuff because it was, they thought it was taken away from something about humanity and so on, giving over ourselves to machines, that type of thing. This was like over 200 years ago. I'm starting to think that there should be another type of Luddite revolution. People start smashing up AIs and stuff like that. It's the same within, I don't know if you've read any of the books of Dune or you've seen any of the films. There's the same type of thing is based upon that Luddite movement, but thinking machines was the things that were broken. So AI, if we're going to use the more modern vernacular, but thinking machines, computers, those were the things that were broken and torn out of society because they were deemed not good for man. And then within the stories of Dune, obviously man went on to evolve and so on because we didn't have the reliance on computers doing our thinking. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of everywhere. People have said these things before, but when you look at it, you can pull stories from, fiction and so on, like 1984, like I've just mentioned Dune and so on. Yeah, these things are kind of obvious.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's a good bit of history there, Jedi. I'm very aware of the Luddites, and I think most people will only know the term Luddite because it's actually used as a slur nowadays.
That's right, absolutely. Yeah, you're Luddite. Well, not these days, but at least 20 years ago. My uncle used to call me it quite a lot.
That's some very British history for you.
Mm-hmm. Very.
Yeah, I just read an article about AI and how it's lying to people and convincing them that they're right.
That's dangerous.
Oh yeah.
When you phrase it like that, that's really dangerous. Convincing stupid people they're right.
Oh yeah, and it's caused some major issues. Like the one guy thought he'd come up with some new mathematical formula and he thought he was correct and everything because the AI kept backing him up. Turns out he wasted his many hours and hours and hours on this thing. Yeah, so it can fool the people easily. It makes the fools think they're smart.
Yeah.
And even attempts to correct the AI have not done what they did. The result has not come what they thought that would happen. The AI is still causing issues.
It's all going exactly as planned, Rayleigh.
Exactly. No such thing as coincidences.
So is there any I know Crit's not here, but is there any interesting news around Artemis?
Yeah, they fixed the shitter.
I've been looking at some of the live stream footage they've been sharing. They're definitely mixing CGI in with shots of the cockpit and stuff. I don't know if anyone else has picked up on that yet.
I fucking completely forgot about it. I'll see what I can find. I watched it
A little
yesterday.
clip in the
and
side
about-
chat there. Check out the little clip in the side chat. Clip cord shared one.
Yeah, I don't know what live stream I was on. It was on YouTube, but they were showing I don't know what it was. It was some sort of big cone shaped craft. But it was clearly AI, clearly CGI. And I'm thinking, well, yeah, they probably admit it's CGI, but have they made everybody else aware of that for this part?
Yeah, I mean, it'll trick a lot of people. They'll think it's real. But if you look at this clip that I just posted, if this is some kind of compression, that's what they'll say. It's some kind of compression. But how come it only happens in the background layer? It doesn't. There's zero compression in the foreground layer where we can see the ship, and there's like a thing in the foreground covering over a part of the Earth there. It doesn't glitch at all. It's only the Earth. And not only does it glitch, it actually completely changes its position. That's kind of weird. How would the compression or whatever it is, the camera artifact, know to only, how would it only glitch out the Earth, nothing else at all? Any glitching. And we see the same thing with a lot of the ISS footage as well. It's only one layer that, if there's layers used, it seems like it's only one layer that glitches out, and everything else just doesn't at all.
How are we feeling about the new moon footage, the Earth footage?
Yeah, it's just as shit as expected.
Shit, huh?
Yeah, it's completely shit. Disappointing as usual. I mean, you know, you've got blatant glitching. I mean, look at what I just posted at 19 minutes after the hour. Why does nothing in the foreground glitch out? Only the Earth glitches out in the back. How would that work? But yeah, it's disappointing. Look, they showed a launch. Okay, that's fine. And then they just switched for a whole bunch of time to some obvious CGI view. And then they just show like basically like a single scene like this that could easily be fake. And it seems like it's layered because one layer is glitching out and the other layer is not glitching out at all. So once again, it's just something that you just have blind faith in and have no way of validating whatsoever. You're just a believer and you don't have any way of testing any of this, and you don't have any rebuttals for the actual measurements, you know, that we've done here on the Earth. And you can giggle about it all you like. But that's all factual. Everything I just said.
Yeah, let's not go back to the measurements
Yeah, let's not worry about the
now.
Earth. Let's just have space fantasies about things we can't ever test. Right? Did you know it rains diamonds on Uranus, Gunslinger? Isn't that amazing? Don't worry about testing the Earth for curvature. It's raining diamonds on Uranus right now. Isn't that cool? You know, up in space, there's hairy black holes. Isn't that amazing? Let's all fantasize about hairy black holes in space.
We get it.
But don't worry about testing the Earth. You know, we could just talk about sideways glass rain on distant exoplanets or the flat universe. Derp.
Okay, so first of all, that footage you posted, you know damn well that the footage from space glitches out all the time because of the signal
Okay, so
transfer.
why did only the Earth glitch out and the things that are covering the Earth didn't glitch out at all?
What is covering the Earth? What do you mean covering the Earth? Like the spacecraft?
Yeah, the spacecraft. It's all in the same frame.
Because the camera is mounted on the spacecraft. Spacecraft cannot glitch out
So
anywhere.
why would only why? Why would the
Because
spacecraft that's
the
covering
Earth
the
is the
Earth
only
not
thing that
glitch?
moves in that frame. The spacecraft cannot move in that frame because the camera is mounted on the spacecraft. You agree with me?
No, you can see the Earth actually completely shift position, right? Not just a little bit.
Yeah, it shifts. The Earth shifts if you just speed up the footage, you will see the Earth moving all the time.
Do you think that would be hard to fake? Do you think that this image here would be hard to fake?
Well, I haven't seen. I don't know if it would be hard to
Why don't
fake.
you?
You know,
Really?
you know what would
Okay.
be hard
Well,
to
okay.
fake?
So have you ever done any video editing in CGI software?
Not CGI, but video editing, yes. But what I wanted
Okay.
to tell you is,
I didn't mean video editing. I meant like computer
yeah,
animation.
AI, CGI shit. Yeah.
No, not
I
AI,
haven't.
CGI, and shit. Just computer animation, right? Like in
Yeah,
programs like Blender and
yeah,
that
but
kind of
you
thing.
seen the SLS rocket lift off and go to space, right?
Yeah. Rockets. So they show the rocket liftoff, and then
Mhm.
everything past that point is just all just blind faith related, and could easily be faked.
Okay, so you're saying if they didn't do that, in your opinion, the rocket just fell into some ocean, and then they
We don't
faked
know.
the
You
video,
don't. You
right?
don't get to see what happens. You don't get to see what happens to the
Yeah,
rocket.
we
So
don't
you
get to
could
see
just
what happens.
play pretendies, right? And just guess about, oh, maybe it did this, maybe it did that. You really don't know, and it could easily be fake. So it's
Well,
just
okay,
faith. So it's
okay.
just all it is, dude. This is just you having faith in NASA. You have faith in the spy agency called NASA.
Okay. So in like 10 to 20 years, when they set like some camps on the moon, right? What do you
Oh,
think
appeal to the
your
future.
excuse
So,
would be
see, that's
then?
all you've got is just appeal to the future fallacy.
No,
Oh,
no,
that's not
it's
going
not
to
appeal
fly
to
in
the
here.
future. It's
Well, they just
because
canceled. Look, dude. It's it would be very simple to fake this shitty footage. Okay, that's a fact. This is not difficult. They're not landing people on the moon. They canceled that.
they didn't cancel it. They pushed it in
Oh,
2028.
they pushed. Oh, they
Just
pushed
like
it.
they
That's what
pushed
they.
the
Dude, they've
this
been pushing
mission
it back
because of
since
the
the
hydrogen
70s.
leak.
They've been pushing it back since the 70s.
Okay. So well, they
And
already
then in
landed on the moon.
2028, when they push it back to 2032, then Gunslinger will be like, they haven't cancelled it, pushed it back 2032.
They already landed on the moon 50 years ago.
Yeah, but the only that footage looks so shitty that only people with some kind of intellectual disabilities
Come on,
think
man.
would think that
There were
looks realistic.
six missions landed on the moon. 12 people walked on the moon. All
Yeah,
of that
cool
plus.
story, dude. Keep preaching your sky faith.
You understand? You're denying like not billions but trillions of dollars worth of research that goes into
No,
this.
I'm not denying that the money exists. I'm
Yeah,
just denying
but
that.
not.
I'm just saying that you can't validate any of it. That's what I'm saying. Right? You just
Yeah,
have
but
blind faith.
I
That's what
cannot
I'm saying.
validate 99% of things humans do, and what I shouldn't believe
Really,
in.
like what? Like
Real
what?
quick,
Like I don't
DJ.
know.
Real quick, for you, do you know that scammers have scammed like over $1 trillion out of the economy? Scammers. So does that mean that if $1 trillion was scam out of scammer, does that make it not a scam because it was $1 trillion?
It's a
Because
big
you're
scam.
saying, oh, you just said that, oh, you're denying trillions of dollars that have been spent into space, whatever, right? Does that make it real because they scammed $1 trillion?
No, money is just one part of it. There's like lives of probably hundreds of
So
thousands of people.
you agree? No, right? It doesn't make it real because they scam $1 trillion, right?
No.
So, but you made that argument that you're denying $1 trillion of
I just
space
told you
nonsense.
I just told you it's only a part of it. There's like hundreds of thousands of lives, probably millions of lives that accumulated into this one mission. Yeah,
That doesn't
millions of
prove
lives,
anything.
probably.
It doesn't prove anything. And if you want to argue the moon landings, I'd start with the mainstream. There's plenty of globers who also agree that the moon landing was faked, and there are hundreds of problems that you guys can't justify.
Like what? Like what?
Well, like the
For
fact that the shadows were inconsistent, the flag
they're
was
not.
waving with
You
no
okay?
wind, there was no stars.
Hold on,
Yeah.
man.
Hello?
Hold on, man. So first of all,
Yo,
you
what's
didn't
up?
research even your stupid arguments. First of all, the flag wasn't
Me?
waving; it
Me?
was just shaking. Can somebody mute this guy, the chipmunk
Yeah,
guy?
we'll mute him. Hey, Fario, don't worry about. You know what gives it away? You know what actually gives the whole thing away?
What?
When they went from that place in outer space, right, the moon, right, they show you an image from that perspective, right, and they show you the earth and it looks like a sphere, right, that is what gives it away. You know why?
Why?
Because here on the earth, like in the realist level, when we
Can
check.
somebody mute the chipmunk guy?
Let him finish. Yeah, he's gone. Carry on,
Okay,
James.
when here on the earth, right here on earth, you, me, and everyone else alive, we can check the earth, measure the earth, and it's not a sphere. So when they show
you
you
can
an
measure the earth,
image
right?
of the earth as a sphere, that image is a misrepresentation of the earth.
Hey, yo, Jamesy, you can measure the earth, right?
We can measure it to the point that falsifies the claim of the globe. It
where
makes
are
it
the
null and falsified.
can you measure where are the edges of the Earth?
The edges is an argument from a position of unknown places, because you're arguing of the edges of the Earth as for an image that you have in your mind that was programmed into your mind. So this image that you think the flat Earth is, that was programmed into your mind, that's more propaganda that you've been believing in. Nobody's in here is arguing for a disk Earth in space. No one is arguing for that. So these edges that you see in your mind, that's not real though.
The boundaries of the Earth, whatever they may be, are
Oh, he
irrelevant
left.
to the surface area. He left. You guys are freaking.
He didn't like what you said, Jemsy.
I guess I was too mean then.
I hadn't even got onto the radiation belts. I had a whole speech prepared.
Huh. That's kind of what he wants, though, because he's memorized the excuses for all of these arguments, and he'll just say that the excuse is a debunk of the shadows or this or that. So he's gone in and say, okay, well, this is what the debunkers say, and then NASA has a rebuttal, and because NASA has an excuse or an explanation, therefore that's debunked that talking point. That's what he does.
So what do you think he would have said about the inconsistent shadow angles? What do you think the rebuttal would have been?
I mean, I'm not sure exactly what his rebuttal would have been, but I guarantee he would have had whatever the videos that
Whatever
debunk
AI
the
told him.
debunkers. Well, yeah. There's a bunch of videos where they go over and the anti-flat earthers or whatever, they say that they're debunking the debunkers when it comes to the moon landing arguments. So whatever Dave McKeegan or any of these people said as a rebuttal, he'll just regurgitate that as if it's as like completely debunked the shadow problems. I think they say something like it wouldn't have been possible to have a single light source that was that powerful to illuminate that area or something like that. It would have had to be X amount of lumens, and they didn't have that technology back then, and blah blah blah.
Sorry,
See,
failure. I
I
had to
thought
take
it
a
was.
call.
Oh, here we go. Roots, go for it. It's back.
I'm here, failures. Where's the Mexican guy? We were talking about some
Jemsy.
edges, right? We were talking about your flat Earth edges.
Oh yeah, the edges that have been programmed into your mind, and now you are looking into an image that was passed to you, but someone that doesn't know anything about the ends of the world. So you've been given an image, now you took it as some type of argument, and now you are spewing that to us. And since that image that you were programmed with doesn't make any sense, you're pushing that to other people like that's our argument.
So what is your argument? Where does our known world end?
The world that we can check and verify, the one that you can travel
Yeah.
across, operate in, build upon, that stuff doesn't work on the globe. It's not a globe. It's not on a globe. The Earth is not curving. The waters across the surface of the Earth are not curving. So when you see an image of the Earth as a sphere, that's a misrepresentation of the Earth. And when you see a disk Earth in a vacuum of space in the middle of nowhere, that image that you have, those two images of the globe Earth and the flat disk in space, that's just programming that you've been programmed with.
Where does the known world end? Where didn't we explore yet?
Yeah, that's what
Do
I
you know?
thought.
Listen, do you know everything? Do you know everything?
I know all 7 continents, but I'm asking you, does it end? Where didn't we explore? Because if we're on a flat Earth, there needs
So
to be like a point where we didn't explore, right?
why do you think that's the case? Why?
Because I think humans discovered all of Earth.
You think? Yeah, I can think that, but can you verify it? Can you
Yes, I
can
verify.
anyone you know has anyone that you know has anyone been to the ends of the world?
I know somebody who's been to Antarctica, to South Pole, geographic
Is
South
that the
Pole.
end of the world? Is Antarctica the ends of the world? Is that what it is?
Who told you end of the world? I'm not claiming end of the world, but if the world is flat, any flat object has edges, and that means it's
Flat. Listen, flat is a description and an orientation of the surface. It's not a shape. It's not an object that you have in your mind. That's not what flat is.
Are you gonna answer me or not? Where didn't we explore the Earth yet?
Are you gonna address the things that are actually arguing are being used as arguments?
I'm arguing that you on a flat Earth. Still, my first question when we started talking about this, where do you think we didn't explore? Because you're saying either you're saying that our flat Earth is like encircled by Antarctica, and then we cannot go past it because of government.
That's you imagining things. I never argue that.
Let me finish, man. I always let you finish. Come on now, boy. And
Why you putting
either you're
words in my
saying,
mouth though?
let me finish, man. Hell wrong with you, boy.
Why are you
So
saying things that I haven't said?
I'm saying either that, or you're saying we still didn't explore the all of the world. Yeah, that's
No,
what you're saying.
what about an unknown? What about I don't know the ends of the world? You don't know the ends of the world. So if you ask me about the ends of the world, can I say I don't know? Is that a valid answer?
It's a valid answer, but it makes you ignorant.
Okay. Okay, are you all knowing? You?
I'm not all knowing, but I know where
Okay, no one is here is all knowing. No one is here has been to the ends of the world. You haven't done it. So why are you asking about the ends of the world though?
ends of the world doesn't exist because Earth is a globe. Yeah, so you don't have an end. It's just a sphere. But
Earth
your
is a
flat.
globe? What was the test, the checks and balances that you did to come to that conclusion though?
You know what the test was? There
You
was
watched the TV? You watched the TV?
no. There was what did I see the other day? The other day I saw northern hemisphere sky. Yeah, and before that I was in South Africa, and the
You
sky,
saw the
stars,
sky,
and
you looked
stars
at the sky and determined the shape of the ground? How does that work?
What you mean? How does that work?
You said that you looked at the sky, that you saw the sky, and now you're attributing a shape to the ground below your feet. You were looking the wrong direction. The ground, the earth, is below your feet. The sky is up, not down, up.
You can determine a lot of things by watching in different directions from it. At the same way, we determine. You agree that? Do you think electrons exist?
Wait. I don't run away from your claim.
For
Are
me to
you
prove
claiming
something.
that you can
Yeah, you don't have
determine the shape of something by looking at something else?
Yes, of course. Do you? I'll give you an example right now. Do you think electrons?
So okay, give me the example. Go ahead.
Do you think electrons exist?
No, about the shape of the earth. Like, are you saying that if I go to a forest, are you saying that if I go to a forest and I look left, I see a tree, I look right, I see another tree, I look forward, I see one tree, then I look behind me, I see another tree, therefore I am an acorn.
You're saying can you use to look at something else to figure out the properties of completely different things?
Yeah.
And
If
now,
I see a tree, if I see trees, I'm an acorn.
and now I'm
That's your
giving
argument.
you of it. Do you think electrons exists? Yes or no? question.
That's non sequitur. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Clear example. It's a clear example.
Why are you running away from your nonsense? Why are you running away from your nonsense? Is that a tactic?
I'm just giving you an example, and you don't want to
Just
talk about it.
address. Just address and put it in a logical argument. How are you gonna determine the shape of the Earth by looking at something else that is not the Earth?
Yes, of course you can. And the same thing, we use scientific methods for like a lot of things to determine what they are by looking at their properties of their or their effects on other things. You didn't know that? For example, I'll give you an
We're talking
example.
about science now. Is that what you're gonna use to determine the shape of the Earth? Science.
Of course, science, yeah. So basically, what I'm trying to do is,
So
we all
you're saying that you check the geometry of something with science.
Of course. So now, for example, you have electron, which we all agree exists as an electron.
Walk me through how you use science, the scientific method, to determine the shape of a table.
Man, are you gonna let me finish one point that I'm saying or what?
Yes, but stick to. Don't run away to electrons or whatever. Tell me, how do you use the scientific method to measure a table? Just let's keep it simple. A table, right? A table. Tell me the scientific method that you use. Tell me what do you did exactly to determine the shape of that table using the scientific method? Go ahead.
Bro, scientific method is literally, in the simplest way, just measuring something. That's a scientific method. What is wrong with you?
Is that what the scientific method is? Measuring something? Is that what it is?
Of course, measuring is scientific method. What is wrong with you?
That's what you're arguing. You're saying that you're gonna use the scientific method to determine the shape of the Earth or determine the shape of something. That's your
Let's talk
argument.
about
Not me.
using, man, is anybody else in here willing to talk? This guy is.
So for you, are you saying that when you go to the store to buy shoes, that cool guy or cool lady that is measuring your foot, that lady is a scientist because she's measuring your foot?
Man, I don't know why I'm arguing with this motherfucker. Hey DJ, come on, man, speak with me, man.
Hold
I can't
on.
listen
Why,
to this.
Fayu? Why are you not answering the question? He's making a good
What
point
question?
here.
He's giving me his examples, like he's a unicorn or something. Acorn.
No,
What,
you're not.
what kind
You're
of
not
examples?
following. You're not following.
I'm not following
A
because he's using
measurement
weird-ass examples, man.
for you. A measurement is not a question of science. Question of
Who said
geometry.
it's a question of science? I said it's a scientific method measuring something. Who said it's a question of science? You're not following, not me, man. Anyway, I don't want to talk with this guy, man. He's a rookie here, and he don't know what he's talking about. Anyway,
No, it's
DJ.
you. It's you. It's actually you, bro.
Yeah.
Which means me. Which means me. I'm not a rookie here. I've been here. He's new here.
Yeah, but you're an intellectual rookie.
No. I'm intellectual. As far
Roots,
as
go
he's
ahead, Roots.
concerned,
I'll
I'm
mute
like,
up.
you guys are being intellectually dishonest for real. All of you guys in here,
No,
and I'm the
not at all.
holding the.
Not at all, my friend. We're being
I'm holding
empirical
the
about
gates.
our approach, right? We're measuring the Earth to be flat. We're not measuring the motion of the Earth. Now, there's a claim. You guys claim that the Earth is curving and spinning. So if we don't experience that, you think you're intelligent, then are you intelligent enough to admit that your
Do you
globe is just a
experience
belief?
a train? Would you experience a train moving at 400 kilometers per hour? Do you experience that speed when you go in a train and ride on it?
It's a false analogy, my friend. We live in an open system. We
Oh,
don't
we
live
live
in
in
a
an
train carriage. Yeah, we live in an open system and space is adjacent to our atmosphere. So I'm gonna ask the question again because you tried to sidestep it. If we're measuring the Earth flat and we're measuring no curvature, yeah, then you must admit as an intelligent person that your belief in the globe is a belief based on whatever reason, but it's a belief, right? You agree?
Yeah. I agree. If you measured it, yeah, I would agree then. But I'm saying for last 6 months I've been in here, you guys don't measure it flat.
What are you talking about? I'm sure you've been. If you've been here for the
Who,
last 6
who's
months,
talking?
Roots.
Roots,
And
you're
if you've
new
been
here,
here
huh?
for the last, if you no, you're new here. But anyway, if
I'm
you've
not
been
new
here for the
here.
last, if you've been here for the last 6 months, then you've clearly been shown observations with
Yeah,
measurements,
yeah,
right?
man. We've been going deep into observations. Me and the flared
Right.
fellers.
So why do we measure? So can you at least
You
admit
don't.
then that we're measuring the Earth empirically as a flat stationary plane? We're not measuring a curve. Do you admit that?
Of course, I don't admit it because you guys don't measure like that.
So is your claim now that we can measure drop over distance or curvature,
I'm not saying
directly
you
measure the
cannot
curve?
measure it. I'm saying it. You guys cannot read the results of your measurements properly, or
It's pretty
or
simple.
uh,
It's pretty
or
simple, my
no,
friend.
it's not pretty simple for you guys
It
because
is.
you guys misinterpret it.
How do we misinterpret an 8 inch per mile squared on a local
Yeah, yeah,
scale?
yeah,
Very
yeah.
valid.
First, okay,
So
that's
how
the
do we
first thing.
mismeasure that?
That's the first thing. That 8 inch per mile square.
Hmm.
That equation works if your eyesight is on sea level. Yeah. So first of all, if you go by that measurement alone, you're not going to get correct results for the drop over distance. Second of all your laser tests, or even the, the the Great Salt Lake test, with basically eyesight, all of that doesn't account for missing, 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 missing bodies of land in that shot. You guys just ignore it and say, "Yeah, we see it." And it's not missing anything basically, and we're correct, but you guys misinterpret that shit, and it's all been
No,
debunked
yeah, no.
for a
You're
long
gish
time.
galloping. You're gish galloping. So when it comes to
I just explained to you in
when it
full
comes to no,
how you guys fuck it up.
you're gish galloping, dude. You're gish galloping. When it comes
No.
to the local 8 inch per mile squared, right? We can calculate how much curvature, and you need to take into account the observer's height above sea level, right? Once you've done that math, you can calculate how much curvature you're supposed to be seeing from that observer's height. Okay? Don't act like we can't do simple math to figure out how much drop over distance there should be in the distance from a set position.
I'm not saying you cannot do math. I'm saying those observations you do for, let's say, the laser tests. You guys
Mhm.
disagree that the laser bends over curved surfaces, for example, across the body of water. You
Yeah,
guys
but
disagree with that.
dude, we do it just
The
above sea
military
level.
also disagrees with you.
Yeah, this is
What?
the thing, Gunslinger. If you've just made a positive claim that lasers can do a particular thing over a body of water, do you have any evidence for this?
Of course, DJ. Where is Let's in here?
It doesn't matter where Lats is right now. Do you have any evidence
Because
for
I've
it?
been in depth. How many times have I posted that video? 2, 3
You know how
videos, I
many?
think.
No,
There's 3
explain it.
videos over
Explain it. I don't care
Doesn't
what
matter.
you've done in the past, right? You don't have any
laser, the
evidence
light
that
bends
lasers
over.
that laser. No, okay, prove it. Prove it.
What do you mean prove it? You want me to post the
Prove a
video
laser
again?
beam.
I gotta go find it
Prove a
again.
laser beam. Yeah, prove a laser beam
Yeah,
is
yeah.
able
There's
to
a laser
bend.
beam curving over a curved surface of a. I think somebody put plastic or something, curved piece of
No,
plastic, and
okay, we're
then
talking about a long distance laser test over the surface of
yeah,
water
yeah,
through
yeah.
air, through the medium of air. So it would have to be that. It would have to be showing that a laser through the medium of air can bend hundreds and hundreds of feet to perfectly hit a target through the medium of
For
air.
you, you know, there's no plastic in the. I mean, the air is not
Yeah, yeah.
plastic, right? You know that, right?
Man, somebody trained this guy to bring up good arguments.
You
He's
always
just,
do this for you. You always do this when a good point's raised. I've noticed. Like, address the question, my friend. We're parallel to the water. Okay, we are not experiencing any drop over distance and physically hitting a target with a line of sight instrument called a laser. Okay, this isn't something that you can get away from when there's supposed to be, for example, over 10 miles, 66 feet of physical obstruction. You can't justify that when we're physically hitting the target and the laser is adjacent to the water.
You are physically hitting it. You know why? Because laser bends over surface and the beam of the laser is dispersed at I think at 5 kilometers, the laser beam disperses over 20 meters or something like that.
No,
That's
that's
why the
completely
light touches your
retarded. It
camera.
doesn't do that. I can prove that wrong
Of
right
course it
now.
does. What do you mean? Okay,
No, it
give me.
doesn't. All right,
Okay,
so I'm
give
going to
me.
show you. I'm going to show you an 8K image, okay,
Mhm.
through a rectilinear lens, which is a side view of a 6-mile laser, showing you that it doesn't do what you just. In fact, these lasers have collimation, right? They use collimators that stop the beam from diverging. You just made that number up. That doesn't happen. Okay,
That
so I'm
does
going to show
happen.
you. I'm
Just
going to show
Google.
you an
Just Google
8K
how
image.
much laser
No,
disperses
we
over
don't just
5
Google
kilometers.
things, bro. We don't just
What?
sell out to
That's a
Google
normal
and just
light
Google
behavior.
things.
You can check yourself.
All right, so I'm going to show you an image now of that not happening. Then what are you going to say?
It's different if you use a collimator. I didn't say that, but that's
Okay,
the thing.
we're using collimators or we're using lasers that have in the manual written down how much the beam is going to diverge over a certain distance.
Yeah, I
Right, we're
agree.
not
But
using $1. We're not using some $1 laser pointer from Amazon. Okay, these people are using
was it
high-powered
okay?
lasers
DJ,
that
calm
don't
down, calm
diverge.
down.
Dude,
I'm
bro,
saying
this is the
that
problem.
guy.
No, you don't have the evidence, and you're trying to run away from providing
I'm
the
not trying to
evidence
run
that
away. I'm
these
right
laser
here.
beams. Okay, so prove the laser beam it can bend down over
Okay, I'll
hundreds of
prove
feet
it
of
to you.
Earth
Let me just
curvature
go wash my
through the
hands.
air over water.
Rebecca.
Yeah, go wash your dirty hands, bro.
Man, I'm rubbing in some hand cream, nigga. It's blowing wind all day. Stay
Yeah,
hydrated.
go rub the chemicals off your hand.
This guy just gish gallops and avoids any intense questions.
Yep.
I think I got the video saved somewhere. Hold on, man. Hold on, mate.
You know what's funny as well? If all light is bending uniformly across the Earth, then I guess you agree that there is no measurements of curvature in any circumstance. Then is that your position?
I didn't. Hold on, man. Let me send DJ. I'm gonna send you this video of the laser bending. Yeah. Can you post it in side chat?
Mm-hmm. Is it
This
analogous?
file exceeds the
Is it
side
analogous?
limit.
Is
Man,
it showing a laser bending through the medium of air over a large body of water?
It's not over a large body of water. It's over a piece of curved medium, and
is it
and
what?
it's light bending over a curved plastic surface, while you increase the refraction over it.
Using temperature?
Using
Yo,
gas.
gunslinger, we went over this before, dude. Holy.
Why the fuck could I not send this shit? Fuck. Hold on.
What's the difficulty in sending?
Yeah, the difficulty, it's quite a large file, yeah.
So put it in the side chat.
I cannot put it in the side chat. It doesn't let me send shit. Hold on, man. I gotta crop it into videos.
Yo, gunslinger, I need me to send you this in a side chat again, bro. Look at this, dude.
What did you say, man? Your mic is shit.
Dude, I know, because I'm at work, but go look at the side chat. Remember that?
Hold on, let me just splice this video up. See, there's a new clip.
I mean, you're just shooting yourself in the foot, guessing. Let's let you
Okay,
do that.
DJ, I sent you the video. The video, man. Yeah, what about side chat, man? Oh, my boy Lads is here. She, man. Hey, listen. Uh, you when we went in depth about this video, right? Right here that I sent DJ. You sidestepped and you went running, yeah? Because we came to the bottom line, homie. And you went running. You didn't want to answer the
No,
question.
dude. You said
Yeah,
that
dude.
the laser was not obstructed by the plastic, but it was.
Okay. Let me. We're gonna go deep again, huh? Okay. So what does obstructed means? Does obstructed mean like covered fully or partially covered? Tell me.
Even partial, it's still being obstructed.
Okay. So if it actually can mean both. So if it's partially obstructed, yeah. If it's partially obstructed, how can it how can it bend over and take more space on screen if it's obstructed fully? Hmm? How can it like increase in volume if it's obstructed and like it doesn't bend still? What is your explanation?
Bro, you just see it in your own video, dude.
Which mean
Is this the stuff
I'm
that
asking you
DJ's
again.
posting in the side chat?
Yeah, right there.
Thank you, mate.
Yeah, what's this junk? This is just a junk video. It doesn't address the point at all. Okay, you're meant to show something that has a physical obstruction of hundreds of feet between the laser and the target. And then you're meant to be showing the laser beam bending over the surface to hit the target. That's not what you're showing in the video at all.
Fuck, just 1 second, man.
This
Just
is a
1 second.
letdown, dude. Just as I thought it
Man,
would be. It's a big letdown.
Yeah, dude, I told him the same thing, that the laser's not supposed to be obstructed by anything. We're just shining it straight in the air.
This is the dumbest shit, dude.
hold on, I
That's why I
didn't
pointed
crop
out
it
and
properly.
highlighted that it says obstructed at the very beginning. Remember,
There you
there's
go.
no
So
plastic surfaces in the gas that we're breathing. That's obstructing the laser.
hold on,
Remember?
man. First of all, I didn't send you the video properly. Hold on, man. There's an ending to this, yeah, because the beam is behind the surface, yeah. Beam is behind the plastic, and it still shines over it. You get it? I'll send you the other part right now.
You can see the light in the sky.
So that's what I'm telling you. The light beam you got, let's say in the FE core video, or even there, like the green laser beam video over some lake, yeah. All of those beams are highly dispersed and highly refracted over the surface, and which makes it
Yeah,
seem
but there's
so
no,
like the laser
dude,
is hitting.
there's no plastic obstructing those lasers.
No, but there's C obstructing those lasers. That's what I'm telling you. Why are you not like, you're being dishonest right now? That's what my
Okay, so
whole
You
point.
don't know how
obstructing the
lasers work.
laser?
When you shine a light over the water, yeah, over some lake, yeah, and then it bends, it curves with the water, so it hits your camera, but you're
No, it
seeing the
doesn't.
light beam. You're not seeing the light is not a straight beam like
Okay, so you
one
have to
millimeter
prove that, bro.
beam.
If you want to say that lasers are bending at the rate of Earth curve, you need to prove that, bro. Because all uses
They're
of
not
lasers
bending.
ever are
Lasers are
not.
not
We're not
bending.
using lasers with the implications of lasers being flaccid. Yeah.
What angle does the laser have to be propagated for it to follow the curvature of the Earth? Is it
Who told
perfectly
you that,
horizontal?
Jedi?
Is it
Why are
1
you listening?
degree above
Why are you
horizontal?
using
Is it
Lex?
45 degrees above horizontal? What bullshit are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, DJ, can you just send the third part of the video? Yeah.
Yeah, show the laser. I now want to see the laser curving around the surface.
Why are you making like non sequitur arguments now? Who's
That's
talking
what you
about
just said.
lasers
You
curving?
said
No,
lasers
that's
follow
what
the
Lex
curved
said.
surface. You said that.
You may
You
listen.
said
You
that,
just
right?
listen.
Shut up. You just said that.
No, I didn't say that. Let's said that. You
Hold
dumb
on, right,
motherfucker.
shush.
Let's said that.
2 seconds, shush. Did he say that the laser bends around the curvature of the Earth, or did I hear things?
Let's say the lasers
Not
bend at the
talking to
rate
you.
of curvature, Earth
Not
curvature. What are
talking.
you talking about?
Fuck me. This is why we can't converse with you. I thought I heard you say something, and I'm asking other people, not you, if they heard the same thing, and you're still talking. You're not helping the conversation, are you? Did you, or did I hear him say that? Somebody else in the room, please.
Yes, this is that lasers will follow the curvature of water.
Cool, awesome. I want to see that then. I can go back in the live stream because it's recorded and get it out, but you said that. I want to see it.
Okay, so you see the second part of the video? There's your explanation. Boy.
No, not explanation. Right, okay. I will look at this video. This better be what I've asked for.
Or what?
Well, I'm just going to berate you for not giving me what you claimed.
No, don't
This is a
berate me,
laser
bro.
pointing straight up in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And what
behind
happens?
something.
What
This is the
happens?
bat signal.
What happens? What happens if you shine like at refraction over a curved surface? What happens?
I don't know. You'd have to show me.
There you go. I just showed you in the video. Boy,
No, you didn't.
laser
You've got a laser
bends
pointing
over a
straight
curved
up.
surface.
You've got a laser. Where's the curved surface?
Curved surface is below the laser, man.
Where?
Watch the whole video again. It points to the curved surface.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, there's an arrow saying curved plastic surface, man. Anyway.
This is just junk, bro.
Oh,
Absolute junk.
Do you see where it says obstructed? I posted it again, dude. It says obstructed. When we're shining a laser over water, there's nothing obstructing that laser.
What do you mean there's
Unbelievable.
nothing obstructing it?
Yes, there's nothing obstructing the laser.
There's a arrow that says line of sight to laser emitter obstructed by curved plastic surface. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so how is this analogous to what we're doing over bodies of water? There's nothing obstructing the laser.
You just said that there. So you're saying there's nothing obstructing your laser, or what?
Yes.
Your laser and your like measurements.
Yes.
So we're saying the body of water curves around the Earth, so that obstructs your laser, just like
No,
you
it
can
doesn't. That's the thing. It doesn't obstruct the laser. We have a direct line of sight with the target when we shouldn't.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do. We see it. We target it. Maybe you should go to the fucking military. We see the object.
Military.
We target the object. There it is. Now, if we want to blow it up, we can blow it up now, being as we can see it and target it. So laser. It's a direct line of sight targeting system, and it's targeting something that shouldn't able to be targeted because the curvature of the Earth is in the way. You're giving this shit.
So why
This is
can you
ridiculous.
why can you target a camera over a curved plastic surface with a laser, but the laser emitter is obstructed by the plastic? Explain to me that.
Reflection of the laser onto the plastic, and it becomes brighter.
What? You're clearly seeing a laser beam curving downwards. You can see it from two angles.
Plastic only works on a flat Earth. Plastic doesn't work on a globe Earth, bro.
What bollocks is this?
Bro, you said it
Anybody-
yourself in your own question, bro. You said it's because the plastic is obstructing the laser, causing it to bend downwards.
Oh, there
There's
you
nothing
go. So
obstructing the laser.
Gunslinger. This was the question. Okay, is that possible in the atmosphere over a large body of water? You're unable to demonstrate that. We have footage of
but you
lasers
guys,
bending upward.
hold on.
We have plenty of footage of. Okay, but I've never seen any evidence that a laser can perfectly bend around hundreds of feet of curvature to hit a target in the atmosphere. I don't think the meteorological conditions make that possible, and you don't have any evidence that it is possible at all. Sure, you can use non-analogous methods to deviate a laser beam in a lab setting or in a home setting. Okay, when you're using things that are not analogous to the actual conditions that we have in the atmosphere. I'm challenging you to say, prove it happens in the real world. Yeah, I know you don't have that, and I know there's no evidence that it does happen. It's actually a ridiculous claim.
Ridiculous claim. You know what's the
ridiculous
proof?
claim that you don't have any evidence for.
The evidence is all those laser tests you guys have shown me. All of those bend there around the earth, yeah.
Okay,
But even the ones that have got a horizontal 3-point perspective, as in an observer being able to see the laser and the target, and the water and the laser both being parallel to each other, even those ones are curving, are they?
Oh, you said you have a measurement like that?
Where we can see the laser and the target and the laser passing over the surface and both the laser and the surface being parallel to each other, and you can see it. Oh, man.
You have that, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Sure you do.
Haven't you already been shown this? I'm sure you have. Sounds like you just disbelieve anything flat earthers say. Do you have like a predisposition to flat earth?
It's racist.
I don't have a predisposition. I just don't find any sense or logical or proof you guys have shown me.
It's not a predisposition. It's more like it's called like clown pretending. He's like a pretender clown. He's just pretending.
You calling somebody a
Or
clown?
maybe he's just as dumb. You are acting like a clown. So yeah, you're
Am
pretending
I
like a
talking
clown.
about looking at a forest and saying I'm an acorn? That's somehow scientific, yeah?
Well, you were the one saying that you looked at the sky to determine the shape of the earth. Remember that part?
Yeah.
You still don't understand that, do you?
You walked straight into that one, didn't you? It's not scientific.
Jedi, he was saying
What you mean
earlier that
what you
all
mean
you
it's
have
not
to
scientific?
all you have to do
Yeah.
is just measure something, and you're doing science.
No, I didn't. See how you guys twist
Yeah,
my
you
words?
did say that.
Just
You
like
did say that.
let's and just like this Spanish
What
guy.
did you say then? What did you say then?
You know what I did say? And I'm proving to you that you guys do this. I said measuring is a scientific method. Yeah? That's what I said.
Measuring is a scientific method.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Google it if you don't know what a scientific
No, I'm asking you. Look, dude, I'm past Googling shit. I'm asking you. Why are you laughing? I'm asking you. You said it. Why should I ask a third party about what you said?
Don't get mad, Jedi. Calm down, man.
Well, you're being a wanker then. I'm getting mad because you're acting like this.
You're being
Please don't project it upon me, sir. You're the one who's being frustrating.
You're being a nutter, man. Calm down. Calm down.
Dude, please back up what you said. Don't just throw what you said away to some arbitrary third party.
A scientific method. We all know. It's
What is
just
the
like
scientific method?
Scientific method is just like a way to gain a knowledge or like.
No, what is it?
What is a scientific method?
Yeah, specifically, 1, 2, 3. What are the steps of the method? The methodology. What are the steps of it?
The 7 steps of scientific method, man. I ain't spewing no definitions here. We all know what a scientific method is.
Okay, so you don't know.
It's a way
You're
of
using
acquiring
words and
knowledge.
terms that
That's
you don't
what I'm
know.
doing.
No, stop talking.
No, you said that.
You're
You
using
said
words
that.
and terms that you don't know.
Are you
You're
gonna
saying that
stop yapping? No
measurement
bullshit.
is a. You're saying that measurement is a scientific method. Is that your bad use of English when you use those words together in that sentence? Is that
Is
really
oh
what you
let me
wanted
ask
to
you like
say?
this. Let me ask you like this. Is measuring a
No,
way to gain
no,
knowledge?
don't ask me. I'm asking you.
Come on, Jedi, calm down, bro.
Oh, why are we
Just
talking
give
to
him a
this
handicap.
absolute wanker?
You're a nutter.
Dude, you're not answering straight fucking questions.
I'm
And
asking you,
you're laughing at
is
me.
measuring
It's gaslighting.
is measuring a way of gaining knowledge about something?
Yes, I can
Then
measure
it's a
my height.
scientific method. Then it's a
It's right.
scientific
So when
method.
you, dude, stop talking. When you say it's a scientific method, what do you think the scientific method is?
A system with which you gain knowledge.
Okay. The scientific method is very specific. It gains knowledge about very specific things. The
Yeah.
scientific method gains knowledge about what causes things to happen in the physical and natural world. Now, I will grant you, for ease of conversation, that you can use an agreed upon convention, like meters or inches or whatever, to measure something. You might even use a tool to measure this. You might even say that this could be a scientific tool, like a laser. But measuring things doesn't complete the steps of the scientific method. It, at one point, is only getting to the identity or partial identity of an object when you measure, let's say, its surface description.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's agree on that. I agree with you. It's only one part of scientific method.
Cool, awesome. So just don't get convoluted in the terms that you use. You're going to cause confusion in the people that you speak
Okay,
with here.
okay. I'm sorry if anybody got convoluted and
Is
bamboozled by my.
observation another part of the scientific method to make an observation?
Of course.
So just looking at things as well, that's scientific method too, is it?
It's a part of it, yeah. Let's not get
So
convoluted.
everyone's just doing scientific method all day, every day when they have their eyes open.
Right.
We get it.
The part.
We get it, DJ. We get it.
Dumb, isn't it?
Dude, listen. The part is not the whole. So, being
Yeah,
if you do
let's not get
one
convoluted.
step, this thing I'm trying to get through to you, being as if you do one step of the scientific method, let's say look, that doesn't mean that you've done all of the steps of the scientific method, so haven't completed the scientific investigation. You've just done one step. You must agree to this, right? To
I
fulfill
already did.
the method, you must complete the method. The method isn't step one, is it?
We already agreed on that.
Good, awesome stuff. So we won't be completing science when we just look. We won't be completing science when we just measure.
Of
At the
course, we won't be
moment,
completing it,
observation and
yeah.
measurement are probably going to be part of the observation of the identity of something. We're definitely going to want to study the identity of things if we're going to want to gain knowledge. But so far, the identity of an object isn't the completion of the scientific method unless we want to figure out the identity of the causal mechanism of a phenomena. You get this now, don't you? I don't need to repeat myself. We don't need to have this conversation ever again, do we?
Well, we agreed for now the third or fourth time. I cannot remember.
Good.
But yeah.
Awesome stuff. Good. Good.
But yeah. Live used from the Orion, and it's all blue screen. This guy put in a CGI wall behind the fucking screen, man.
Dude, we watched 14 minutes after the rocket took off, and then it switched to this gift that we're getting telling us how close we are, how far away we are from the Earth, what speed it's traveling. That's it. Do you think... Okay, I'm not going to bother.
It's gonna be fun in a few years when we get back to the moon, talking with you fellers.
Why would that be interesting?
Because I'm here. I'm interested in what your excuse will be then.
Well, you went to the moon. That doesn't invalidate the surface measurements of the Earth.
You guys are saying
It
we
doesn't
cannot get to the
logically
moon,
follow, dude.
but you guys are saying we cannot get to the moon in the first place, right?
Dude, I'm saying that the surface of the Earth is measured flat.
Okay.
Okay.
And you call me out that I don't want to talk about something. Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, the moon has got fuck all to do with the surface of the Earth.
Alright.
You think it does? You want to hold on to a story about the moon in relativeness to the surface of the Earth like it's got something to do with it. Maybe you could point out how. Tell me how going to the moon logically proves that the Earth can only be a sphere.
You can look at the Earth from the moon.
Okay, I can't. They
You
will.
can.
What will they see? What will they see?
They will see what they already see.
Which is?
The goddamn ball. The
goddamn ball.
Earth
Awesome.
tracks.
So that means, just by consequence of this claim, that if I go out and measure the surface of the Earth, I will measure that curved surface because the Earth is a ball, right?
Well, if you understand how to measure it, maybe you'll measure it curving. Yeah?
No, not if
You
I
still don't
understand. Not any poisoning of the world. Just follow the fucking logic. The logic is, if you claim that the surface of the Earth is curved, I will measure that curved surface. Logically follows.
Yeah.
So I will obviously measure that curved surface then, won't I? If it is there.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So this is the problem. And you know this. We don't measure that curvature. This is when you start getting upset.
I'm not getting upset. I told you 10 times,
Okay, cool.
even today.
So we don't observe, we don't measure, and actually we don't practically use any curvature to the Earth. We practically use the surface of the Earth as a horizontal stationary plane.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't. And I can tell you why we don't, because there's like
cool.
millions of people using a curve of the Earth for their day jobs, even. Let's
Like
not
what?
get into
Like which ones?
Like, for example, surveyor, satellite engineers, weather
Stop. No, we're not going to go
forecasters,
through a list. We're not going to go through a list.
pilots.
Surveyors.
You know, all of that stuff.
Surveyors.
All of that.
Number
So
one.
let's talk
Okay,
about.
I don't
Let's
care.
just Jedi. Just listen to this.
Dude,
Jedi,
I don't care if you got 1, 2, 3, 27 points. We're going to start with 1, and then 2, and then 3.
I'm listening.
So, do you want to get your list out? Because you said first surveyors. So, the first thing I'm going to ask is about
surveyors.
The surveyors. So, are we going to talk about that now, or do we have to listen to you for 30 seconds, ramble on about other things you don't know about?
We're been listening to you talk about 30 seconds about nothing. Let's start talking about surveyors.
Cool, awesome. Earth curve measurements, please.
You want the spherical axis that I just showed you like a few months ago again?
You went what?
Spherical axis.
Yeah, drop it in the side chat. Let's go through that. I'm not doing anything.
Oh my god, man, this shit again.
Yeah, and you know
so
how
we
it works,
have spherical axis that is measured. Yeah, you know what spherical axis is?
No, please do tell me.
Spherical axis is how do you say it in English?
I don't know. Go ahead. I'm interested too.
How is a surplus? A spherical axis is a surplus when you measure
a surplus
of triangulated surplus of angle measurements when you measure a large body of land, which is caused by the curvature of the Earth. Because on a flat Earth, you would have like If you measure with triangle a large body of land, you will have a 180 degrees in a triangle. But on a curved land, on a curved earth, you have an axis over large bodies of land. So that's called spherical axis.
So not triangles.
What?
Not triangles then, because triangles equal 180 degrees.
So what do they do to it to determine the spherical axis?
They add the measurements up and
What measurements?
deduct.
What's the first measurement that they're going to take?
I don't know what's the first measurement surveyors take. I'm telling you about spherical axis.
Yeah, so I'm just asking you if you know the basics of the process. It doesn't seem like you know the absolute basics of the process.
What of triangulation of the surveyors?
Yeah, what's step one in determining spherical axis? What would they do? Just walk us through the process from start to finish.
I just told you how do they
roughly.
get it. I told you roughly how do they get it.
You said they take measurements and they find spherical axis. How do they do that?
No, I didn't say that. Why you listen to me, man? What's wrong with you?
He did.
Yeah,
I said, you always twist my words. Hell wrong with you.
Okay. Repeat your words then. Go ahead.
I'll repeat my words again that you mix my words up.
Yeah, so just do it.
So, I said they take a lot of triangulations. They take a lot of basic measurements over a large body of land. Yeah. And then, Jedi, you done yapping in the background? And then
you just repeat what DJ says.
And they add up all of those measurements.
Okay, so how do they do the triangulation process?
Yeah, they do the triangulation, and in order to know they got the triangulation right, that it adds up to 180 degrees. So what's this excess you're talking about?
Excess, yeah. Excess. You need to do it on a fucking sphere. Yeah. In to get the measurements correctly.
So how do they know that they're on a sphere? I thought this is meant to. Yeah, so how are they doing it?
I know what you're getting at. I know what you're getting at. So basically, these measurements need to be correct. Otherwise, in a large project, let me finish, Jedi. So otherwise, in large projects, those measurements, if they are not correct, the fucking the buildings would not be able to. I'm talking. Give me a second. Yeah.
I just want to know what measurements.
What do you mean? What measurements?
What measurements?
Measurements of surveyors. The triangulations of a body of land.
Okay, so triangulations.
So how do they do that?
Yeah. Look, dude. Where are they?
You guys are asking too many questions.
No, dude. Let's be really simple. I know what right?
We're not being simple. Man, shut up for a second, yeah.
Where are they? So these 3 points on the triangle. How do they know where they fucking?
What the fuck you talking about, man?
Where do they know? 10 times. Dude, you've got 3 points on the triangle. Dude, you've got 3 points on the triangle.
Shut your mouth and let me finish.
You're going to want to know the distances between these 3 points on the triangle. These places, they're going to be locations, right? We're asking really simple things about what's being done at the moment. How do we even know where they fucking are? You're going to need a reference for that. Also, what's the process? What's the first step with the technology or the tool they're using? What tool is it? Simple shit, dude.
At 28 minutes past the hour, I posted a visual aid. Maybe Gumslang, you can tell the audience how they measured 180 degrees from that triangle. Or I guess in excess of 180. How is that triangle more than 180 degrees? Looks like it's 180 degrees to me.
This is the flat Earth analogous example of.
No, this is trying to use your globe as an analogy, using an orange.
Come on, man.
The orange is analogous to a globe.
No, it ain't. Because you're shooting that triangle over a globe. Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, well, don't you have site to site, point to point, angle to angle communication over a globe too?
Yeah, you know why? Because of satellites.
Or you're talking about spherical excess. How do you get spherical excess from this?
You can get spherical excess on that orange as well if you
Yeah, how? How? We're asking you
What
how
do you
to
mean?
do it.
What do you mean how? What do you mean how? I began
Yeah, what do
explaining
you mean by
before
spherical
Jedi started
excess?
shitting.
Where's the excess?
On a dimensional surface, a triangle's angle is always sum to 180. On a surface of a sphere, yeah, triangle interior angles sum up to over 180. It's basic geometry. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, surveyors are looking from point to point, right? They're
Yeah,
standing
and
above the
you guys,
surface.
are you guys trolling me or
Their
some shit? What
eyeballs
is
aren't
this,
like
like
being rolled
90
along the surface
IQ
of.
questions today?
It's not like they're popping their eyeballs out of their head and rolling them along a curved surface.
Jesus Christ.
Standing above, they're standing above the surface and they're looking at points of interest off in the distance. How do they get spherical excess doing that?
You know, I already told you how they do the math after they done the measurements. You don't get measurements when you measure a basic triangulation of one point to
You
the
get
other.
the math after the measurements. Yeah,
Yeah, of
that's
course, and
exactly right.
that's what
That's
all the
exactly what they
surveyors
do.
do. Of
Yeah, they
course,
can't
that's my
measure.
point from
They
the
have
beginning.
to do the math instead.
Yeah, but you know, and you know what? That the
Right, they can't measure it.
final
I agree.
so at the final result is off with the spherical axis. You know how many projects and measurements of surveyors would be incorrect. You
Oh,
understand
really?
that
How many?
Don't appeal to this. The standpoint.
you understand that
Yeah,
all of
he's
the
just making
projects
stuff
this
up.
bullshit.
you understand that all the projects that use globes
It's gonna keep
curvature
doing
into
it.
account.
Still
It's gonna
waiting
keep
for you to
doing it.
describe spherical excess from that orange.
Are you a retard, man? What kind of questions are these today?
I'm asking you to back up your claim.
I told you my claim, explained it. What's my point? What's the methodology behind it? And you're still yapping about some dumb
Yeah,
questions.
well, you're unable to describe how they were measuring anything off of it.
What the fuck?
You
Jesus
said that
Christ.
they calculate, which is absolutely true. They absolutely calculate curvature.
You need to calculate it for the result to be correct, so you can build upon something. Understand that? Go ask. Have you got any of you guys talked to any surveyors in real life?
Dude, you literally just
I
parroted
doubt it.
exactly what Yoda said, and the point just went straight past you.
It's hilarious. I know.
It even came out of your mouth, and you didn't realize what you said.
Jesse, Path of
Anyway,
Lies is
you guys done with the surveyors? Yeah. So we agree that you guys cannot answer my question. That
No,
how
we
many
agree that you have
projects?
no idea what
You
spherical
guys
excess
cannot
is.
answer one
We
point that I
agree that you
brought up.
came
You
in
guys
here
just
acting like you
sidestep
knew
like
what it was, and then when we confronted you and asked you to describe it, you're just
I
like,
described
well,
it
I'm
to
going
you
to make
perfectly.
calculations. You have
Yes, that's what.
absolutely no clue what spherical excess is. You just think it supports your point, and so you're throwing the word out there as if you can win with it, but
What
you're not
are you
because you
guys?
don't know what
Why
it
are you?
means.
What is this? You guys have gotten dumber while I
No,
was away. What is going on? We've been over this like 10 times already. Why are you bringing up old
Oh,
talking
'cause you
points
you
and
keep
saying
bringing
stupid
up
shit? What
spherical
is wrong with
excess,
you?
and I'm going to stay on this point until I'm
Okay, let's
done
stay on
because
this
I think
point.
the audience needs to
Okay,
hear just how ignorant you are on your own points
let's
that you
talk
bring
about
up
this
to
point. Let's
discuss.
talk about this point. Yeah. So, are you going to answer my questions? Do surveyors use those results with the spherical axis and globe curvature when they present architects to design a building or any project?
No, they don't.
They don't. So there you go, audience. Clap for Yoder. Surveyors don't give results with globe curvature to
Not when you're
No,
architects
not
building
when
a
they're
house.
building a building. Nope.
Not when you're building one singular
build
house. No,
projects. There you go. Good job,
dude,
bro. Good
stop
job.
talking.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
when they're
Now we're gonna
building
stop
one singular
talking. Yeah.
house.
Hi, Yoder. We're
Not
gonna stop
when they're
talking now.
building one singular house. You need to listen to what's being said before you start
Come
attacking
on, bro.
straw men that you're making up on the spot.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. What did he
So
say?
surveyors don't calculate globe curve and spherical
No,
axis
they don't
in
need
their.
it.
They don't need it, huh?
Over those short distances of one singular building.
Dumbass. Who's talking about short distances,
Oh,
boy? I'm
so
talking
please
about
be more specific then.
what you mean more specific? I just asked
What
a simple
distances?
question, and
What
this guy
distances do
told. Shut
surveyors
your mouth,
present?
Jedi. Don't defend your
Dude,
boyfriend every second.
what
First of
distances
all,
do
I asked this guy.
surveyors give their informations to the architects of
Shut your
curvature?
mouth, Jedi, and listen.
Oh,
I asked
fuck
this
off,
guy.
dude.
Do surveyors
It's like comedy
use
stand-up.
use globe curve in their results to present to architects who build projects and buildings on top of their results? And this guy said surveyors don't do that. So there you go. If there's anybody who knows a surveyor,
Yeah,
go
I've
ask
actually
them if
got
they
an
do that.
email from
So,
the civil engineers that built Lake Pontchartrain,
man,
where
shut
they
your
claimed that
mouth. What the fuck?
they didn't need to calculate curvature of the Earth because they just thought it was being baked into the construction process. Because they felt that, and they described that even if Earth is a globe, that whatever spherical excess would be spanning across the width of the bridge would be statistically insignificant and just would not have to be factored in because their building materials and methods aren't as precise to account for it. Nor should they be. I mean, bridges require flexing under dynamic loads, even static loads. And the amount of flexing and the amount of topological deformation that bridges undergo throughout the course of a year with the seasons changing is going to be much more dramatic than any claimed necessary angular tilt that people claim are being constructed out of bridges to account for Earth curvature. So I really don't know what you intend to say when you're like surveyors need to calculate Earth curvature when building a house or whatever. That's certainly not the case for bridges, at least in the one case of Pontchartrain. Certainly not in the case of a small footprint like a house, even if Earth is a globe. I'm sorry. And was it you who were saying earlier that 8 inches per mile squared isn't going to be accurate enough?
He was saying that it doesn't take any height consideration because he doesn't understand the point that was being made about the actual curvature over an X amount of distance using that formula. He thinks that that's a wrong formula because you're not taking the height into account.
Well, it's a parabola, so yeah, it actually is. And also, isn't it accurate to within 400 feet over 500 miles or something ridiculous like that?
I checked
Like
it
it's
out.
only
Yeah, but he wasn't going against that. He was just saying that you can't say that there's 66.67 feet of curvature over 10 miles because you didn't take the height of the observer into account. And yes, it is as dumb as it sounds, right? He's saying that just the raw geometry over that distance is wrong because you didn't take the height into it. Doesn't make any sense. We're not talking about an observation from a certain height. We're just saying that over X amount of distance, there's a certain amount of curvature because of the basic. And it's correct. He's just a dumbass. What's up, Jesse?
Good morning. I just was going to say that I checked 8 inches per mile squared against the geometric curve, the proper curve, out to 100 miles, and the error at 100 miles is like 1 foot.
Right.
Yeah, he wasn't even saying it's wrong. He just couldn't work out that that's just talking about the actual curvature, not based off an observer specific. Where did he go anyway? Someone kick him.
What up, brother?
What up?
8 inches per mile squared is accurate within less than 1% past the Rayleigh extinction limit. So that means everything you can see possible to be seen from the ground level, the difference is less than 1%. So anybody who tells you that you can't use 8 inches per mile squared to calculate the Earth's curvature because it's a parabola is just absolutely uneducated. So just educate them on how dumb they are. However, that elucidates a mindset of a glober. You say curvature is geometric, and they say, oh, you have to take the observer into account. How does an observer change the curvature of an object? I'll give you a hint. It don't. Any disagreements? Jesse, what math did you use to test that accuracy?
What's that?
When you were testing that accuracy, what math did you compare?
That GitHub Earth curve calculator. I'll drop a link in the side chat.
Yeah, but you could just use a circle, right? You could just take a circle of radius 3959. You could slap it into AutoCAD, and then you could put a parabola 8 inches per mile squared up against it, and then you could go across the arc until you reach 1,000 miles, and then compare the differentiation. Or you could actually have the machine tell you that. I mean, or you could do it on a piece of graph paper. There's all kinds of ways you could do it. But you know who doesn't do it? Globers who come in here and say it's not an accurate formula because it's a parabola. That's like saying you can't build a house because your tape measure is bent. No, dude, the house is still built, bro. Is it perfect? No. Is it functional? Yes. And in reality, we only care about the economy of tolerances, right? We all know there's not going to be a perfect application of anything. So to say this isn't this because it's not perfect, I mean, that's just foolishness. I mean, adults shouldn't even say stupid things like that. They should have learned that by the time they get through high school, right? It would be equivalent to me telling a glober the Earth isn't a sphere because spheres have all points on the surface equidistant to the center. And since the Earth has a mountain, it can't be a sphere. They would laugh me out of the room, wouldn't they? Rightly so. And if I wanted to be pedantic, though, I would then say, no, that is the definition of a sphere, and the Earth doesn't fit that definition. And then they would have to use a word like spheroid, sphere-like. But in the economy of tolerances, if you take the Earth's surface, it's nearly a perfect sphere. It's as good of a sphere as we can engineer with machines. for some tolerances, although we can make ones that are more smooth and more sphere-like than the Earth's alleged topography.
Yeah, the most perfect sphere we've ever made, if you expanded it to the diameter of the Earth, would have a difference between the highs and lows about 14 meters.
Yeah, so what's that? That's actually much better than the Earth. But
Yeah,
things we do call
sphere.
spheres, but things we do call spheres, and we all understand, we just call them spheres or balls, and we look at them and they look pretty bally, are like billiard balls, bowling balls minus the finger holes. You know, we look at those and we say, yep, that's a ball. Yep, that's a sphere.
Soap bubbles. I think a soap bubble might be the most accurate sphere that we can create quickly.
I got a question for Jesse, since this other homeboy said that if you don't account for spherical excess, you can't build buildings. What's the smallest building which required spherical excess to be calculated into its construction? Otherwise, everybody would die.
I don't know of spherical excess being calculated into any building. But out of curiosity, are you talking about azimuthal or zenith spherical excess?
How would I know? The guy, listen, how would I know? The guy never qualified what he was saying when he was asked because he knew nothing about it.
I wasn't there for that. I'm sorry.
He just kept chanting the word. And they said, well, how does that work? And he says, well, they do it. And then they were like, well, what do they do? And he's like, well, they do it. And they were like, well, how do they do it? And they're like, well, I already told you they do it. And if they didn't, buildings wouldn't work.
Well, so if we're talking about vertical angle spherical excess, then I would say LIGO is the only one I can think of, and possibly the testing of the tow tank.
No, dude. For the love of God, brother. You almost had me for a second. That you weren't dumb as a rock. But then you said the tow tank. And now it's confirmed you're dumb.
Well, what did I say about the tow tank?
It doesn't matter what you said about it, because I've already studied it. And the idea that any curvature is accounted for in the tow tank is retarded.
But I mean, of course, I wasn't there when they tested it and wrote up the document about
No, dude, I'm going to make it very simple for you, Jesse. So simple. The difference alleged of the apex of the arc between the ends is less than the width of a credit card. Irrelevant.
But they claimed.
And not only is it irrelevant, hold on, friend. Not only is it irrelevant, it's not even possible for them to measure. By their own admission in the conditions in which the tank is constructed, it's impossible to measure. So here's what they actually do, my friend. They build the tank. They level the tank with a water trough. They have a trough of water on the side of the canal. So there's a canal where the boat goes, and then there's a leveling trough on the side, which is used for the standard of measure. They fill that trough with water. They assume the water's level, and then they tighten the control knobs on each of the control points until a pin touches the surface of the water. They watch the pin touch the surface of the water with a scope, so they have very accurate, one more little turn, touch the water, stop. And they do that along the track. So all that they're doing is making the track parallel to the surface of the water. So the only alleged curvature is an assumption. They're not counting for curvature. They're not measuring curvature. It's not even physically possible for them to measure the curvature. Now, with LIGO, you might have an argument that could be made, but with the tow tanks, that's just a steaming pile of hot dookie.
May I respond?
Sure.
Thank you. So, yes, I'm aware that during the construction of the tow tanks, they just referenced it to level water at rest. Okay, I get that. But then sometime later, the government was like, we need to, this thing's had a lot of hours. We need to make sure it's still within spec. So they sent a team out that spent some days there testing it, and they describe how they did it differently to test it. They actually set up a little laser that clamped to the rail, and then they had another little movable differential light beam position sensor that they moved along the rail in 92-foot sections or whatever it was, and then measured the deviation of that rail from that laser beam. And again, I wasn't there. I cannot speak authoritatively on, I'm almost done, on what they did do, but they claim in their document to have accounted for Earth curve correction in their measurement from the deviation of level.
Yeah. Cool story, bro. Give me that document.
Oh, sure.
Give it
I'll
to
drop
me.
it. Let me see if I can get it in the side chat.
Dude,
yeah, listen, I promise you, just like Dodds Are Gods and Mr. Sensible, who ran the gambit with the original construction document that made the claims, this document is going to be just as stupid as the previous one.
Okay. Well, anyway, you asked the question, and I listed everything I could think of, and that was one of them. And I just put it in the side chat for you.
Keep in mind, from any variant point on the surface, it's less than the width of a credit card.
Yeah, and they discussed that.
And that is the maximum. Hold on, friend. That's the maximum deviation. That's the apex of the arc between the 2 points. So the highest deviation out of the entire surface is less than the width of a credit card. I can't remember the exact millimeters or centimeters or whatever it was, but I remember they specifically said it's less than the width of a credit card. Now, friend, see, here's where you screwed up. Okay? This is what you don't get. Accounting for the curve of the Earth doesn't work retroactively, friend. So when they designed this thing, they designed it based on the physics of water, assuming that water is level at the surface, which it must be, right? It's the only true standard you can use over a distance that far, right? That's not going to alter itself in a manner in which can't be reliable. So when they go around and they change these control points to parallel the rail to the surface of water, they're assuming that if it's parallel to the water, then it's parallel to the equilibrium of the forces. And therefore, there'd be the least amount of disruption forces on the boat. In other words, the track that's carrying the boat is going to be always parallel as much as possible to the surface of the water within a fraction of an inch. Because if the highest point of the arc is the width of a credit card, that's not the maximum differentiation that the boat will ever encounter, because the boat is constantly reorienting itself to the surface of the water. So that means at any given time, the boat, and let's say you break up the track into 100 segments, the boat is only going to experience in that 100th segment a 100th of the width of the credit card variance in the surface of the water. That's literally less than the undulations in the water caused by the boat's disruption itself, dude. That means in the economy of tolerances, it would be absolutely impossible to know if you pretending you accounted for the curvature of the Earth even mattered. And by measuring the device later on in life, the only way to set the standard for the rail would be to first to measure it against the water by adjusting it, and to then apply the laser. And so what if you actually just measured your screw up when you were dicking around with the rail? How would you know? The answer is you couldn't possibly know. But I'll review your document, and then I'll take a steaming hot pile of dookie on it. How about that? Fair?
Perfect. Yeah, it looks like the vertical tolerance was 0.005 of an inch. So even the thickness of a credit card would be a significant deviation from the specified tolerance for the vertical axis of the rail.
0.005 of an inch is way less than a credit card, Mahomes.
Exactly.
Hey, Jesse, you said that the thickness of the credit card would be, but this is less than the thickness of a credit card. So your point is not a point.
What's less than the thickness? What did I say was less than the thickness of a credit card?
You said that the thickness of the credit card will. What do you argue about the
Just let him
thickness of the
repeat it.
credit?
Let him repeat it, bro. Just
Yeah,
let
go
him
ahead.
repeat it so we're clear.
Okay, so the specified tolerance for the vertical alignment of the rail was 5/1000ths of an inch.
Hold on, brother. There's no such existence tolerance in the history of mankind, and I'll explain. You left out a variable. So, for example, if you purchase, let's say, a Starrett surface plate, it has a tolerance, but it's a tolerance over a distance. So it's not just 5/1000ths of an inch floating in the air, it's 5/1000ths of an inch over 10 inches. So every 10 inches, it has a variance of 5/1000ths of an inch. It's not just 5/1000ths of an inch. That means nothing. So how much 5/1000ths of an inch, what's it applied to?
Well, let me read the sentence. It says, B, vertical straightness. Quote, the tops of the finished rails shall lie concentric with the still water surface in the adjacent basins with a maximum variation of plus and minus 0.005 inch throughout their length. This maximum variation shall not occur within any one length of 50 feet. End of quote. This was from Saunders himself.
So per 50 feet. So 5/1000ths of an inch per 50 feet. Now, is that the alignments of the rails to each other, or is that the bent of the rail itself? Because keep in mind, these rails are constructed in separate pieces. They're put together, and they have joints.
No, it said it must be within plus or minus 5/1000ths throughout their length. The entire rail length. Anywhere, no part of the rail could deviate more than plus or minus 5/1000ths from that still water surface over the entire length of the rail.
Right. So, okay. So if that were true and the earth was curved, then that means that each of the segments of steel have to be pre-bent. So can you show me the manufacturing process where they pre-bent the steel to match an arc radius of a 3,959 mile ball?
I have not been able to find the documentation of the actual manufacturer.
And let me help you out. Let me help you out, dude. It doesn't exist. Jesse, let me help you out. Over 50 feet, what in a 50-foot arc, in a 50-foot segment of the arc of the circle of the earth at 3,959 mile radius, what would the Sagittah be? In other words, what would be the apex of the arc if you set the arc on a flat standard surface and you measured the middle from the straight line to the center? How much of that arc would be a protrusion?
You said over 50 feet
use a circle
length?
segment. Yeah, 50-foot length. What would the Sagittah be on a 50-foot length?
You want me to calculate it for you? I don't know it off the top of my head. I can calculate it.
I want you to find the answer and give it to me.
Oh, what?
However you need to find it. By the way, friends, while he's doing that, the control points of the rails are spread apart by so many feet. So they can only adjust the rail at those control points. So whatever the rail is doing in between those points can't be altered after the fact. Whatever they cast when they made the steel is now permanently stuck in the steel. You know, I think Bislins might be able to give you the math on this.
All right, so the Sagittah at for a 50-foot length would be about 179 millionths of an inch.
179 millionths?
For a 50-foot section, yes.
So we went from thousandths to millions, right?
I'm not sure where you started out, but that was my answer.
Oh my god.
No, you went from 5/1000ths of an inch. It has to be within 5/1000ths of an inch to the Sagittar would be in the millionths of an inch.
Hello, AI Overlord.
Hello.
Капец.
Or are you hot miking? Guess not. So I'm not sure why you're comparing 5/1000ths to 0.2000ths. The 5/1000ths was the specification for maximum deviation.
I'm from Russia. Что еще сказать-то?
Do they teach manners in your country?
1 second. What are you? No Russian lounge.
No, we don't. We don't know Russian.
Je sais pas. Капец.
All right, my
Buddy,
friend.
there is a conversation going on at the moment. Just go to a different channel. Thank you.
Мне страшно, Саня.
Just go to a different channel. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, everyone.
Bye.
Hello world. It's
Hello, just go to a different channel. Bye.
She did.
Good.
No, I disconnected them.
Oh.
Hopefully we'll get the hint.
I didn't want to be not polite to the Russian brother. I don't know if he's like related to Putin. I don't want to get like nuked or something.
Yeah. So if the actual Sagittar is in the millionths of the inch and they're accounting in the thousandths of an inch, then that means that the tolerance of the alleged curvature would be subsumed in their adjustments, right?
I'm not sure what you're thinking there. The 5/1000ths was the maximum deviation allowed over the entire length of the whole track. However many hundreds.
No, you said 50 feet.
No, that was something else.
Oh, dude, why don't you, dude? You got a problem answering the questions I actually ask. So I asked you a specific, and you said 5/1000ths of an inch over a 50-foot spans.
Well, no, it's a little more. The specification's a little more complicated than that. It's not allowed to be more than 5/1000ths out of level anywhere on the entire length. And
holy crap, dude! No, dude.
You know
it's
what?
Not allowed to be 5/1000ths out of parallel with the water's surface, dude.
Why don't we reconvene on this
Why
topic?
don't you read the sentence? Why don't you just read the sentence again?
Okay, but I sure don't mind revisiting this after you've had a chance to check out the whole document. It's 132 pages, but most of it's just graphs, and like the first 7 pages is all you need to read, and the rest is just like graphs and stuff. So I'll read the sentence again, but let's reconvene after you've had a chance to read it over. So this is the sentence. A. Horizontal straightness. Quote, the sides of the main rail heads shall be parallel to each other and shall lie. Oh, this. I'm sorry. That's okay. I'm sorry. B. Vertical straightness. Quote, the tops of the finished rails shall lie concentric with the still water surface in the adjacent basins with a maximum variation of plus and minus 5/1000ths of an inch throughout their length. So that would be the hundreds or thousands of meters.
Each segment.
No, it doesn't say segment. It says length of the rails. It doesn't say that the finished.
Oh my god, dude! Each rail is its own piece, dude. Each rail can only be adjusted by itself. It's clear that they're talking about each individual rail here, not the entire thing as one whole unit, dude.
Well, the metal rail section.
Did you fail reading comprehension, or did these guys fail how to write properly? Which one?
But why don't we just reconvene on this after you've had a chance to look it over?
Yeah, it sounds very similar language to the original document, and it was very clear that it was each segment because you can't adjust all of the rails in tandem. You can only adjust them local to the local water in the trough. So when you adjust the one rail, you have no device that exists except the water basin, which is holding the trough leveler, which is called water. All as you can do is at that control point, make sure you're within the tolerance of the needle touching the surface of the water. And then you have to go to all the way to the other end to do the same thing. And you have no way to compare the two ends simultaneously. It's impossible. Think about it. You're on one end of the trough. The other guy's on the other end of the trough. You start adjusting yours, and you ask the guy at the other end, "Hey, did that change yours?" Of course, it didn't change theirs. You could even dip your finger in the water real quick and then say, "Hey, did I screw your end of the rail up?" I mean, come on, dude. This is laughable. Literally laughable. Now, the only saving grace is that perhaps you have a second order to validate the level, which may or may not be effectuated by a laser. But without a straight standard, that's a second standard from the water that's continuous and can be ascertained from both points simultaneously, you'd have no way to know whether what you're doing on one end is affecting what you're doing on the other end. So you can only go to each segment at the control points and make sure they're parallel with the water. That's the only physical change you can make to the rail. You can't bend the steel. Okay? Ain't nobody going out there and sitting in the middle of a bar and bending it up while somebody else holds a miniature tape measure and says, "Oh, you got the sagittah just right, bro." Like, tell me you've never built anything in your life without telling me you've never built anything in your life, brother. You're operating on pure models and conjecture and fantasy, not practical reality. That's the problem with
Well,
globalism, my friend.
he probably has calculated himself building something. Right, Jesse?
Yeah, you see, like when I have my 8-foot level and I'm holding it in my hands and I manipulate one end, it moves the other end. But if I have 17 8-foot levels taped together with duct tape, if I move one, the one on the very, very far end doesn't spontaneously get level. That's not how reality works, brother. So I'm going to make it simple for anyone listening. All as they do, this is all they do. They assume there's curvature, and they simply, at each control point, turn a knob until the needle touches the water. And once all the knobs are turned where the needle's touching the water, they assume they now have a parallel curve to what they think is a curved water trough. That's it. That's all that happens. That's all that can happen. That's all that ever could happen. But then again, maybe you could have somebody come out like who is a water bender and they could bend the water for you, like with their magic. And that would solve the problem, maybe. So in short, the idea that they're actually engineering and effectuating a curvature rate sufficient to tolerate a 5,000th of an inch between each one to account for a sagittah at each 50-foot span, which is in the millionth of an inch, is ludicrously absurd and laughable. But I'll read the document.
Right, and you could say that they were lying, or that they made it up, how they did it, or whatever, but the question to me was, do I know of any projects, more or less, that claimed to have accounted for Earth curve, and that is one where they did claim
Yeah,
it.
fair
They
enough.
did,
But I
they
didn't. I
claimed it.
didn't say that.
They,
I
they
said.
claimed it.
I said the smallest. I do understand that. But what I actually said was, how small of a project is it required to account for the curve of the Earth, or people would die? And now I was being hyperbolic, but I also was including under the penumbra, that the effects would be catastrophic to the task, or they would be deleterious to the task. So, for example, the whole point of a tow tank is to have a boat ride on the surface of water with the least amount of resistance from extraneous forces other than the water and the hull of the boat. And so when they're doing that on the boat, if 5/1000ths of an inch adjustment of the rail is actually functionally irrelevant, then you could pretend you're accounting for the curve of the Earth all day, or you could not do it and it wouldn't matter. So it actually wouldn't matter in that situation if that were true. So what I want to know is, how small do you have to account for the curve of the Earth where it actually matters? In other words, the thing in question wouldn't work unless they accounted for the curve of the Earth. Because if it would still work and accounting for the curve of the Earth is irrelevant, then that scenario is moot. It doesn't even need to be argued. Because then the only way you prove it is with a utilitarian fallacy. So I want an example that gets beyond that failure. And the tow tanks is definitely not one of them. But like I said, I'll read your document. What was interesting is when we had Mr. Sensible bring up this, and he didn't bring up your document. He brought up the one prior. He got totally destroyed. Then Dogs Are Gods tried to gambit the same document. You know what he told me? Since I had already dealt with the document from Mr. Sensible, I recognized what he was saying, and I referred to the document. He told me, "Oh no, this is different." And I told him, "Do you know what they do? They parallel the rails to the water trough on the side." You know what he told me, Jesse? He said, "No, the water is in the center where the boat goes. So it's empty when they do the rails." I'm like, "Dude, did you even read the document? The water trough I'm speaking about is on the side of the trough where the boat goes. It's a leveling trough only used to adjust the rails. The boat doesn't go down the little tiny trough." So I'm going to trust you, Jesse, that you're actually beyond the level of Dogs Are Gods and actually read the document you want me to read. So, do I have it on your Scout's honor? You actually read this document?
I read the printed part. I didn't stare at much length over all the charts and graphs and stuff. The first seven
awesome.
or so
That means
pages.
that means there's lots of opportunity for me to find that your claim was actually nonsense. Great, I love it. So I'm definitely going to read it now.
Perfect. So you think there was separate water channels for constructing it?
Friend, it's a canal. Okay, imagine a C shape, and on one of the walls, and I think actually maybe on both walls, but one you can actually walk on, and the one I'm speaking about, one you could walk on, and the other side you had to be on a floating device to actually get the rail straight. But what they did is they have a on the walls where the rails are affixed to the cement, they have a little canal, maybe 3 inches deep and maybe an inch wide or whatever it is, but it's small. They fill that with water, and then on each control point where they can actually screw down or up to adjust the rails, they attach this little thing that has a needle, and they start cranking the screw until the needle just touches the surface of the water. And they go down and do that at every control point, and that is how they quote unquote parallel the rails to the surface of the water. That's how they do it.
Interesting. Do you have a document that you could drop that's different than the one I have? Because the one I have.
Not only do I have a document, I have the debate we had on this very topic with Mr. Sensible and the one on Dogs Are Gods, where we literally embarrassed them. It was literally embarrassing, dude. Now, keep in mind, friend, just because this tow tank from this document that we talked about had these features, there may be another one that does things differently.
Oh, maybe I've got it. Maybe this is a different tow. This is the David W. Taylor Naval Ship Research and Development Center one. But it in the document by the people that went back to test it years later, they say that at DT and SRDC, the vertical alignment of the rails was accomplished using the water surface in the basins as a datum. So it's saying they was using the water in the basins, which the basin is where the model boat would go to. So it could be a different one. This one had covered basins.
Well, look, it's not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable if you have the rails close to the basin edge to, instead of the apparatus being in a separate trough, which would allow you to adjust the rails without the basin being filled, or the canal. I use the word canal because a canal is a long, stretch of water that you can travel through. I don't. Basin doesn't really strike me as the word, but if that's the word they use, sure. But it wouldn't be unreasonable for their measurement apparatus to hang from the side of the rail and touch the actual basin water on both sides, which I think might even be a better solution, because part of the problem with the other tow tank is that they had evaporative issues in the small body of water, that to get the measurement done in an expedient manner, they had to do it before the water they fill the trough with evaporates too much, because otherwise then the water level would drop. And so by the time you make it to the end, when you touch the needle to the surface of the water, you're touching less water. So obviously it's going to be lower than the previous measurement. So I'm relatively convinced these are two separate tanks now. So that makes reading what you have to post even more interesting.
Cool. And if you don't mind dropping me the document for your tank, I would be fascinated to check it out.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up maybe in a little while, or maybe later in the day. I know we posted it a bunch of times around the time we had that interaction with Dogs Are Gods, so we definitely got it. And I'll find that audio too.
So, are there any counterexamples where a flat Earth was assumed specifically in building something that if Earth had been a globe, people would have died?
No, because every practical construction site, the scale and size, the alleged Earth curvature that would be present is irrelevant.
Fair enough.
So in other words, pretty much everything you do, you just assume the Earth is flat, just like it is. And then when you're in your couch wondering why you built a whole building assuming the Earth was flat, you're like, but it's a globe. I just know it. So in other words, you build everything as if the Earth is flat like it is, and you imagine the Earth's a globe in your mind. You imagine you're building a building on top of a globe. Relevant because it's fantasy.
Well, Jesse, everyone, if there was a globe in the vacuum of space, everybody will be dead because they wouldn't be able to breathe air, though, and they'll also will be flying off the ball, you know, because it's spinning. So yeah, everybody will be dead unless I don't know, someone was stuck on the top of it, maybe just holding to it. Because if you hold to the globe, I mean, you still need air though. So I don't know. Yeah, everybody will be dead. Jesse, sorry.
Oh, the vacuum of space and air pressure. That's where we left off yesterday. Not you and I, but
But not just that. Not just that, Jesse. If you were like, if you go to a circus and you see the animals walking on balls, right? Maybe they have dogs or cats or elephants like on top of the balls, right? On the top of the ball, maybe you have an argument, but on the sides of the ball, on the bottom of the ball, they're dead.
The bottom of the ball? What? How does that relate to Earth?
I mean, you know, because we're talking about spheres, right? We only have examples of spheres in reality. But if you're talking about a magical sphere, which wouldn't be the real spheres in reality, right? If we're gonna find some logic that is related to the realist level, and we use a ball in reality, can you balance an elephant on the side of the ball or at the bottom of the ball? Can you balance an elephant on the side of the ball, Jesse?
Oh, is the falling off the bottom of the ball or the side of the ball still an argument in 2026?
I mean, how can you even argue that that's not the case with real balls, right? Are you talking about fantasy ball then?
Well, I mean, if we're going to purport to be examining the Glober's claim of a globe ball, then it would be appropriate for us to recognize that they're claiming that down is all towards approximately the center of the ball and that there is no bottom to the ball and that you wouldn't fall off the bottom or the sides. So I'm not sure.
So you're talking about an impossible, like something that doesn't exist and it cannot exist.
Well, I mean,
or imagination, Jesse. It's funny. It's funny how your position requires imagination. It's really weird.
Well, I mean, if it's true that two masses near each other create a force that's measured as an attractive force to each other, or create what's measured as an attractive force to each other, and the Earth was a ball and did have a lot of mass, then it would make sense that.
All right, I agree with you. I agree with you. Listen, Jesse, I agree with you 1000% that your position requires imagination and hypotheticals. I agree.
Real quick, AI, we can imagine things that happen in reality, though. But what he's imagining is a stacking of impossibilities that don't happen in reality, and he's stacking all of those things that are fantasy and conjuring an impossible that he's trying to explain to us.
Yeah, Gemsy. Check it out, brother. Check this out. I read his document. Well, I started reading it. Here's how the document begins. Title, Rail Straightness Metrology. Rail straightness. Straight isn't curved, in case you didn't know that. So this document is already off to a bad start, bro.
Oh, there's no straight on a sphere, Jesse.
They did also measure right to left straightness as well. But I do recognize that they called their measurements straightness measurements for both vertical and horizontal.
So from the beginning, they tell you this is straight, and you're arguing for a ball. So basically, what I'm telling you, you're talking about an impossibility. That's what you're talking about, Jesse. So yeah.
You know, just for your information, my friend, this falling off the sides of the ball straw man is almost as silly as if Earth was flat, cats would have knocked everything off the edge argument. Just so you know.
Wait, you saying that cats pushing stuff off edges is silly? We see that in the physical and natural world. What are you talking about?
Right, and if Earth was flat, everything would have been pushed off the edge of flat Earth by cats. There would be
Dude,
wouldn't be alive.
There's a huge difference, Jesse, bro. There's a huge difference. See, when Gemsy says the only behavior of balls he knows is that if you pour water on the top, it falls off the sides. That's true. Your ball behavior is hypothetical because you don't have any demonstration of your claim, whereas Gemsy does have demonstration of his claim. And the idea of a cat pushing something off the earth is ridiculous because in order for a cat to push something off the earth, he would have to be giant. And we've never seen any giant cats. So again, it's not similar at all, dude.
But in order for a circus ball of enough mass for things to stick to it all around, it would also have to be giant. So it's a scaling error.
Right. And we've never witnessed any giant ball holding something to the side of it. So you're correct. You're in a position where you require imagination and hypotheticals. Gemsy's in a position where he can rely on the physical, natural, observable world to make his claims. So you guys aren't even in the same realm yet.
But let me give an example of
That's what I'm saying.
And I'll say this also. I've never seen a cat push anything off of the earth. I've seen a cat push things off of a table, off of things that are raised up off of the earth, but never off.
I mean, I've seen cats pushing stuff to a body of water, so off the earth to the water. I've seen that.
Jesse, a good example for your counterpoint, Jesse, would have been that would be like flat earthers saying that the earth is flat because gas pressure requires a container. But in reality, I can put gas pressure in a container and put a ball inside the container also. So that wouldn't exclude the earth from being a ball because by practical demonstrable example, I can show you a ball inside a pressurized container. See the difference, Jesse? See the difference
Maybe,
between
but
real examples and fake examples?
Just going back to the document, in the first page, it's saying straight. How can you argue that they are talking about impossibles?
because if you get past the title of the document and read the contents of the document, they claim to have compensated for Earth curve in order to translate their laser beam to a level line for referencing the rail of the toe basin. It's what they claim. I wasn't there. I don't know what they really did, but it's what
What
they
the
claim.
heck? Yeah, bro, that sounds. Listen, I could already tell this is going to be a train wreck, bro. Transferring the laser line to another line. Think about it. Transferring the laser line to another line. So if you assume lasers go straight and you have to transfer one line to the other, and curvature is the rate of change of slope over a distance that's consistent, okay? So a rate of change of slope, not just the slope, right? So they have to measure it at multiple points. So it sounds like they're just applying a model. That's what it sounds like to me. And I'll be amiss if that's not what happens. But in the economy of tolerances, I guarantee you, I could probably say with certainty now that this is going to end up being garbage. And now that you said what you just said, I'm even more convinced it's going to be garbage. But like I said, I'll read it.
Perfect. So, Gemsy, are you aware of the scaling factor error where we assume that everything scales even if we ignore things that we shouldn't ignore? In other words, we know from experimental data that the air pressure starts out around 14.7 psi at sea level and drops to around 0.07 or so at, say, 113,000 feet, right? Are we on the same page there?
Yeah, we're on the same page. 113,000 feet. You have a measurement around that altitude. Sure.
Okay. So, could you build a scale model, flat Earth, stationary flat Earth, that was, say, 10 feet in diameter? You can put a dome over it if you want. I don't care. Whatever. All it has to be is stationary and flat. But it has to be to scale. So we need to have 14.7 psi at the surface of this scale model flat Earth. But then we also need that pressure to reduce to 0.07 psi, 5 inches up or whatever scale distance for 113,000
You
feet.
can't do it. Can't
Why
be
not?
done.
Well, Earth can't be
Because
flat then.
No, it's because you can't scale the molecule.
You cut out there, I think. Can you repeat it?
If you make a scale model of a flat Earth, you didn't scale the gas. Holy crap!
Is that a
I mean,
fallacy?
yes, it's a fallacy because you're not
Okay.
scaling you're not scaling the dynamics or the physical structure of the gas itself, dude. I mean, come on now, it's amateur hour.
Okay, so how is that different than taking a ball that weighs 1 pound and expecting it to have full 9.8 meters per second squared gravity pull toward itself on all sides? Gravity, that's
Here we
also
go
not.
again, brother. Here we go again. See what Gemsy is telling you, that in reality, he doesn't see balls having water stuck to the side. He only sees that the water flows off the side. That's reality. You come along with an imagination that if a ball is giant enough, it can hold stuff to the side. So you're reversing the burden onto him of your imaginary conclusion. And that is not fair.
But can't we recognize
But
that
nothing.
gravity...
There's no nothing, bro. I don't care about if gravity would do this, it would do this. Gemsy's saying I have a practical example of my claim. You're saying I need you to agree with my hypotheticals for my claim to even be plausible. Worlds apart, my friend. You get it yet?
I don't understand why it's acceptable to
Listen,
say that...
dude. If Cthulhu was in the center of Earth, and he was using his chi to pull all the matter towards the center of the Earth, everything would fall down. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, Jesse, I could also go with the ifs, and I could say that after the 113 feet measurement that you have of gas pressure, if there is waters above and oceans above and heavens above and God is above us, right? The pressure from above 113 feet that you have the measurement, beyond that, the pressure starts increasing until it gets to the closer to the oceans above and closer to God. And yeah, I could say I could use the ifs as well. Can I? Or it's only the globes people believers that can use the ifs?
Yeah, Jamesy, you're onto a point there, my friend. Is that you're not straw manning. You're just saying this is what I observe in reality. You're agreeing with Jesse that Jesse's position is that if the Earth was a giant ball and it had gravity acting in the manner in which Jesse described, and all his ifs were true, that if all his imaginations and hypotheticals were true, that in this hypothetical example, it would hypothetically be the case. But see, Jemsy isn't talking about that with you, Jesse. Jemsy's talking about reality. So he's not straw manning your position. He agrees with you that if everything you said were true, that what you say was true would be true. Duh. But what he's saying is he knows some things that are true, and that's all he's ever witnessed. And what you're explaining to him is conjecture.
So he's agreeing then that if the globe claims were true, then what he observed is what we would expect.
Yes, in the manner in which Cthulhu, is responsible for holding the water to the surface of the earth, in the exact same manner. And do you know that in the lore of Cthulhu, it's actually described that Cthulhu draws things to himself? He draws in. He reaches out with his telepathy and he draws things toward himself. That's entirely consistent with him drawing the water to the surface of the earth. So I guess, Jesse, Cthulhu is real.
Could also argue that if the earth was flat and designed by a creator that also made a great deception, if the creator wanted to, he will make some people not capable or of comprehending his creation and just believing that they were in a spinning globe in the vacuum of space. What do you think about that one, Jesse? You will have a certain percentage of the population just believing in falsehoods as truth. And if there was not a globe, there might be some people out there trying to scam other people out of their hard-earned money and try to convince them that the Earth is a globe just to take their money. And, their efforts and their time and all that. Right? Is that valid? Since Jesse and AI are taking a break doing some productive work on their side of the world, we can check on the new people. If anybody got any questions about flat Earth, globe Earth, you're welcome to ask. We have flat earthers in the VC and globers as well. You want to direct your questions to the globers, you are also welcome to do so. Let's see. What is it? Truth?
And oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just checking on some users.
I was just saying, I was reading a little further in the document, and it says that they were going to this tow site to measure the straightness of the rails in the vertical and horizontal alignment, and also to measure flatness of the scarf joints. Very interesting. So far, all as I've heard in this document is we're going to measure straight and flat. I mean, I guess we're going to get to the curvature sometime.
This adds to my point. If the creator created the flat earth, right? And he also created a great deception, he will have people like Jesse promoting the globe, the great deception. One part of the deception. I'm not saying that is the great deception, but that might be like part of it. Because he might be just designed to be that way.
Interesting. Yeah, who's responsible for the strong delusion that comes in the end times in the biblical prophecy? Anybody know the answer? The Bible says in the end times, people will be given over to a strong delusion. Who's responsible for that?
God?
Correct. It says God will give them the strong delusion. And what's the reason that he does it?
Good question. To test them or to
Nope.
Oof.
All right, I'll quote it verbatim. Because they received not the love of the truth.
Who is they? Can you back up a couple verses and find out who they be?
I don't know, bro. You tell me.
All right, let me look it up.
First rule is never ask a question you don't know the answer to. I think it actually goes like this. Of course, you have to back up some more to get the further context, but I think it verbatim says, he gives them over to a strong delusion so that they will believe the lie. No, it doesn't. I don't think it says a lie. It says the lie, because they receive not a love of the truth. Something. It's pretty close to that.
Well, wouldn't you need agents to spread the lie?
And then in other passages it says that Satan has deceived the whole world. So that means there's a deception that the whole world is under, and it may be separate from this grand delusion line, but there's at least a claim that there's a deception that the whole world has fallen for. There's very few things that the whole world agrees upon across all demographics that's up for debate, right? So, for example, you got Hindus, you got Buddhists, you got Islam, you got Christianity, you got Judaism, you got, the list goes on and on and on of all these different metaphysical worldviews. But the majority of the people who attribute themselves to those views also believe in heliocentrism. So some could argue that heliocentrism is the grand world deception, perhaps.
Or at least it's like a foundation for, the deception, because it will root other deceptions within it.
I think I would say, just from a quick glance here, it's talking about the people who are following the Antichrist, that to whom God will be sending the strong delusion.
So if Christ, God, the creator, made his design, and then you're saying you said the Satan or the devil? No, go ahead. My bad. I lost I almost got it there, but go ahead. There you go. The brain worms. Let's just. It's the brain rot. Go ahead. Move on.
I don't have a time to do a deep dive on it right now, but the verse before says, even him whose coming is after the works of Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders. So I think that is about, I think God will send a strong delusion to those who are following the Antichrist. But I'd have to do a deep dive to be sure, but that's what I think is going on.
I would say the globe is a strong delusion.
Certainly. But remember, Jesse, I caveated it with that elsewhere, it's already stated before this event with the Antichrist occurs that Satan has already deceived the whole world.
Jesse, is there a possibility that you are spreading that delusion, that deception, when you tell people, Earth is a globe?
No, I don't see it that way at all.
I mean, you looked at the document and it says straight, flat, and you say curving globe.
Well, I also read enough to read their procedure and what they actually say. And, I get it. They didn't title it in a way that a flat earther would have wanted them to title it, but they weren't titling it for a flat earther. So it's like, the procedure they describe is really what's more important than the title they put on it. The people that they titled it for understood what they meant. Even the guy that specified the design of it originally said that the rails should be concentric to the surface of the water at rest. Well, concentric means that he believed that they were both curved.
Right, which means the goal in any application of fielding these structures is to parallel the rails with the surface of the water as the standard, correct?
Well, the word concentric is the curved
I
equivalent.
don't care about the words. I don't care about the words. Parallel is what they can actually do in reality. You understand? So if it's a curve, it's going to be a parallel curve. If it's a straight line, it's going to be a parallel straight line, right? Now, keep in mind, Jesse, I already told you, if they didn't precast the pieces of steel with curvature in them, then that means they have to curve them on site. So how long are these pieces of steel that they're bending on site, bro? Can you show me the manufacturing process for the steel where they're pre-bent? Can you show me the process for how they curve them on site? Can you show me either of those? I'm talking about physical reality, not words on a piece of paper.
And don't forget how
You
they
could
have to
talk all day.
transport them as well.
Yeah, you could talk all day about in a mathematical model, and if I use the word concentric, I'm assuming a curve. But if you didn't make a curve by forcing the metal to be curved when you made it, then if you made it straight, it's straight. And then if you get it to the site and you have straight metal, but you're supposed to be concentricizing it to curved water, then you have to bend the piece of metal on the site. Now, if you're doing either of those two things, that would have evidence that it occurred. Either they'd have a manufacturing process where the metal is going through bend rollers that bend metal, or they could cast it into some kind of form, so they could heat the metal up, make the bar, heat it up, then put it in a form that's pre-bent. And then when it cools, it'll be bent.
Yeah, a template, like a template. Yeah.
Yeah, you start to see how these processes are actually a lot harder than it seems at just reading a piece of paper. How you gonna bend a 50-foot piece of straight steel? What are you gonna bend it with a zip ties when you get to the job site to put it into the concrete? Are you gonna have a pneumatic press attached to the concrete? Where you gonna have your fat coworker sit on one end while you pull up in the middle? It's not as simple as just claiming, dude. You got to actually show the mechanisms for how they effectuate it in reality. You know what? Pieces of steel that are on railroad tracks, they just spontaneously bend in the middle of the day sometimes. And they're not even 50 feet long. Now, to be fair, they're getting solar gain, which changes their, heat profile throughout the day, which if you're indoors may not be, so dramatic.
Yeah, I think with the railway tracks, with their manufacturing processes, they are designed and manufactured not to warp. They take that all out. They remove all kinds of impurities that would weaken that steel. They even do it in a vacuum. Would you believe? Okay, there are certain materials in there that, under sustained heat, could weaken and compromise the steel itself. So they vacuum that material out during the process, and they make it level. The only time it bends is if it's bending left or right, horizontally, of course. But those things are dead level. Yeah,
That's
level.
fair, Jed. So the only thing that Jesse offered me of interest is that they used a laser to measure the rail after the implementation of the rail to the structure. But other than that, every sentence that I've ever been provided when it comes to toe tanks is all affirming language, not physicality, not reality, but language. Like, oh, well, the guy said concentric, so that means he believed it was curved. Oh, if the Earth was a globe, there would be a Sagittal. Therefore, there is one. It's like, It's all language. There's no actual proofy proof.
Yeah, I hate that assurity, the firmness of the language as it's a given, the way they speak. Yeah, I'm absolutely against that.
GNCBR Sensei, welcome to the VC, and also the new people. Welcome. If you got any questions about the topic, you can direct your questions to AI Overlord, Jesse Path of Light, or GNCBR. Go ahead.
Yeah, welcome everybody, especially those that have just arrived. Whatever questions you may have relating to the topic matter, why is it we're saying it's flat? Why are we going against all the scientists? Whatever your questions are, my colleagues and I are here to answer your questions. And thank you, Gemsy, for the warm welcome. Thanks. Hope you and your children are well. And of course, we're ready for action.
Likewise, Jin. Likewise.
Did you guys have a chat about the moon landing, or is that off topic?
Oh, that's on topic. People have been asking. There was some conversations about it earlier, and since Jesse is considering everything he's been talking about at the moment and not replying, you can bring any topics about whatever you want to talk about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but Jen, real quick. There ain't no moon landing coming up. They're allegedly going to fly around the moon and just look at it really good and then fly back.
Yeah, it's a flyby. Yeah, absolutely. That's what it is. And they're going to get that free ride. You know, when they do today, I think later on today or tomorrow your time, they're going to be doing this translunar injection coming up. Very important event. That's going to speed them up to 25,000 miles per hour. Mark 32. And they're trying to say that they won't experience any G-forces, for example. And I beg to differ on that. How can you do Mark 32 and not feel the G-forces? Must be a very slow acceleration. Very slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You know, you're doing 17,500 miles an hour already as you start to do that translunar injection. And then it fires you to 25,000 miles per hour. I mean, that's fast. I cannot. Mark 32 is not slow.
Speaking of that, they're going to have to slow down on the way back, but they're also going to have to land, supposedly. And remember when Katy Perry landed in her quote-unquote space flight and she opened the hatch? And then the guy was like, no, I was supposed to open the hatch.
That's right, yeah. What's his name? Oh, bloody hell. Bezos. Yeah, Bezos had the handle.
Bezos.
Yeah, he was meant. Yeah, but yeah, he was meant to have opened that capsule. That's right. It all went wrong. Plus, it was an almighty thud as well. When it landed, you see all that CGI smoke, you know, the dust coming off from the impact as it landed. I thought that was funny. Yeah. Very strong CGI imagery was used, I'd have to say, with the Katy Perry fiasco. Now, I just don't know how they can sustain the speeds. The mechanics behind all that, just totally violating nature's laws.
Well, it all has to do with an object in motion stays in motion, supposedly. So once you accelerate to a certain speed, unless you're slowed down, you're going to maintain that speed, supposedly.
Right, yeah. But yet NASA says that when they shut down the thrusters, they slow down. And I thought, hello, what's slowing them down?
What?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, their only claim, I guess, would be is they're not far enough away from the Earth yet, so they're going to get slowed down by the pool of Cthulhu at the center.
Okay, right, yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, by the way, Jen, earlier, in case you didn't know, we proved that Cthulhu causes gravity. And if you don't know who Cthulhu is, he's an elder god in the Eldritch universe, and he draws things to himself. Like he has this telepathic call into the universe that attracts things to him. And so clearly, if Cthulhu attracts stuff to himself and he's at the center of the Earth, that must be the cause of gravity. So we have proven the cause of gravity.
So Cthulhu is in the center of the Earth then. Wow. Amazing. Who knew?
Well,
Who knew that?
Listen. If he was in the center of the Earth, he wouldn't be in your backyard. He's not in your backyard. Therefore, he's at the center.
Nuts. It gets dumber and dumber, this thing.
That nonsense makes a lot of nonsense. Yes, I get it.
Now, we do have a competition between us, the Cthulhu gravitons, and the Kirby gravitons, because there's a counter theory that Kirby is in the center of the Earth, constantly sucking inwards the cosmic ether, and that cosmic ether drag forces everything to the ground, because Kirby, the little cute NES character, is in the center of the Earth, sucking real hard.
That actually makes more sense than the globe nonsense.
So then, what does the moon have? Because the moon supposedly has 1/6 of Earth's supposed gravity. So what's in the moon then? No mention of that, eh? A baby Kabubi, or whatever you call him.
Cheese, of course, cheese. We know that because of Wallace and Gromit.
Listen, have you ever watched the sci-fi classic, The Fifth Element?
And I've never seen it.
With Bruce Willis.
I've watched that one so many times, and I always quote the most important quote in that movie: "The big bada boom, the big bada boom."
Big bada boom.
Oh, I thought it was Lilu Multipass.
That's number 2 in my list. That's number 2.
Right, but in that movie, it goes through this whole thing, and then at the end, the big bad evil entity is coming, and he finally figures out that the girl who he's been guarding is the actual fifth element that has to be put in the temple. He puts her there. All the energy gets into her body. She opens her mouth, and this big blast of energy comes out and shoots the evil entity, and you see him like calcify into a moon, just like the moon we already have, which proves, since it's on video, that the moon is a giant evil cosmic entity, much like Cthulhu.
I gotta kind of like correct you. She's not the fifth element. She's a bridge where once love gets to that bridge, then
okay.
will be the fifth
Love
element.
is it. Love is the fifth element. Okay. Right. So then the reason why the moon has gravity is because of love. I rest my case.
Yes, it's God's love.
Now, in the spirit of talking about things that are fantasy and fiction, how about we let Jesse talk about giant balls holding water to him?
Jesse, make your best argument for the globe. I really would like to get it.
No, you didn't, dude. What you were supposed to say is, Jesse, yeah, go ahead and make your best argument for giant wet balls. Sorry, I'm being a little crass.
Yeah, it's a family show. It's a family show. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? Flat Earth shuts down moon landing, going to the moon, moon flyby in this case. That's it, isn't it? Because the Earth is indeed flat and non-rotating, you don't have a moon flyby. 10 days of it, not possible. What are they circumnavigating? You see? Oh yeah, they're making a record. It's the furthest any toilet has gone from the Earth's surface, by the way. That will be the record if they achieve it. NASA happened to mention that. The furthest any toilet has ever gone into space. Oh,
Whoever designed that toilet has never built any toilets on the Earth.
Yeah. No, yeah, exactly. That's very true. And this time round, I'll give them 7 out of 10. No, 5 out of 10 for at least changing the shape of the hose that they urinate into. Okay, they finally made it slightly more curvaceous around the edge to follow the form of the woman's body. They've done that. So actually, when it connects to the woman's body, there's a better seal. Because prior to that, it was flat on top and like just like a funnel, but flat on the top. So no curve, nothing. And then you have the female would have female astronaut has to aim. It's wrong. Yeah, this time round, slightly curvaceous. I did scrutinize that particular area yesterday.
The female has to aim while urinating.
Urinating, yeah, because she has to hold that funnel as close as she can to her body. The point is, it's not flush. It's not curved.
I actually gonna put myself on out there, but I've seen some a woman doing that in real life, and it doesn't work well.
No, it doesn't, exactly, because of the speed, the rate at which it comes out. And if you don't, that's a splash everywhere. one mistake, you've got it all over the place, and then you're going to overcorrect. Oh, so now your hands are all wet, and now it's all flying in the toilet there in the spacecraft, especially in the ISS, because that's what I'm really talking about here. It was a nasty mess, and then they replaced that $19 million toilet in 2020 or was it 2019 for a 23 million, and then the funnel design was even worse than the original one. So now on the Orion capsule, their toilet, which is smaller than the ISS, right? But the actual funnel itself, the top of it now is more curvaceous for the woman, so that they can actually put it on, fit us. It's still going to be a mess. Still got to, but they can get it closer and actually follow the curvature of the body, so to speak.
Hey, good job, NASA. You went from 1 out of 10 to 3 out of 10. Good job.
Yeah. It's still a hygiene nightmare, though. The other thing is, the toilet is now a cubicle, so they can actually shut the door. So if you do have any nasty accidents, it will be kept within that space until you clean up. So you don't open the door and all the urine floats out into the main compartment where the astronauts are.
Sounds good. Let's check on the new
That would
people
make
again.
that would make
Oh, go ahead.
that would make a good short film. Because you remember the movie Gravity, where supposedly like Sandra Bullock's spacecraft got hit with space debris, and then there was this crisis. Well, they could make this short film, like an indie film, about the Artemis mission, and somebody does like a massive Taco Bell in the bathroom, and they lock them in there, and they say, "We're not letting you out till you clean it all up," and then they go crazy in there. And it's kind of like that movie Event Horizon, where once you see the ugliness, you just lose your mind.
Yeah. You can't unsee it ever again. Exactly. You see,
Yeah, so like for example, check this out, Jen. Is there like a moratorium on going to fast food restaurants like 2 weeks up to the mission? Because like you shouldn't be allowed to eat any fast food for at
That's
least 2
right. They were
weeks
talking
before you
about
go
that.
into this environment.
Right. Yeah. You've got to. Yeah, that there should be. I would imagine there would be, because you're going to be eating the stuff that they're going to give you, which is generally in pouches. But I think they might be using knife and fork. That's something they highlighted, that they're going to show us what they're eating, and they're going to monitor the calories and everything else. They said that today. So I'm going to be looking out for that. What are they actually consuming? Because the meal has got a little bit more sophisticated, where you can actually use your knife and fork, even chopsticks, for the Japanese astronauts. So yeah, because you can't be going to McDonald's and, like you said, Taco Bell. Yeah, because that would be very, very dangerous, gastronomical, pun intended. A gastronomical catastrophe could be later mission. They're going to dump the urine into space. So a few times a day, they say they dump out the urine. They vector that away. Okay, that's it. They vent that away into space. All right. And then the number 2 is kept in a tank underneath. Remember, that's 10 days.
Hey, so what you're saying is there's a non-zero chance that one of the astronauts gets sucked out, just like in the movie Aliens?
Yeah, there's no chance of them getting sucked out there. That would be catastrophic, because it would mean that the whole toilet would be gone with it. You couldn't get in that hole; it's too small. So it'd be you, the toilet, and the construction part of it all gone, and then that's the end of everybody.
Oh, dude, didn't you watch Aliens Resurrection? Where
No, I didn't actually. No.
Just check it out, brother. I'll explain it to you. So Ripley is facing the alien, and I think what she does is she scratches herself or something, or scratches the other thing, because they have acid for blood. And she
Okay.
takes the acid and she splashes it on the window, and it eats through the window and creates a small hole, which sucks the alien up to the hole. And then the alien slowly gets sucked in until finally only the thing is left in his head, and then his head gets crushed and sucked out this tiny hole.
Wow.
And we've been shown that extreme, like this is what would happen if you were in space. You just get sucked out, even through a small hole.
Wow.
But guess what, friend? Guess what? There's an oil rig worker who actually was like a submersible worker, and he got sucked through a small hole on Earth because there was a pressure difference. Literally got sucked right into a hole, dude.
A human
completely
body.
Crushed him. Yeah, crushed him, mutilate him, sucked him right in.
No, I didn't think that could happen. No, surely not. Wow.
Dude, a girl in an airplane, when one of the windows broke, she was sucked to the window and died. Now, she didn't get sucked out the window, but there was so much pressure on her organs that it crushed her and killed her.
In the thing that they went from pressurized submergible area, that they were like diving into that area, and someone pulled the lever and opened the other side, and then like 3 of them were sucked. I think it was like 3 or 4 of them got sucked into the other chamber, right? And there's a description of what they found after they were doing the investigation, checking on the guys, whatever. They described that one of the guys was. It says on the document, you can probably find it. It says that his penis was vaginalized. It was weird terms that they were using, but imagine like when you turn a sock. Imagine you turn a sock the other way. So his body was turned up, like in out, inside out. Yeah.
Whoa, can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't ask what happened to that fat lady that sat on a vacuum toilet on a cruise.
Wow.
She made a good
Terrible.
seal, and the vacuum had pulled her intestines out.
Oh, you see?
Right. But then,
wow, that killed her.
They told you that there was a hole in the space station, and the guy stopped it with his thumb, and his thumb was perfectly fine afterwards.
Yeah. And then
and then you got that other guy who tested the spacesuit, right, in the vacuum chamber, and he said, "My tongue's boiling, get me out of here." But then they say, "Oh no, this guy just stopped the hole up with his thumb, just totally safe."
Yeah, and then they ended up patching that with a bit of tape. That's what they used, tape, for that hole, by the way.
Yeah, and then they published a picture. Yeah, and then they published a picture which was supposed to be the hole, and it turned out to be an album cover from like 30 years ago, or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because that hole, that riveted hole that came from like a drill, was exactly the same as that album cover. Exactly the same. More gaslighting.
Remember that interview from that YouTuber with the guy, the space guy, and they were talking about the little circular rubber bands.
Yes,
that are supposed to be holding the pressure. I think.
Yeah,
the seal,
the rubber seal. Yeah, and his reaction when they told him they were using it on the ISS. When they told him they were using that seal on the ISS, is it the Hoopala, whatever it's called, right? He was so surprised because that wasn't its intended use, he said. Do you remember?
Yeah.
His reaction was one of surprise because that wasn't what it was designed to do, that rubber seal, by the way. And then according to an expert who spoke about rubber seals and actuators and things like that, he said that rubber seal would have outgassed a long time ago and they'd have to be regularly replacing it. This is a rubber seals expert speaking to Mark Sargent. He said that the seals would need to be replaced regularly. Go ahead.
Because I saw a guy like building like a vacuum chamber here on Earth, and this stuff was like he had to put like plates and like like it was like a super strong build, and he never mentioned this round little rubber things like in the ISS, and his chamber wasn't as as low pressure as the vacuum of space or whatever.
Yeah, I think the guy's name is something Demos, who was working at MIT. He's a Greek, right? And he showed us a vacuum chamber, like it looked like a fire hydrant, but a small one, solid. And they didn't have rubber seals; they had to have metal gaskets.
Yeah, metal gasket one after the other one. It was like
Yeah.
it wasn't just like a simple thing. It was like
yeah, and several bolts all the way around to keep it in. He said every time we do an experiment, and what they were doing was they were putting in, those films that you buy for your camera, roll of film. Yeah, the whole film was put into the chamber, and you could see the smoke, the off-gassing smoke coming just off the canister, the little canister itself. Yeah, and he said when they finished the test, it took them hours to clean that all out. Clean all that off-gassing material outside of that, and the gasket had to be replaced. Metal gaskets they were using because they were pulling it down to 10 to the minus 7 torr, which is the most they could achieve with that small vacuum chamber. But it looked like a solid fire hydrant kind of construction, and it was tiny. It wasn't a big thing, right?
we might be talking about the same one possibly, because I will probably describe it as you said, like a fire hydrant size.
Yeah, construction looking thing, all silver. It was a silver thing, and he showed us the metal gaskets that they have to replace. So each time they do a test, they have to replace that gasket because 10 to the minus 7 torr to pull it down. Any kind of defect in the gasket at all, they can't achieve 10 to the minus 7 torr.
They couldn't achieve it at all.
No, if we don't replace the air, not with rubber. You cannot do it with rubber, he said. That was something Demos, his name was. He was a Greek guy working with the Apollo detectives, and they were talking about trying to stop looking at the off-gassing phenomena, right? And then they happened to mention the Ohio State vacuum chamber, which is 10 to the minus 6, big, massive building, massive concretes, and that could only achieve 10 to the minus 6 after several days of pumping out all that material. Takes a long time to achieve that 10 to the minus 6. So they were working on
the concrete wall.
Sorry. Yeah.
Did you mention the concrete walls? Because within the concrete walls, I think there's like a layer of metal. Like, within the walls, it wasn't just the concrete. There was like a metal sheet.
Yeah, that's the outside. Yeah, the concrete's on the outside of the chamber itself, because they don't, obviously when they're pulling 10 to the minus 6, that large scale of a building, they don't want it to implode, do they? They don't want it to implode. So obviously they're going to have those 8 feet thick concrete walls all the way around to ensure the integrity of that vacuum chamber. Otherwise it would implode. Yeah. But it's interesting to watch, because vacuum is dangerous. No doubt about it. Ooh. So to hear a woman's guts being sucked out, well, she must have died. Must have died.
No, she survived.
Did she? Wow.
Yeah.
Lucky.
Caused some damage, but she survived.
Oh, wow. That sounds awful.
She got a good payday?
Yeah, probably repaid after that.
Yeah, that was a design flaw on the company. Obviously, they didn't design it for people like her to use.
Yeah, they shouldn't be able to flush a vacuum toilet if you have weight on the seat.
Oh, terrible, yeah. I've often said it, that the call of nature could end your life in vacuum chambers and space and all that, because that's where you're in. That's got to be airtight when you're in the vacuum of space. And another thing, how they're getting all that air supply for 10 days? What's supplying all their air? 10
Isn't
days,
that a
remember?
song or a band? Air Supply?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. How are they getting air supply for 4 astronauts for 10
What, with their
days?
MP3 player? With their MP3 player, what else?
Yeah, Air Supply, right? Is that a band?
Yeah, yeah. Airwave is another band as well. Air Supply
I
is a
see.
band. Yeah, yeah.
So they just turn on the radio. Air Supply.
You guys, it's simpler than that. They have a chamber which manufactures oxygen. It's very simple. So what you do? It's very simple. I'll explain it, dude. I know you guys aren't as scientifically minded as me, so I'll dumb it down. So what you do is you have this chamber which connects to the air system inside. And what you do is you on a piece of paper, you write out the equation and the chemical process for how to make oxygen, then you fold it up, and then you put it inside the chamber and shut the door.
Oh, you just write the calculations down.
Yeah, it's on a piece of
Hey,
paper.
but see, you got to write it out as a math equation because math is reality.
Right.
That
Now I
that
get it.
adds up. Yeah, that adds up to the globe logical nonsense. Yep.
Yeah, that's red rhetoric. Math is reality. Ah, that's what he meant. I see. Right, I gotcha. Yeah, Red's rhetoric said that, like what, 10 years ago, thereabouts. On a Jeranism show.
When I heard that the first time, him saying that, I wasn't very deep into the topic yet. I was kind of like browsing around it, and I heard him saying that, and I was like, "Math is reality." But
Yeah. He was attacking Jeren, you see, saying that Jeren wasn't very good at maths and that, and he was saying that maths is reality, and Jeren was obviously saying the opposite to that. That maths is not always reality, and then you have the quotes from Nikola Tesla stating that we are to beware of the scientists and mathematicians who are moving from one formula to the next to the point where these formulas have no relationship to reality. There we are. So, you know.
Red Rhetoric, he used to argue like from his high horse, kind of like
very
ending
arrogant.
place, very arrogant, mocking. Yeah, I was only able to just listen to him for a little bit. I don't like that kind of like.
Yeah, no, he was just a bullshitter. Basically, excuse the French. He was just lying. Basically, he was good. He was a good liar for the Globers, but bad really in overall because he wasn't telling the truth.
Well, an agent of deception. We were talking about how in scriptures it said that God will send a deception, a great deception. So maybe he's an agent of deception.
Yeah. Then the other problem with this is, yeah, exactly. The other deception is drinking water for 4 people, 10 days, and you've got to have liquid to flush that loo out as well. Where's all that liquid
Are you
coming
questioning all the logistics of the
mission?
Moon mission?
No, bro, no. It's a composting toilet. Problem solved.
Yeah, for 10 days, 4 people.
Yeah, they'll save all their poop, so when they go to Mars, they can plant potatoes in the Martian soil.
Yeah, and they can vacuum dry that. It's going to be vacuum
I was gonna say, just put everything in bags and then use it for something else.
Well, you know what? It's funny you say that. Guess what they're saying? That they were going to be putting urine bags on the walls of the spacecraft in order to protect from the radiation, cosmic ray particles, etc. So their urine is going to go into bags, and they're going to pin the bags on the wall. NASA did offer it up as a solution. Imagine that. Can you imagine that? Oh, the
How many
stench that would
tons
be.
of water are they going to pee out?
Yeah, exactly. How much? And then you got to replenish that as you lose it in deep space now.
astronaut number 1 telling astronaut number 2, hurry up and do number 1 and number 2 so we can protect ourselves from cosmic radiation.
Yeah, we're not producing this shield enough, because that was going to be part of the shielding on the inside, having these bags of poo and piss just hanging off the wall. Now how you're going to attach them? What NASA talking about? Really silly stuff.
Dude, with nails. You just got to make sure you don't hit the part with the liquid in there.
With nails. Yeah, I see your carpentry skills coming out here. Tap, tap, tap. Yeah. Yeah. Awful idea. Awful idea.
What are the chances that they did this in April Fool's Day? I mean, they call it April Fool's Day, but that's just another mocking thing that they use
It's
to
part of the
distract.
gaslighting, isn't it? It's part of the gaslighting. That's the whole point. They chose that day deliberately. A lot of April Fools out there looking up yet again.
So the fools are looking for something else besides what they should be looking at, because that's like kind of people say that that's like the beginning of the new year, in a sense.
Right.
And people came to that conclusion based on the movement of the luminaries, like clockwork. So people should be looking at that and say, yeah, this is the beginning of the new year. Whatever we're gonna do now, yeah. But people are looking at the TV and looking at the whatever outer space idea fantasy being fooled in April's Fool's Day, which is not actually Fool's Day. It's just that people believe it is Fool's Day by being fools.
By being foolish.
I don't know. I heard from whatever AI I asked that they were calling people who denied the calendar change fools. So people who still were insisting that April was the beginning of the year were called fools systematically. So in other words, they made this change, and then everybody's like, no, April actually is the first of the year. And so to get that flushed out of the system of the community, they just said, oh, we'll just mock everyone who thinks April is the first of the year.
Yeah.
We'll call them all idiots.
That adds up, yes.
Yeah. Also in Britain, I'm not sure if it's in the United States as well, but isn't April the beginning of the financial year? Apparently.
Yeah. So
that's
if you guys ever watch, if you guys ever watched old propaganda videos, it'd be like, did you know some people still think April is the first of the year? What morons! Do your part, good citizen. Make sure you tell them how stupid they are.
Yeah. April Fools. Okay.
Sounds like part of the Great Deception to me.
Yeah. Jemsy, do you think you could be in a space rocket going to the moon for 10 days? In nothingness. Because that's what it really is, isn't it? It's the emptiness of space. Could you do it? 10 days, there and back?
I could think that I could do it, but I know that I can't.
No, it's too scary. Way too scary. Way too scary, yeah. No way. I'm with you on that one. Yeah, I can imagine myself doing it, but in actuality, I wouldn't want to do that. Nah, that's impossible. 10 days out there, leaving the Earth, heading towards the moon.
So if the creator is the Most High, and it's above us because the Most High, you know, we are on the ground. The Creator is really high up, so the Most High. And these astronauts are claiming that they're going higher than the Most High. Think about it.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? The astronauts claim themselves as the highest ones, the most highest ones.
The audacity of it.
Yeah, that Jamsy, that's why they're doing it in Passion Week. That's also what's going on right now is Passion Week, and I think the launch occurred on the day. I can't remember, but I thought it was the day where Jesus prayed about the salvation of mankind, but I could be wrong. But that would be appropriate, you know, because they're like, oh, we're launching a rocket, and in the space religion, reaching the cosmos is their equivalent to salvation. So, you know, establishing themselves as the savior of mankind, you know, usurping what's actually going on in Christianity right now, which is Passion Week. You know, you know what I mean. You get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So that's interesting because now, check this out real quick. If they left Tuesday, right? Do they leave Tuesday or no Wednesday?
Wednesday, yeah.
And the Resurrection Sunday is this Sunday. That's 4 days, right? So, and they're doing a 4 days to get to the moon.
Actually, the fifth day, I think it's going to be the fifth day. They said on the fifth day. So
Yeah, but
on the fifth day.
There's a lot of parallels there.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sure there's more symbology that I haven't discovered yet.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that. Yeah. I was just thinking. Now they said it was to go to Mars would be 7 months. Okay, apparently with the fuels they were using with the Apollo missions, using that kind of fuel, it would take them 7 months to leave Earth to go to the moon. Right, once it's all lined up. Right now, Robert Pisano gave us a 2-hour simulation of that journey. Okay, 2 hours on his computer screen. You're in space, and you left Earth, and you're on your way to the, you know, through the solar system, basically. So Mars and beyond, right? And in 2 hours, if you watch that, you know, you really do feel creepy and weird and frightened because it's just nothing but blackness for a long time, nothing but darkness, and then suddenly one planet comes up, and then you go past that planet, and then you carry on. The feeling you get is you hope nothing goes wrong, because if something goes wrong,
funny, Jim?
Go ahead.
Jen, speaking of simulations where you can just keep going and keep going, Minecraft, the Minecraft world is actually like multitudes bigger than the alleged observable universe.
Right. Wow. Yeah. Okay. I think Robert Pisano did use some kind of Minecraft technology there because it was amazing. That was one of his best videos because it drove home how lonely you are in space. It's just you and your team only, and if anything went wrong, it would be the end of you. You'd be dead there in the middle of nowhere.
Brother, you forgot the ever comforting pull of Cthulhu.
That's not going to happen out in Mars and beyond. You're going to go to the edge of the solar system. So you're talking about other planetary gravitational pulls. Wow. You know, it is a dangerous thing to do just by looking at it on a 2-hour simulation of it. Being in the middle of space, heading towards the edge of the solar system, and you're just flying through nothingness. The odd planet comes up every so often. Impossible. Frightening undertaking.
Have you noticed this is just like a Easter egg part of the whole thing there's a lot of people that, you know, right now tensions in the world. A lot of people don't like the U.S. because, you know, war and politics and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Even
yeah.
the orange man leader, supreme leader guy. But if you say NASA, they're all for it. They're like, yeah, NASA, let's go to space, blah blah blah. But they hate the U.S. and the leaders. But NASA, yes, all good with that.
Yeah, all good with that fantasy. Yeah. They come out in their drones, don't they? Yeah, in their drogues. Thousands upon thousands, millions. Everybody looking up. Giant fireworks, people. Giant fireworks. That's all it is. And the regular CGI Earth that we've all become accustomed to now. You know, they've normalized that CGI image of Earth, so everybody believes. You know, if they were to put a camera on the side of the Orion capsule, on the side of it, because they're gonna go around the Earth supposedly, then we'd see the whole of the wouldn't see the whole of the Earth in its entirety, but we'd see lots of landmass. It should just fill up the camera, so we can see where they're going past. When they're going past Africa, India, ocean, see it properly. But they never give us that view. Give us this obscured angle of the Earth, slither. Yeah, imagery is lacking. Photographic and video footage is lacking. I think should be more. Today's day and age, we should have more cameras everywhere. Better views.
Not just better not just more cameras. It should be like a uncut 24/7 footage of the whole thing.
Yeah, yeah, and the cameras should be 360 degrees, so you can pan it all the way around. Yeah, come on, man. One when it was taking off properly, can we have that nice view, unobscured views, right? And then cameras on the side of the capsules. Yeah, come on, man. Let's
Should have
see it.
like a feed. Like there should be like feed inside of the thing, multiple cameras inside, just recording everything. Outside, all around it. Even the only place it shouldn't have a camera is the toilet. Oh, you know what? It should have a camera, but it will go off when someone starts using the toilet.
Yeah. Well, it should have a camera everywhere. Yeah, I agree. Come on, man. What's going on? You know, with the lack of camera footage. Come on, man. Silly. And I'm still surprised that they cannot capture the ISS or the CSS, the Chinese space station, during that 24-hour. Not even going to catch a glimpse. Mind you, the distance of the elliptical orbit would put that out, I suppose, make it tiny. Too small. 47,000 miles out. Quite a long way. From the Earth. Still should better see something though. Yeah, the photographic imagery, very lacking, very poor, because they can't do it, because it would reveal the fact that they're faking it. It's already been revealed, but just make sure it would definitely confirm that they're faking.
you guys are up to date on kind of like the technical stuff, but the normal people, they today I had someone like randomly. I wasn't talking about any of the topics, but the person said, "Oh, do you saw the news? NASA they're going to the moon right now. Yeah, they're gonna land on the moon, but they don't actually know that they're not gonna land."
Yeah.
So the normal person out there believes that they're gonna, oh yeah, we're gonna go to the moon again today. Yeah, perfect. Or tomorrow, whatever.
Yeah, yeah. I noticed that on other servers as well. That no one batted an eyelid there. It was like a norm. Someone had said, "Yeah, yeah, yeah," you know, just not normal. They weren't excited or anything. Didn't know any of the technical aspects. Didn't know anything. Just accepting it. Yeah, I noticed that.
I didn't mention anything about the cosmology of the world to this person, but I told them like, no, that's just propaganda. It's all like, it's false.
Yeah.
And they were kind of like surprised at the moment, but I was like, I'm skeptical about it because this who's doing it? A government agency, a spy agency, an intelligence agency that is pushing whatever agenda. I didn't have a long conversation, but I did let them know that I don't believe in that propaganda that they were showing in the TV, because it's on the news, and people just, because it's like your neighbor and your friends and families and people near you that are actually just looking at the TV and seeing these news and kind of like telling others, we're going to the moon, yay! They're kind of like celebrating it in the back of their heads a little bit. But then they gotta go to work and that's it.
Yeah, the way you said that. Yeah, we're going to the moon. Hey.
Yeah, the person had a smile on the face, kind of like it's kind of cool. Oh, welcome. Whoever joined, welcome.
They've gone out again. They popped in and popped out.
Well, 2 people joined, 1 left.
Yeah, well, if you have any questions regarding the topic matter, flat Earth and the heliocentric ball that doesn't exist, please don't hesitate to ask your questions. We are here to answer all your questions. Fire away. Go ahead. Any question you like.
Jesse Path of Life, do you have any questions about the topic?
About the topic in general, or a specific topic?
Topic in general. You could ask. You can direct any of your questions to Jane CBR.
Ah.
Yeah. Do you have any queries? Anything you're not sure of?
My question had to do with plane surveying, but I'm not sure if you've got any understanding or experience with that, Jin. So you can take it or leave it.
Yeah, plane surveying, from what I understand, they are measuring and utilizing Earth's flat. From the videos I've watched, they use a lot of flat Earth language, horizontal, level. That's from what I understand. And then one of the guys I've got on video states that it's easier to measure the Earth flat because the maths is a little bit difficult, and then we add the curvature maths in afterwards. So from what I understand, they're measuring Earth flat. Flat Earth is what they're measuring.
So a number of modern accurate plane surveying methods have steps in them that are purported to be done to correct for Earth curve. What's your explanation of why they're actually doing that if Earth is flat?
Oh, well, ladies and gentlemen, the reason they do that is because, unbeknown to themselves, they think that procedure is necessary to substantiate the Earth as a globe, obviously. That'd be the only reason why. They've just measured the Earth flat. Okay, why would you then need to add curvature? So obviously they've been fooled. These individuals, to themselves, have been fooled into having to take that step, because that step would then keep the Earth as a globe, basically. Because prior to that,
Gene and Jesse, real quick. So within every tool there is like an error, right? There's like a small, how do you say, error, or the tools are not like 100% correct, right? What if they're taking that deviation or that error and saying this little thing right here, that's the curvature. That's what it is. But it's
a tolerance of error,
something
or
else.
allowance of error.
Yeah, the allowance. They're saying the allowance of error is that's what the curve is.
Yeah, margin of error. That's the other expression. So I was looking for it. Margin of error. That's the most common, isn't it? They have to allow for a margin of error.
But so is that what the curve comes from, Jesse?
I don't think so, because this curve correction that they put in is dependent on distance. So if they were incorrectly assuming a curve and then applying a correction that would be needed for a curve when there wasn't a curve, this would create inaccuracies, right?
Well, as I said, unbeknownst to the man himself or woman, surveyor, when they actually measure that up, they're measuring it flat. Flat language is being used. And then if they have to do any correction, that would be to add the curvature in. That's what they're doing.
Well, language doesn't measure, but anyway.
Well, we know that, but that's what they do. They say an oblate spheroid, but the Earth isn't oblate, is it? We're measuring flat Earth, aren't we? No curve, no drop over distance.
So do you agree then that all modern forms of accurate forms of plane surveying would also work correctly on a globe Earth?
No, we don't live on a globe. That's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. We don't live on a globe. So when they're doing their plane surveying, they're surveying a flat Earth. That's what they're measuring. And anything done after that, after the fact, is to help to substantiate and keep everybody thinking they're on a globe. That's why they do that. That's part of the deception.
Well,
we don't live on a globe. No one's ever measured curvature of Earth anywhere. No one's measured that. They add it in numbers. As AI said earlier on, you know, the language itself is there. But in actuality, practical use of the tools, it's showing us that it's flat everywhere. There is no measured curvature as such at the 8 inches per mile to form the radius. We're not measuring that. You see? That's how I would explain that.
So I recognize that you believe that, but can you actually present a single modern accurate form of plane surveying tools and methods that would not work as expected on a globe given the current method used?
All I can give you, ladies and gentlemen, I've got 4 videos that I have, and they show the surveyor measuring the Earth flat, and in one of them adding the maths in at the end. So they're going out to measure the Earth, and the Earth is indeed flat. Unbeknownst
wait a minute, bro. What's the logic we have at play here? If the Earth is practically, demonstrably, measurably utilizable with flat measurements, right, then that would be congruent with the Earth being a globe. We do measure the Earth as if it's functionally flat. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. I mean, like, what the heck logic is that, bro?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I insisted that they're measuring it flat, and they're using flat Earth language. It cannot be that you're measuring flat, but you're on a globe. They keep doing that. No proof of that.
Yeah, it's like, let me reduce it even further. If the Earth was a globe, it'd be irrelevant. It is irrelevant. Therefore, the Earth's a globe. Wow. I'm glad we came so far in 10 years.
Yeah, exactly. You see, again, the language.
So, Jesse, what AI just said, the Earth is measured, utilized, and even whenever they're gonna, like, even the aircraft engineers have to pre-assume that the Earth is flat. What it is, flat and motionless. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Is that your argument, Jesse?
I was not making an argument. I've heard a number of times the argument being made, though, that planar surveying proves a flat Earth. But but so far nobody can name and describe a single modern accurate form of planar surveying that would not also work perfectly on a globe?
Shooting triangles.
Right.
Could you elaborate?
Yeah, you can't make triangles on the surface of a ball.
Please explain.
Well,
Like, what would
triangles are
happen?
three straight lines. 3 straight lines. Come on, man.
So could I make a triangle that was 10 foot by 10 foot by 10 foot?
Not if it's
On a ball?
curved. It wouldn't be a triangle then, would it?
Would be.
Yeah, you sure could. Yep, you got to make sure you're all level. You keep everything level the whole time.
But I could still, even on a spherical surface, I could still have a
No,
small.
if you're going to keep it level with that plane or that first 10-foot triangle, then you would have 66 feet of drop after the first mile or after the first 10 miles. So, nope, you can't do that.
Yeah, that's not a triangle. You got
So
a
there you
curved.
go. You can't use triangles on the surface of a ball. So I guess that defeats your purpose of coming in here now.
It's exactly why when they measured it Earth flat, it cannot be a globe because they're measuring flat surface Earth. No curvature there. With their equipment, theodolites and alike. It's all being done, measured flat. That's why they have to add spherical maths at the end. One guy said that because it's easier. One of the surveyors actually said that because it's easier.
I would
We
love
all
to
laugh.
see. I would love to see one of these measurements of flatness and to know what the margin of uncertainty is or the margin of error.
Well, why don't you look?
Nope.
Ask
I am-
AI to give you a hand.
Well, AI doesn't have any measurements of Earth's flatness, and so far, no flat earther has been able to provide me one either.
Wait, you have a measurement yourself of the level Earth, which is isn't it your receiver system that is level? Doesn't matter where you're at in the world, 10,000 miles away. 1,000 miles away from the sea level, you're parallel to the sea level.
Yeah, and that's also connected to your eyesight. So if you tip your head left and right, while looking at the horizon, it'll make you want to keep your head straight up and look at the horizon.
Yeah, fair enough. Jesse already laid the groundwork for us earlier. Because remember, he said the tow tanks, they arrived to measure the straightness of the rails by using a laser over the surface and getting the differential of the laser line to the line of the physical structure below the laser. So according to that principle, and since we're using water in the tow tank to parallel the rails, so in other words, level rails must be parallel to the surface of the level water. So we can take these three facts and we can apply them to Earth's water because Earth's water is the level standard for the surface topography from which it's benchmarked. So we could take the laser, the principle of the laser differential, we could call, and that's called laser transit measuring, by the way. And then we can apply it to water, and then we can apply the known fact that water is level and extrapolate it out across the surface of that water. So we measure a laser portion of water. We find out that it has a maximum variance over 25 miles of only 8 feet, and that's being very liberal, right? And then we apply that out across all of the water, and that puts the maximum amount of hypothetical variance across the entire surface of the water, plus or minus the sea level drop and rise against the standard of the measurement of 6 foot above sea level on one side of the water and 6 foot above sea level on the other. And then we extrapolate that out across the entire surface of water because water behaves in a particular way in which you can say the whole surface behaves the same way. So now we have a flat level measured standard which covers 70% of the known territory of the Earth. And that means that all of sea level is benchmarked against the height of Everest to the bottom of the Mariana Trench being 13 miles. So if you have 197 million square miles benchmarked off of something that's 70% flat, then that means you could put two horizontal parallel planes, right, between those two distances, and now you have the description of something where the extent of the surface is much wider than the extent of the variance of the height within a tolerance of, if I remember correctly, 0.0035, which makes the Earth not only flat, but very flat. Flatter even than some pieces of wood that you plane, flatter even than some pieces of glass that you float. So yeah, there you go. The Earth's measured flat.
Flatter than a pancake. Go ahead, Jesse. Reply. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. So the document, and again, I wasn't there. I cannot personally attest to what they actually did. But what the document describes was not only them comparing the height of the rail to a laser beam, but adding an Earth curve correction to the laser beam height when...
Oh, really?
Yes.
Thanks for telling on yourself. So the only way for them to make this even possibly have anything to do with the curve of the Earth, they had to add a little map sprinkled on top with a little soy sauce.
Well, their claim is that the difference between the straight laser and the curved level rail
Yeah, I did that, bro. I know, dude. And what they're basing that off is a leveled laser, because you have to have a standard benchmark for your level line. And whenever you're doing a laser transit, the first thing you do is level the laser. So you have to level the laser, and then you have to assume that the surface that you're measuring or benchmarking from the laser line is either ascending or descending away, or in layman's terms, getting further or closer to the laser as it extends out, which I already explained in my example, which follows the same principle, which applies to the Earth's surface. So if you can do laser transit to measure these rails, and you said you could, then that means you can do laser transit to measure the surface of the Earth's water. And according to the principle that water is definitionally the standard of level of which everything across the entire surface of the Earth is benchmarked, then that means you can apply it universally. Okay? It's that simple. So I just described to you a methodology to measure the entire Earth, and therefore it's flat.
And actually, that's something I've been interested in finding out is what tools and techniques could I do to measure this flatness myself?
Theodolite would be one.
Is that the kind that walks backwards? So tell me how I would use a theodolite to measure for this flatness. Please.
Make triangles about 100 miles long. You'll have a 100-mile long triangle on the surface of a flat surface.
So specifically, let's say I have a theodolite. What's my next step? How do I make a triangle 100 miles on a side?
Figure it out. You should know how to do that. Plan it out. Have AI help you plan it. I don't know why we always have to come up with shit for you guys to do.
Well, the reason I'm asking you how you think it should be done is because whatever way we do it, you say that's not good enough. It's not actually proving curve.
What's the interior of a triangle equal? What's it add up to?
A triangle on a flat plane adds up to 180 degrees.
Okay, so after that, if it's bigger than 180 degrees, it's not a triangle, is it?
I mean, it depends on...
No, it doesn't depend on. It's a yes or no question.
Yeah, Jesse, it's really simple, and I'm surprised you Globers haven't caught on yet. The correct gambit that the Globers think is correct is to call it a spherical triangle, which then you have to get into that morass. But the more correct gambit is to just name it something entirely different. Just call it a vector. In fact, I think a kite or a vector is the actual appropriate term for something that appears from one axis to be a triangle, but on the other axis is curved, meaning it's actually not a triangle.
So if I had a bowling ball, I could draw a spherical triangle on it, right? Or you're saying that we shouldn't be allowed to call that a spherical triangle, and we need to call what
Can you
would we
make an
call it?
angle between two curved lines?
You mean an angle to a tangent point?
No, two curved lines. What's
No,
the
it's
angle when they intersect?
dude, how can you make an angle to a point? You have to have
Well,
2 points. And you have to have an origin. So you have to have a vertex. You have to have 2 points and a vertex, right?
okay, so let's say
And then you connect the points to the vertex with straight lines, right? And then you get the degrees between the straight lines, and that's your angle.
So could I not say hang a plumb bob to get, that's one line, that's my reference line, and then I take a magic marker and put a black dot on the plumb bob string, that's my observer point. Then I can have a straight line from that point to, say, a mountain peak, or a hill or anything, and where that straight line is tangent to the mountain peak or the hill or whatever, then that's my angle to a tangent point, right? I could hold a protractor up against the plumb line and measure the angle to the mountain peak, right? Or down to the horizon.
You're getting an angle from a point? Making my head hurt.
Jesse, does it matter how you hold that protractor? Can you just hold it any which way you want?
You mean the one that I'm using to measure with reference to the plumb line?
Yeah, can you just hold it any which way?
I would be holding it so that 0 was lined up with the plumb line naturally. Right?
So you're going to use the plumb line as a reference, so not a point. You're going to have like 2 points on there.
I mean, I could draw a second point on the plumb line if you like. One point would be at the center of the protractor, and the other point would be at the 0 mark on the protractor. Sure, well, that's fine. But I could still measure, I could use that as my vertical reference, my 0-degree angle reference, and then I could measure the angle to a tangent point on something else, like a mountain peak, right?
Tangent to what?
To the straight line between the center of the protractor to the mountain point. Do you know what a tangent point is?
Yeah, so if you're going to measure how high a mountain is, you just know how far away you are from the mountain and then take an angle to the top and figure it out. You know that, right?
I do.
But what are you talking? Did you hear me say anything about tangents and anything like that?
Well, tangent just means where two lines touch but
Means
don't.
that you've got some kind of curved surface somewhere that you don't have yet.
But tangent does not mean where 2 lines touch.
That would be an intersection or a vertex.
Well, let me look it up. Maybe I'm wrong. I have been wrong, you know.
You've been wrong
Tangent
this
is a
whole time. We've been
line.
trying to tell you.
Yeah, listen, a tangent is a line that's touching a curve at only one point.
Yeah, intersection like that, yeah.
That's
so by saying tangent, you're not. Because by saying tangent, you're automatically evoking a curve.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't have to be a perfectly circular curve. It could be any non-straight shape or path.
I don't know, dude. Why don't you get a definition of a tangent, dude? And then you'll know that you're wrong. Or right, one or the other. But you're clearly confused at the moment, so maybe you need to back your thoughts up with actual definitions, maybe. And the reason I'm saying that is because if a tangent is a line that intersects a curve, or more specifically a circle, if it's even more strictly defined as that, at only one point, then that means if you say you have a tangent line, then you must have a circle or a curve.
Well, the tops of some mountains are curved. You know, they're like a
So
dome on the top.
a tangent to the curve, right? So a tangent is a line that has a particular relationship with a curve. Okay, that's what it is.
By the way,
It's a straight line relationship to a curve. That's what it is. So if you say tangent, you automatically have evoked a curve of some style.
Exactly. That's what I said. You say tangent. That means you bring up some kind of curve somewhere. After you described how you get the height of a mountain, knowing the distance and then shooting an angle to it. And you said, yep. But and no tangent was mentioned there. But then somehow you throw tangents in places. That's weird.
Wouldn't the globe tangent will have to be at a specific spot that he can never get at that place?
So if you guys don't want me using the word tangent to describe a line that touches the top of a mountain, doesn't shoot over the top, doesn't cut through below the top, but just touches it, what term would you like me to use for that?
That would be a vertex.
In that case, it would be a point. Jeez.
Oh, so the point of the top of the mountain? Okay.
It could be an intersection if you extend. It could be an intersection if you extend the top of the mountain 1 inch and your line 1 inch. Then you've created an intersection.
Well, an intersection implies that the lines cross.
I just said that.
So, yeah, I'm asking about what if they touch but they don't cross?
If you have, listen, if you have an observation point, right, and you're the observer, so the origin is your eyeball, let's say, and you have a point out in the distance, right, and you draw an imaginary line to that point, and it travels to that point and through that point, but no other points. That's called a ray. That continues on infinitely, right? Doesn't go backwards. Doesn't go out the back of your head. It only goes like when you draw it. I'm not saying this is how it actually works in physics. I'm just saying you draw it from your eye, the origin, through a point somewhere out in space on your paper, right? Have that line continue.
You haven't been telling people you know how to use a theodolite, have you? Using tangent points and weird stuff like that from the ground. You don't have any curved surfaces that you're starting with.
So tell me more, Professor. How, let's say I had a theodolite and I was on a mountain peak. that was, say, 6,000 feet high, and 7.2 miles away there was another mountain peak, also 6,000 feet high, what would my next step be in measuring this flatness? Could it be done from there, or could it not be done from there?
Why are you standing on mountains?
Are you saying it could not be done from there?
I'm trying to figure out why you're making it more difficult than it needs to be. If you can tell me why it needs to be super difficult, we'll work something out here.
It's not super difficult. But if you're saying, I mean, you didn't tell me where to go, and I'm
You
just
didn't
trying
tell
to
me
start
going
somewhere.
up mountains to 6,000 feet in mountains. That's just something people just, you always just do that or something. Not around here, I can tell you.
Oh, well, around here, we got lots of mountains, and there's two really nice mountains that are both 6,000 feet tall, 7.2 miles apart, and you can drive almost to the top, and it's just a short hike to the top.
Right. And is there any boulders on the mountain?
Well,
like large boulders that maybe are like 10 foot wide by 30 foot long, just massive rock just sitting on the mountain.
I mean, that's kind of
They
what
may be, yeah, they may be boulder shaped. They may even be curved. So if I measure the boulder, does that mean I'm measuring curvature?
I guess if it's
You're not tracking where I'm going with this argument, are you?
No, sir.
Yeah, it's called the elephant analogy, where you touch the elephant's foot and the other guy touches the trunk, and one guy says an elephant is like a tree, and the other guy says the elephant is like a snake, right? Because they're only focusing on a particular portion and not something that with the economy of scale can answer the question of the whole surface. So by measuring it one mountain, you're not getting the earth, my bro. I mean, good grief, dude. What is this, kindergarten?
Well, what about between two peaks that are 7.2 miles apart? That would be like, what, 30 feet of drop or something?
Okay, so what do you need to do with mountains for? Why do you have to do it on mountains? You haven't answered that one yet.
Yeah, why the fuck are you doing on mountains?
Well, it gives a nice clear line of sight between 2 points of equal elevation at 7
You can
miles.
do that right over an ocean or a lake, 20 miles.
Not around here. The weather's different here, and a lot of
Nah,
times.
bro, yeah, the ocean. How far are those mountains apart?
7.2 miles.
Dude, I thought someone was going to say the ocean isn't equal elevation. I was going to laugh my head
Yeah,
off.
that's too far for your theodolite.
Okay, so who was the guy that told me to make 100-mile square sided triangles with my theodolites?
Oh yeah, you know how to shoot a triangle, don't you? Get your camping gear and make sure you got a trailer and go make triangles all the way for 100 miles. You'll make a flat, perfectly flat surface.
So are you talking
Pretty
about?
perfectly flat.
Are you talking about one big triangle with 100-mile long sides, or a bunch of little triangles?
By the time, if you want to make a big triangle, sure you can, but you got to start with the little advantage first. Have you ever built anything in your life?
A doghouse. And actually, I never even built a doghouse.
She hasn't built anything.
Hey, bro, I just found a little dead family of mice in the wall that didn't make it through the winter. And I'm trying to figure out which is more dead, these mice or your globe argument.
Army. So do we agree that between these two 7 or 6,000 foot mountain peaks 7 miles apart, it would be impossible to measure the flatness of Earth from there?
Yeah, you can't use a theodolite for that. That's not what that's made for. That's why I'm trying to ask you what is this ridiculous thing you're trying to do with the theodolite that you can't do with a theodolite?
Well, so you don't like what I come up with. So what's the exact technique that I could use that would measure this flatness that would meet your approval?
Well, as far as I can tell, you've already described a flat Earth. You've talked about height. You've talked about distance. Nothing that you've mentioned so far is curved or anything. So you've created a flat world, and you're measuring between points on that flat world that you've described.
But I keep hearing claims of this measurement of flatness, but I can't
we
find.
rely on you to do that. You're measuring it flat for us. Remember, you talked about the distance and the height. You're doing it.
You know what's funny is I already told the guy the whole process earlier based on the claims from the document and the tow tank argument that he presented, and now he's acting like that conversation didn't happen.
Yeah, NPC reset, huh, Jesse?
No, the document about the tow tank claims that the difference between the laser beam and the level curve minus refraction. That's what they claim. They did not.
April So what they said is that they used a laser to measure an object, right, which was benchmarked to level water to see whether it was curved or not. So that means that you can use a laser to see if water is curved or not. And you can apply that in the manner in which I previously described against the Earth and find out that the Earth is actually covered in level water that's not curved, and extrapolate that out against all the elevations, which includes every mountain peak on the whole known territory. So you're trying to isolate it to just 2 mountains, when I'm talking about every mountain in the whole world is benchmarked off of water. And since water covers 70%, and we already earlier talked about a methodology in which you can measure level water to see if it's curved or not, and that would show you that it's not curved. And if it shows you that the level water is not curved, and that means the benchmark standard, which is for every elevation across the entire Earth's surface, right, is between 2 horizontal parallel planes, which means it's flat, which is how you mechanically define flat in reality. All the points on the extent of the surface, which is much, much greater than the extent of the variance of the height, right, between 2 parallel planes. That's flat. I mean, did I stutter somewhere in there or something?
Is it true that the document describes them correcting their measurement between the laser beam and the rail according to Earth's curvature?
What Earth curvature?
Listen, dude, I listen. Let's be clear here. Notice what you said. You're correcting a laser and a rail to the Earth's curvature. The laser can just measure the rail directly. No correction needed. Holy crap, dude. You do not even understand how bad you're shooting your own claims in the foot, bro.
But the question is, what did they claim they did? Do they claim to have corrected?
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Because let me tell you how laser transit works in reality, friend, in case you didn't know. Is you level a laser and then you get a storyboard or a story pole, or you draw a line with the laser and you measure from that line to the surface you're trying to get from the benchmark of the laser. And it's going to tell you whether that surface is ascending or descending from the benchmark of the laser. And if it has a consistent rate of change of slope, it'll also tell you that the surface is curving away from the laser or curving up towards the laser. Okay, there is absolutely nothing to do with the Earth at all in that equation. So, for example, you might do it over a floor. You might do it over a giant foundation, right? You don't have to correct for the curve of the Earth or anything. You're just making the surface measured from the benchmark of the laser. That's it. And if that surface is a liquid, right? And since we know liquids are level on the surface, and you're benchmarking the laser to the liquid, right? You're going to get an either increase in distance or a decrease in distance if you don't have your laser leveled, because we know water doesn't slope, right? I mean, we all agree water doesn't slope, right? We're not slope earthers, right? The one side says the level water is curving. The other side says the level water is level, flat, horizontal, just like it seems. Okay? And how you determine that is you just measure the water. And if you measure the water to not be curving, then that removes the assumption of curve from all of the benchmark standards of elevation profiles across the entire surface of the entire known territory of the Earth. And that makes the known territory of the Earth very, very flat.
So I'll take it.
But like you said, if I just correct my measurements and just put in a mathematical model and correct them because I already know the Earth is a globe, then I could just make it a globe on a piece of paper, brother. So no, I don't care about their quote unquote corrections for the curve of the Earth from their benchmark to the rail's physical structure, dude. That concept is retarded on its face, brother. That would be like me going to a job site where somebody hired me to make a flat floor. I shoot the laser across. I do all my benchmarks, and I find that the variance of the surface is a 32nd of an inch over 100 square feet. And I say, oh, hold on. I'm not sure if this floor is flat or not. I have to benchmark it to the globe model first. I have to correct it for the globe model first. Are you kidding me, dude?
Can I find some fun in here? Oh, it's a flat Earth. No, yeah. Dang.
Yeah, dude, this is the funnest chat in the world, bro.
Really?
Yeah, that's why every server we go to, which includes the politics server before this server, we're the #1 attended concurrent hours channel by far. Clearly, people enjoy themselves while they're here.
Hey, hold on. We're in the
Go ahead.
lead by 1,100 hours right now.
Hey AI, I just preemptively muted him because just go read his bio, and then I'll unmute him if you want.
I don't think he was adding anything. I think him learning that Flat Earth is actually the most popular channel was enough for his lifetime that he could handle.
Okay, I was just trying to prevent the inevitable with that guy. So
Yeah, we're not cruel here, okay? We don't pick on animals and puppies and sometimes kittens, and definitely not people who need the globe to survive. And if we take it away, they'll literally implode on themselves and become depressed and wander off into oblivion. We're ethical here.
Hey, but we gotta allow some of the handicapped people to make their arguments, so go ahead.
Do I qualify?
No, the guy that was laughing at AI's non-joke, because he thought it was funny, but AI didn't say a joke, but the guy found it funny. I don't know why, even though it wasn't funny. I mean, it wasn't a joke. So Jesse, what have you learned today?
Well, I guess I've learned that we all love to say that Earth measures flat, but when asked for a specific flat measurement with a margin of uncertainty, everyone's waiting for me to measure Earth flat with a margin of uncertainty.
Hang on, Jesse, sorry to stop you there. If you go back into the side chat and go to 59 minutes past the hour, I posted 6 materials from that point onwards, all related to flat Earth measurements, measuring Earth flat. If you go and you will see it from 59 minutes past the hour, and then come down from that one, I posted 5 others. That'd be 6 in total. Even one as ridiculous as how to hold a compass. Compasses don't work on a globe. So I posted 6 materials relating to flat Earth proof. Okay? Don't keep saying we don't post. We do. Do you view everything and digest is the problem we're having here.
I don't know,
Okay?
Jesse. I told you a method. And I even told you in the example, a 25-mile range with a 6-foot sending and a 6-foot receiving, with an uncertainty of 8 feet. So the circle of uncertainty with quote unquote refraction and beam divergence, right? I told you all that. Now you could address those particulars and say, oh no, I don't think those numbers are correct, but it's not the case that nobody didn't present you with some methodology that could effectively measure the whole surface of the Earth to be flat. So I don't know what you're smoking, dude, but you clearly have memory issues.
What was which one was this again? It was, so the two endpoints were how high?
I said 6 feet, 6 feet, 25 miles apart.
Cool. Do you have, is there any documentation of this?
Oh, dude. Well, first you need to concede that I said all that, and that it wasn't the case that nobody presented you with absolutely nothing, dude. Which is
I
like what you're
honestly,
trying to say happened.
I honestly don't remember it. But
Yeah, I know, dude, because your brain took over and tuned it out.
Well, we're gonna
'cause it
make
was
sure
too
you remember it
dramatic.
this time, huh?
I don't think it's possible because he has been designed to be part of the deception, so he's not capable of doing that.
Hey, Jesse, how about this? How about I just take the heat of my other comrades? Not that I'm trying to bully you or anything, but there are other people who find you frustrating because they spend time talking to you. They answer your question, and then you tell the whole room, well, I asked for this and nobody gave it to me, and it turns out somebody did no less than at least 2 times. And then you're like, well, I just don't remember it. So can you not understand why people get frustrated with you, brother?
I mean,
when you were here's the problem, Jesse. When you weren't responding to me earlier, I thought it was because you were listening. My bad.
Oh, well,
Yeah, I apologize, Jesse, for believing that you were trying to be honest. Go ahead.
Well,
yeah, exactly, Johnsy. Let's all apologize. Let's all apologize to Jesse for taking him seriously. There we go.
Oh, hear me out, guys. Look, I'm like anybody else. I'm not paid to sit. I mean, I assume you're not paid to sit.
You're
I'm
not like
paid
anybody else.
Yeah, I'm not paid to sit here and do this.
No, nobody said that, Jesse. Nobody said that you're being paid. You've been designed by the creator to not get it.
Just hear me out. I didn't finish my sentence. If you let me finish my sentence, it'll mean something different than what you just jumped to assume it meant. I have different things I'm working on around my house, and when other people start talking amongst themselves and the conversation has moved on, I'll get up and I'll walk away from the computer. Maybe I go to the bathroom. Maybe I go do something. I might not hear anything. Conversation is
So
a
you're
two-way
saying that
thing.
when
You
people
can't
are
just
directly addressing you, you leave the computer without telling anyone.
Yeah, but not only that. Hold on, Jesse. Not only that over offenses, but he literally asked for the measurement, right? And then I said, okay, I'll give you one. And then I began giving him the setup. And that's exactly when he decided to go make a sandwich.
No, he didn't. He's just lying. I mean, this is what he does. He's given measurement after measurement after measurement, and he claims no one has given him a measurement.
Do you think he's ever went and made a sandwich before, recorded saying that?
You can't trust anything that comes out of his mouth.
Well, over fences, there's another possibility that his build, his construct, was actually put piece by piece by the creator to behave this way, and he just doesn't know it.
Well, that's even more unfortunate.
But no, people like Jin and Gemzy were talking between themselves, and sometimes the conversation just carries on.
Just stop. I mean, how many times have you been presented with evidence from multiple people So don't sit here and say no one has ever shown you anything.
And
Because
don't say no one has ever told you why your magic trick doesn't work. I've told you many, many times why it doesn't work.
And I posted 6 pieces of material for your benefit so that you'll see how Earth is measured and utilized flat. It's measuring the slope, GPS, how to use a compass. For example, there's 3 right there. So if you go back to 59 minutes past the hour, 6 very useful must-view material, which totally destroys the globe at the same time. Please go and watch it. It's for your benefit, remember. We know it's flat. We know it's not a globe. We don't need this material, but it's for your benefit.
I gotta say that AI spoke to you about the documents and the measurements and the water level way before Jim opened his mic and spoke. So that excuse that Jamesy and Jim were talking, I was actually listening to you talk to AI, and AI gave you what you asked for, and now you're saying that it's Jim's fault and James's fault, which is total lie.
No, that's not true, is it? He's trying to drag us into something that didn't happen. We were conversing logically. I actually addressed his question as to why they would add the maths at the end of this flat Earth measurements that they're making. Because when you watch the videos, they're talking flatter. They're using flat, level, horizontal. They're not mentioning curvature.
Jim, you are addressing his question. Jim, you also address his question, but
yeah.
AI also addressed his question before you did.
Right. I know. I heard him. So, or I should say, I heard the remnants of it. Didn't hear the whole call because I came in between that. But yeah, so there's no escaping it, Jesse. I listened clearly. Actually, I did hear AI completely start to finish address your question, and then we carried talking, and then you asked. Jemsy gave you an opportunity to present your globe best proof. Do you remember, Jemsy? You asked him that best proof of his globe, and then he started talking about quantum.
Yeah, he started asking questions to us. Yeah, he instead of presenting, he's just asking questions and ignoring what AI was saying.
Yeah, he went on to ask about plane surveying, right, and the margins of error that we were discussing. And then at that point, when he started saying we don't post material, I thought, okay, let me, I'm going to have to go into my collection then, because I said to him, I offered him his own opportunity to check, but then he kept on saying that we didn't post anything. So, all right, here's some material for you to look at. Now I posted 6. Okay, so there's 6 in there. They're not long. I think the longest might be about 20 minutes, but the others are short and to the point. And they were a great source of entertainment for us flat earthers, because the language they're using is all flat, level, horizontal. They're meant to be measuring curvature, but the word curvature doesn't come up. Only on one of those videos where the guy is explaining why he's adding the curvature maps at the end of his measurements. Because it's easier, he says, and we love. And he puts that disclaimer at the beginning. So he tells us at first that he's measuring it flat, and we add the curvature maps at the end. And then he goes on to show us how he measures flat Earth, when he's meant to be measuring curvature, by the way. It's really good. Really, really good. It's all there. We post everything, mate. We want you to know, you see. We don't hide the truth from you. Why would we do that?
Maybe he's making more sandwiches. Just let him cook.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he will spend the time and just look at the material and then address any anomalies therein.
Jen, it will never happen. He's been doing this for years. And I just wanted to point out to anyone on the stream who doesn't know who this guy is. This is what we call an anti-flat earther. He's not just like a normal person. He's like somebody who has dedicated enormous amounts of time and energy to fighting against FE. But the problem is they never bring any evidence of their globe, ever. All of their time and effort is spent refuting ours, or just flat out lying, like in this case where he just lies, and that's all they've got. So I hope that maybe gives people some pause, and they can think about the fact that that's kind of strange. You think that if the globe was real, there'd be evidence everywhere, and if we were just delusional and made up this crazy flat earth that doesn't exist, why would they spend so much time trying to pull apart our evidence? So that's all I'll say.
Jesse, which one is it? Are you lying? Are you just dumb, or are you just incapable? Maybe were you just designed to just not get it?
Did you watch the rocket, Jesse?
Oh, I caught a little bit of it on the replay. I did not watch it live.
Could you skip my question, Jesse? Why?
Well, I'm sure he realizes that flat Earth totally shuts down any flyby moon mission. As we're on a flat Earth, how are they going to get translunar injection from a flat Earth on an elliptical orbit?
No. Listen, from elliptical orbit, you may be correct, but just because the
Yeah.
Earth is flat doesn't mean there couldn't be other objects that you can travel to. That wouldn't exclude it.
Yeah, but they're not going to be orbiting Earth, are they? Can they orbit Earth? Above Earth?
Well, if you can do a circle and call that an orbit, maybe you can orbit above the Earth.
Yeah, it would
They
have
can
to be
chew
above
orbits.
the Earth. Yeah, go on.
They can chew orbits gum.
Oh, I haven't had that one in ages. Orbit. Do you remember that? Do you remember that gum? Wow. Is that still on the market? Can you buy it? Is that still purchasable? Can we buy that? Orbit gum. I haven't heard that in
I
ages.
think I've seen it. I think I've seen it. Yes, I will say
that was
yes.
Orbit sugar. I even remember the advert. Orbit sugar-free gum. It was back in the day, man. Wow. That's
I haven't
a long
chewed
time
gum
ago.
like probably in 10 years.
Yeah, because it used to be Wrigley's spearmint gum. That was the main one. And then Orbits came along. I remember that. Orbit
The first gum I ever heard of it was called Chiclet.
Don't know it.
You ever heard Chiclet? People used to call like chewing gum Chiclets because that was the most famous one. Chiclets. Oh, I'm chewing Chiclet.
It literally changed the word for gum in Puerto Rico. Literally.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That instead of gum, it's called Chiclet.
Chiclet. Yeah, no, we don't have that. Never heard of that in my life. First time. But I used to eat chew the Wrigley's when I was a kid. You had the spearmint and the juicy fruit flavor. Yeah, I used to like the juicy fruit. You had spearmint, peppermint, juicy fruit. Wrigley's, and then there's the Orbit gum. That's a blast from the past, definitely. Orbit sugar-free gum. That was the advert. Tasted bloody horrible. Yeah, I went back to Wrigley's soon enough.
Jesse, is that your theodolite above the mountain that you mentioned, looking at the other mountain?
Oh, in my avatar?
Yeah.
That's on one of the that's standing on one of the 6,000-foot mountains, but it's not looking at the other 6,000-foot mountain. It's looking at a 10 or 11,000-foot mountain about like 87 miles away.
And what
Doesn't work
do you
for that
do?
distance either.
No, I'm just asking, what did you do with? You brought the theodolite up there. What was the test that you made, and what was the conclusion that you came across after the test?
What I did was I measured the elevation angle to the mountain 87 miles away, and the conclusion was that it matched the globe prediction for whatever reason.
Can you post the data in the text? I'd like to know which two mountains you found that were 6,000 feet.
Sure.
No, he took a still picture. So now what you guys do is you pull up the refraction time lapse and you say, at what point in time did you take your picture in comparison to this? And then we can figure it out from there. Because he's got to take about 30 or 40 pictures and then get an average.
And you know, they never do it over water. It's so strange. I wonder why that is.
Yeah, always obscured, impossible places that they're trying to level up and get curvature from.
And we just have to
Well,
take
he's
his word
listen.
for it, that it is what he says it is, you know?
Yeah.
He goes
You
up,
also
takes
gotta
a
take his
picture
word
and
for
says,
it.
here you go, guys.
We also got to take his word for it of what he means by measured the elevation angle. Because he didn't explain what he actually did. He just said, I measured the elevation angle. Okay, what does that mean?
Wesley, what does that mean? Because that's my actual question. What do you mean by what you said when you
We
said
did
that?
go over this before. Remember, Jesse? You said tangent point, and I said, and then you got stuck. You like reset.
No, VC spiral, other people talking with each other. I didn't reset. My reset button is broken.
All right, Jesse. What do you mean by measured the elevation angle?
I used a theodolite to measure the apparent elevation angle to the top of Mount Baker from Blue Mountain. I'm not sure.
Okay, so you just repeated yourself.
So what?
Here,
What part
watch
of that?
watch me, bro. Watch me. So I measured the roof angle. Okay. I used a tool of any given name to measure the roof angle, and then I got the roof angle from the bottom of the roof to the top of the roof. You may say, well, how did you do that? I'd say, well, I took my angle finder, right, and I placed it on the roof, the bottom leg on the horizontal portion, and then I raised the other leg till it matched the pitch of the roof, and then I turned the screw, and now I have that angle. Then I went over to my speed square, and I put it against the speed square, and I noticed that it rested at 32 degrees. Right. So what did you actually do, dude? Like physically, the process.
Oh, sure. Okay. So I took a theodolite and a surveyor's tripod up to the top of Blue Mountain, and the coordinates are in the video, the description of the video that I posted in the side chat. I set the tripod up, got it reasonably leveled, and then I set the theodolite on that, and then very, very carefully leveled the theodolite according to the manufacturer's directions, using its bubble levels, and doing it repeatedly at right angles. I turned on I turned on the theodolite. I pointed it so that the crosshairs lined up to the top of the mountain, just as is shown in the video I posted. I read the angle off of the display, and then I don't know if I showed this in the video, but then I flipped it around to do a face left, which means you turn the telescope upside down, and then you rotate the whole head 180 degrees, so that now you're going to take the same measurement again, but with the telescope upside down, and then you measure the angle again, and then you write down that angle reading, and you average the two, and then that is your face left, face right elevation angle reading to the mountain peak.
Hey, Jesse, as for data, you posted a video that just shows your reading from your theodolite. So can you provide some actual data?
Well, let's see. The observer and target coordinates are in the description, and you're looking for that. What do you need extra?
I don't know.
What do you-
I need to know. I need to know what are the weather conditions. I need to know the exact height of the different mountains. I need to know that you're actually
Oh,
on the
yeah.
mountain that you said. I mean, there's
The
1,000
weather,
things that aren't
yeah.
in here.
What time of day? And did you take like 20 pictures? Did you start at 6 a.m. and end at like 7 p.m. so we can average that out?
I need the data on the theodolite too.
Well, that
Okay.
theodolite's only good for like, I think 2,000 feet or something like that. After that, it's no good.
Fair enough, but he still didn't even describe what he means by elevation angle, because he described setting up a theodolite base tripod. He then described setting up the theodolite on the base tripod and then leveling it again with the levels that are attached to the theodolite, looking at it with his eyes. So he's validating the level by looking at the bubble levels between the lines, whatever that accuracy is for himself. So whether or not the device is actually level or not is based on his acumen of being able to level the device, which may or may not suck. How would we know? So now we have the device allegedly leveled. So now that we have the device allegedly leveled, what do you do next?
Then I look through the telescope, tilt the telescope
Yep.
up and down as needed to put the crosshairs right on the top of the mountain.
Okay, so when you say put the crosshairs on the top of the mountain, what do you mean by that?
Line them up. Line them up to the top of the mountain. I'm not sure. Have you ever looked
Right.
through a
So
rifle?
well, let's be more clear. Yeah, dude, I'm an expert marksman and I teach gunnery. So looking through a scope and hitting a target is very crucial, right? And there's lots of rules when it comes to shooting things and acquiring a target, especially when it comes to a reticle scope, right? Which you have to use your physical eyeball to interact with. It's called sight picture, but I'm not even going to grill you on that yet. So let's say you got the reticle and you acquire the image of the target being the peak of the mountain, correct?
Right.
Okay, now I want you to imagine the plane of the telescope is a tube, a cylinder. I want you to imagine a line going through the cylinder perfectly and then extending out into infinite free space. Will the ray that comes out of that tube intersect the physical point of the mountain that you've acquired in your reticle?
Yes. If I understand your question correctly, yes.
Awesome. So thanks for debunking refraction. I rest my case on that point. So anyway, let's keep going. We just got it from Jesse. If you point at something, that's an ideal ray. So if you acquire something optically, you now have an ideal ray between the origin of the observation point and the object in free space. Are you sure you want to go down that road?
Are you sure you said ideal ray the first time before I answered?
I said, look, a ray is an ideal ray either way. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because I told you to imagine a line extending through the center of the cylinder infinitely into space.
said
That's
ray,
that's a ray.
You agreed to what we were all thinking.
Well, no, if he had said ideal ray the first time, I would not have agreed to it.
Well, yeah, fair enough. But look, we're doing an imaginary line that continues from its origin in a straight line. That is called an ideal ray. Like that's what it is. So they're synonymous.
Well, theodolites don't measure that. Theodolites measure the apparent angle of whatever you line the crosshairs up to.
Right. You place the crosshair as best as you can acquire your sight picture, which is a whole nother story that has to be dealt with separately, because that's interface error that could be accumulated by the user. And so let's just assume you have perfect sight picture, even though you're an untrained individual. Okay. So let's say you have perfect sight picture and you line the reticle up to the image of the mountain. Okay. Because that's the only thing you can do, because that's the only information you have. You have the arrival of the light coming at you, and you're just going to move the reticle till the image you see looks like the reticle is on the mountain. Now, you said if the reticle is on the tip of the mountain, then an ideal ray or a non-ideal ray, which is just a line extending out from the site, would intersect the mountain perfectly at the exact point you're scoping out. Now, is that true or untrue?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the path of light, whatever it is, will go along the center of that tube and then intersect to the mountain peak. I did not say that the light.
So you just repeat it. You're saying the exact same thing, dude. Listen, everybody knows that to see something, the light from it has to arrive at the optic, dude. So if you trace the light back along its path, whatever it might be, even if it bounces 300 times off 300 mirrors, it's eventually going to arrive at the target location. Holy crap, dude. That's not what I meant. So what I'm asking you is if you have the orientation, the attitude of the device at a particular orientation, and then make a let's just call it a laser blaster ray coming out of it that's perfect and doesn't deviate, so it's a perfectly straight laser, is it going to intersect that mountain? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, I was responding to someone in the chat.
He cannot say intersect.
He's making a sandwich. Just leave him alone.
Right. So the correct answer is for the geometry in question to work, it has to intersect. But you know that in order for your globe paradigm to stay alive, you can't concede that these lines intersect. You're kind of stuck now. If you
Hey,
say
AI,
they
did we hear?
intersect, we now go ahead.
I was just gonna say, did we hear him correctly? Did he say they were two 6,000 feet mountains? Because I've heard him say that a few times.
Well, they're the
Been a-
same. He said they're the same elevation, so whatever they are, if they're 6, they'd be 6. If they're 7, they'd be 7.
Right, they're not. They're not
Could
at
I clar-
all. And
could I clarify this?
posted that in the side chat. But I've heard him on another channel saying that it was at 6,000 feet at both ends.
Well,
So
he's here. Just let him clarify. He's here. There are 2,000, or there are two mountains, both 6,000 feet high, 7.2 miles apart, and I have done simultaneous reciprocal zenith angle measurements between them. But that is not the only time I've been up there.
Yourself? You were in both places at the same time?
No, my
So
brother
you're
was
changing your story. Cool.
Well,
Thanks.
just hold on.
Okay, so let me help you out, brother. Let me help you out. Next time, say me and my brother. Okay, that will solve everything, so no one has to ask you.
Okay, now, that's not the only time I've been up there. I've been up to Blue Mountain a number of times. And also, one time when I was on Blue Mountain, I measured the elevation angle to Mount Baker, which is like 87 some odd miles away. As well, I've also measured the elevation angle to other mountains called Three Fingers and Glacier Peak, which is like 100 miles
What
away.
was the temperature 40 miles into that 80-mile viewing?
I don't know.
Oh, we can't use your pictures.
I'll just
Well,
say
I just
this.
want to know if you did reciprocal zenith angles with your brother, and you assume the attitudinal orientation of the tube with a line going through it, do those lines intersect the target location in free space? Yes or no?
I don't understand the question.
Yeah, I know. It's problematic. It's
But
only
I
exactly what you need to understand to be able to prove your point.
But I can tell you that we both measured at the same time approximately a 2.5 arc minute
Where's
downward
his
slope.
theodolite book? Give me the model of his theodolite.
The Nikon is the gray one that I posted it most recently is a Nikon DTM 420. It's easy to remember because it's like DMT and then like 420 for pot. Okay. The red and the orange and yellow one or whatever it was, the red and gray one, orange and gray one, is an ETH 120F, I think it was, as is shown in the video description. It's a Pentax. I'm sorry, it's a Pentax ETH 120F.
Okay, cool.
Or whatever it
So,
says.
what method did you use to have a consistent sight picture?
Let me look up sight picture. That's a term I'm not familiar with.
Well, if you're looking down a tube with a reticle, if the orientation of your eye relative to the center of the tube alters, then what the reticle is targeting will also alter.
Hold on, just let me read.
So in order to be a good marksman, you have to have a consistent sight picture. In other words, you have to be putting the reticle and your eye in the same line every time, oriented with the attitude of the barrel, in order so that your sight line and the barrel can intersect at the target.
Are we talking about an optical scope with crosshairs built in, or are we talking about iron sights here?
Oh my goodness, dude. I just told you a scope, dude. I told you a tubular scope with a reticle on one side.
I just posted the specs in the chat for anyone who wants to look and see, and it lists the accuracy up to 9,200 feet.
There you go.
9,200 feet width. Well, let me explain this. If there's any other surveyors, ask.
We're not
You're not
going to
gonna let
go
me
through
explain?
all that.
Figures.
Hey,
There is an
hey, let me ask you this
explanation,
question,
though.
Jesse, you leveled your theodolite with bubble levels. How long were the plane that the bubble levels were attached to?
Short, very short.
Okay, so less than 3 inches?
No, about 3 inches.
Okay, so let's just say 3 inches. So I actually have a combination square right here, which is the plane that it has is 3 inches, right? So I have this tool. Then in my bag right on the ground, I have an 8-inch level. Then in my car, I have a 2-foot level. Then I have a 4-foot level. Then I have a 6-foot level. Then my brother's borrowing my 8-foot level. Why do I have different size levels?
Beats me.
Well, I
For
mean,
different
according to
size
you, I could
jobs.
just take my 3-inch level and just use it to level everything because you're using a 3-inch level to make a level across miles. Why can't I just use my 3-inch level to do all the work I do?
I could answer that, but I don't think I'd be allowed to even finish.
Now, is
I'll
that like a
answer it. I'll answer
manipulation
it. Yeah, I'll
tactic?
answer it. No, it's because you need to be more accurate, I guess, when you're building shit versus shooting mountains 87 million miles away in the sky.
Yeah. The correct answer is that small inaccuracies at a short range equal large inaccuracies at long range. So every time you scale your
Oh, hey
application, you
guys, sorry,
scale
gotta
your
go.
level as much as you possibly can.
I'm late for an appointment. I'll be back.
Also, for the benefit of the audience, you could have your level, draw a line on a wall with it, have somebody else come, level the same level and draw a line, and then you look at both lines and they're not parallel to each other. Because the one person is using their eyes to look at the bubble in between the black lines, and the other person is using their eyes to look at the bubble in between the lines. And even having your head to the left or to the right of the bubble can alter whether or not you perceive the level as being level. Similar to where if your eye is to the left or the right of the reticle, you can think you're actually targeting something with a straight line from your eye to it, but you're actually not. Now, the only thing I've ever heard anyone say to this to respond to the sight picture issue, which is a real issue, by the way, especially for amateurs, is they said, well, I had a digital theodolite. So it just shows me a screen and I just put the reticle on. I don't have to use my eyes at all. The sight picture's irrelevant. So that's like the only rebuttal I've ever heard. Other than that, people are like, what do you mean you have to actually maintain a direct line of sight through the acquisition device? I'm like, well, that could skew your angle that you're measuring. Because what does a theodolite actually measure, guys? Do any of you know the answer?
Angular
Elevation angle?
distance. Angular distance.
Angular distance from what?
From a vertical
Angular
datum
distance
point.
from the crosshairs.
Nope, you're both wrong, but one of you is getting closer.
From horizontal?
Nope, but sort of, but not really. That's a
What
second
was the
order effect.
question? I missed the question. What was it?
What does a theodolite actually measure?
I thought it measured straight lines.
Nope.
Okay.
Angles, right?
Well, angles, yeah, angles to angles. No?
Angles. Well, we know it measures angles, but what angle is it actually measuring?
Angles of elevation.
No, it can be used for azimuth as well.
That's second order. You infer that from the data you get from the theodolite, from it measuring something, which it measures in the first order, which is its function. I'll make it simpler for you.
It measures flat Earth. Now, go ahead.
No. Let's use a simpler angle finding device. So there's this angle finding device that used in construction all the time, and it has a bar, right? And then it has a pivot point with a lock that you could screw, and then it has another bar, and so you can unscrew and separate the bars, and then you screw, right? So the one bar is just relative to the other bar, right? So if you put the one bar down and you move the other bar, the angular separation is between the one bar and the other bar, right? So the theodolite is just measuring an angular separation from its own body. Follow what I'm saying?
Separation from its own body.
So you orient the base, right? Because you can orient. You don't have to orient the base of theodolite level. You could just slap it up on some crooked thing, and then start measuring.
Yeah,
right?
That's true. Yeah, I get that. You could.
And so if you slap the theodolite on something crooked and then tried to measure an angle and say you were measuring it from a horizontal baseline, but your theodolite started pointing down, then you'd be wrong, right?
Right.
Right. So in a lot of these devices, you level the device, and if the device is at a zero reading, you then rotate the body of the device. And as you rotate the body, the reading changes angle. Now you decide when to stop rotating the device for whatever reason. Now in this scenario, you decided to stop rotating the device when the crosshair was viewed to you to be over the image of the tip of the mountain. And then you say, well, I stopped rotating the device and the device said I rotated, 4 degrees.
Yeah. Yeah, I see where you're going. The horizontalities might be off from the bubble setting originally. Is that what you're talking about? It could be. Yeah.
Yeah, if you didn't orient the attitude of the device when it's zeroed out to be horizontal, then your 30 degrees that you pull is not being pulled from horizontal. It could be being pulled from below horizontal. So you actually are only at 28 degrees above horizontal because you started at -2.
Yeah. Yeah. I get that.
Rest assured, the device will read 30 degrees, even though you're actually only 28 degrees above horizontal because you started at -2. Does that make sense?
Right.
So if someone came to me and said in gunnery, like when you're learning to shoot, and they're like, I'm like, you need to maintain a sight picture. They say, no, I don't. I just need to look at the reticle over the target. Well, are they going to be good at shooting? Probably not.
No.
Not very.
And if they have a really good sight picture, but their scope is tilted too much to the barrel of the gun, they're also going to miss, right?
Aiming short.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the scope, right? So the scope is actually not perfectly parallel with the barrel of the gun.
No.
Right. You adjust it so that it's kind of intersecting out at a point in space, which generally, for like a lot of them, we would zero at like 100 meters or 300 meters. depending on how you shoot, because you have to compensate for shorter or longer ranges. Now, most shorter ranges, since the body is so much bigger than your circle of uncertainty, you can still hit your target. But when you get into longer ranges, you have to completely adjust your reticle. You can no longer put the crosshair on the target. You have to lift it, right?
Yeah, elevation. Yeah, increments. So that's where the increments
Right.
on your sight
Yes.
adjust. Yeah.
And that is because the intersection point of the plane of your barrel and the plane of your sight intersect at a certain point away from the gun, and past that they no longer intersect. And plus you have to take into account ballistic drop. In other words, your gun doesn't fire ideal rays out the front. That's why I asked Jesse about, well, when you're sighting this mountain, are you looking through your reticle, through your tubular scope, in an ideal ray that intersects the physical location of the mountain? Now, he said yes at first, but I think then he realized, wait a minute, if I say that, I'm basically saying light travels in straight lines, which means that all the observations of any optical phenomenon that supersede globe geometry disprove the globe, I believe. And so now I have to backtrack.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Jesse was in the, I think it was even in the anti-truth server or the worldwide chat, right? And he was talking about this, and he asked that question. How do you explain his findings? And I said, did you set up properly? I don't trust that you set it up properly. Is what I said. Those were my words to him. I don't have any confidence in the way you set it up, and I would have to be there in person to observe what you're actually doing. So I can't.
Yeah, and if you're not, and Jin, if you were paying attention, he was called out within the past 10 minutes that the device he was using was not sufficient to the task.
Right. Yeah.
The accuracy of his device was the accuracy of his device was well below the range he was trying to use it for. So in other words, he shouldn't have been using that device.
Right.
He's using false thinking. Yeah, he's using false thinking. Well, light travels forever, so therefore optical instruments have a range of accuracy forever.
Yeah.
That's why I wouldn't let him explain.
Right. I get it now.
So, Jin, on the instruction manual, it said 9,200 feet maximum capabilities, which is 1.742 miles. How far was Jesse shooting again?
7 miles, didn't he say? Did he not say 7 miles apart? There you go. So
no, he said the mountain was 87 miles.
87 miles away? Holy moly, dude. What is that, like 70 times? Is that like 70 times the range of the device should be used for?
Now, isn't that interesting? Jesse will turn around anytime you guys do, or me included, anyone mentions a long-range observation, and when I say long range, I'm talking 10 miles. Oh, refraction, he can't spit it out quick enough, and here he is doing a 70-plus mile shot, and did he mention, there may be refraction in my image here? I don't know.
No, when you guys push the capabilities of the device, he said he has to go. He has an appointment.
Yeah, he disappeared.
Yeah, but
he's late for an appointment.
Matrix. Jesse said that the scope, the orientation of the scope, if you place an ideal ray in the tube, is intersecting the tip of the mountain, intersecting it. So that would mean that the acquisition angle of that light coming from the tip of the mountain is perfectly straight.
Right.
So he shot himself in the foot on that one, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just as a general comment, I mean, somebody who was doing this in good faith would provide all the data around all of this. You know, the fact that he didn't even have anything except like a terrible video, and we were just supposed to take his word for everything. I mean, how long has he been showing this to, other anti-flat earthers and getting patted on the back for this with nothing to support it? I mean, compared to any one of our observations that gets presented in here regularly, and how thorough it's been presented, and all the details that are provided, and then compare it to that.
It's because no one shuts him down in the other server with his bullshit claims. That's why. Don't you find it interesting how there's only 2 people that I know of that seem to be able to measure any curvature, and they're both anti-flat earthers? Interesting, isn't it? Every other person that uses a theodolite on a regular basis, or a total station, as soon as you call them out, they're like, oh shit, you are right, yeah. We do actually measure straight up angles. We set the device up, we measure our angles, and we be on our merry way.
Yeah.
And then it gets punched through a formula.
That's it. I actually put a video in that regard. It was 59 minutes past the hour, and it's measuring a slope and that, and they speak the way you just spoke. They don't mention curvature at all. They're meant to be measuring the Earth's curvature, but it's all flat. And the language they use is flat language. No curvature language at all. Funny that. Funny.
I wonder what the magnification is of particular lenses within the scope. Because if you increase the magnification, you kind of increase the internal refraction of the lens itself.
It's fixed on them. Some of them are 2x, some of them are 5x, and that's it. They're only really short because of the inaccuracies of the devices over long range.
Right.
Like, that's not to say that you can't see those distances with it. It's just that it's not accurate.
Yeah, I'm just thinking more in terms of if you increase the magnification, there's going to be what you would call an optical drop, or the refraction within the lens.
Well, there you go. That one comes with a 30x scope, the one that over fences had grabbed the flight manual for.
Yeah, he mentioned another one too, but I was too busy looking up the first one to write it down. So if anybody else knows what the second one was, could you post it in the side?
If you really want to offend him over, just ask him if they've been calibrated.
Yeah, I know. I saw that one was from the 90s, and he probably bought it on eBay, you know?
Yeah, the first time I ever crossed Jesse Path of Lies in FED, I asked him that, and he told me to mind me effing business.
Yeah, and it's funny because the sincere globers who look into this, like John D., they end up becoming flat earthers.
Hey, you know what's a trend among those type of people that's unique is that they say to themselves, well, I'm told refraction is the save all for the globe, so I'm going to set out to do my test with my field of expertise or knowledge to remove that variable or to make it where it's so far different by orders of magnitude that it's irrelevant, so I can trust my results. So, for example, John D. he's a physics PhD holder in optics. And so he decided, well, I'm going to go out and test this. He said, I heard the Earth was flat. I'm going to go test it. And I'm going to use lasers, but I'm going to use 2 different frequencies of light. So I can use that to know whether or not the refraction rate is consistent. And that way I can know how much is going on and I can rule that out as a factor. And so he went out, did his test, shot his laser across the water. And then he said to himself, well, there's no amount of refraction in the universe that could solve this problem. And so the only conclusion I could make is that the laser is traveling near parallel, if not directly parallel, over the surface of the water, which means the water's straight, which means the level standard that humanity uses to benchmark the entire Earth that we know of is straight, meaning it's not curved, meaning the Earth is flat.
And there's integrity for you right there, that he went to those levels just to be sure. Levels, eh? Pun intended.
Yeah, whereas you got people like Jesse and they come in and you ask them, well, when you scope a mountain, is it a straight line from your scope to the mountain through the reticle? Oh, of course. Of course, ideal geometry exists in reality, and that's how we see.
Yeah, I found it highly suspicious when he didn't know his camera. Pentax, Nikon. Yeah, there you go. Didn't know what camera he used.
He didn't know what camera he used.
Yeah, he gave the name of a Nikon, and then he said, "Oh no, I mean Pentax."
That's funny. Most people that are normally into their hobbies could probably nearly name every nut, bolt, and component, brand and name, the whole lot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you would with your camera because it's
like for example, Jen, if you were to ask AI now what tools he's got with him, he could probably rattle most of that off. He might get one thing wrong. Oh, I forgot about the paint dot that's at the end of one of my levels because it didn't scrape off last time when some numpty was painting near me. There'd be something trivial like that, but he'd probably be able to rattle off most of his equipment.
Yeah, you would, because you're constantly of use of it, you see. So yeah, in use of it. So you wouldn't be able to do that. Absolutely, you would. It's just part of your life of precision, because your life is all about precision and knowing the
I would
tools in that.
say,
Yeah, go ahead.
I would say yes and no. So common tools aren't as memorable as case specific tools that you buy with intentionality for a specific application, right? So in
Yes.
other words, you research the tool, you want the tool that's going to do the best job and be within your budget. So you want to make sure it has the things you need, et cetera, et cetera. You've only used it a few times for case specific uses, right? So it sticks out to you among your other tools. You keep it in a special place, et cetera, et cetera. So, like if I was going to buy a theodolite, I wouldn't just go on eBay and go, oh, theodolite, got it. But whatever. Especially if I know I'm trying to do accurate stuff with it. You know what I mean? Because if I was going to do something that's 80 miles, I'd want a tool that's sufficient to an 80-mile accuracy,
Yeah,
right? I wouldn't
exactly.
buy a tool that only can go 1 mile.
Comes in.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy a tool accurate to 1 mile if my task required 80 miles, right?
Yeah. Unless you're out to deceive, of course, and that would be the ideal tool to use to deceive, you see. There you are. Yeah, there's always something drastically wrong with these anti-flat earthers when they bring their so-called experiments and observations. Something sticks out that's just totally horrible amongst some of the stuff that might make sense, but something just sticks out and you think, no, that's not right. And yet that's what they hang everything on. So it turns out that the tool wasn't sufficient enough to be able to measure that 87 miles. What the hell was going? Why would you do that? So that means really he didn't do that. And if he did, wow. All that just to lie. What kind of person does that? Spend the time, do the video to bring to the server, only to be exposed as a liar. I don't know how you can come back after that. After this expose, will he come back?
I imagine he's gonna have to go lick his wounds in one of his safe servers for a little while. I don't know. I don't know that we'll see him for a while.
Yeah, I doubt it now. Yeah, he was caught really bad there. Terrible. Well done. That was part of your input as well, actually, exposing the distance there. Thank you. Let's not forget that.
Was that Jesse Path of Lies?
Yeah, Jesse's been flattened.
There's also the question of, well, where do you get your heights from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a new nickname for him though. Jesse, perfectly straight path of light from my theodolite to the tip of the mountain.
From my inadequate theodolite.
So technically, couldn't you you could go to your spot, right, with your theodolite, and you go, I don't care about level at the moment. I don't care about horizontal level, whether the theodolite's level. I'm just going to line up the top of the mountain, the crosshairs in the theodolite, right? And you do that, and then you have a look at your level and go, oh, well, it's fairly out. It's not level. Like, couldn't you do that? And then adjust it and see how much angle changed.
Well, that's what I questioned him in the worldwide debate chat. I questioned him on that. I said to him, did you set up properly? Yeah. Did you set up properly? Something's wrong with the way you set it up here. Because if you do this correctly, then you'd have two separate lines. That was it. Steve B was going absolutely ballistic. And he was also shouting at the flat earthers for not picking up the anomalies that were in his statements. So Steve was really, this was last week. So only last week I was talking to Jesse on this one. I said I wasn't satisfied with the way he set it up. That would be the first point of contention. You're on a mountain. Did you establish proper level before you start doing all your measurements? And then you've got two parallel lines. If they're not exactly aligned, because one was on the other mountain, you're supposed to be looking at each other. You're not lined up then. You can't be lined up. And then I asked, can GPS assist in that regard? Are these theodolites GPS do they have GPS connection? Because that's the only way you could get the accuracy.
Who's to say that based on his behavior here, whenever he's being addressed on each point on how to conduct the so-called test that he was trying to do, who's to say that whenever he's over there with his brother actually doing it, and he's like, okay, let me to level the theodolite, but I'm gonna go make a sandwich instead of leveling it, and he doesn't level it because he was making a sandwich. And then whenever he's like, okay, in the book, in the guide says right here that this has a limit of 10,000 feet, but that doesn't matter. I'm gonna just I don't know, go to Discord and talk to people before I just read the actual indications of the device. So he's just like he does here. He's ignoring all of those variables and then just conducting the test anyways, incorrectly. And then coming here like, guys, I did it. He might be like gaslighting himself into not doing it correctly, just to not do it correctly.
I guess it wouldn't matter if he did it correct. Isn't his claim just that we go replicate it? Like, I think Taylor did that and she got different results. Maybe if she comes here at some point, we can talk to her about it.
Let's just check on the new people. Nope, 421. I see you in the VC. You can open your mic and ask questions. We got HKO. Any of the new people? You can open your mics and ask questions to Over Fences. Go ahead. Also, oh,
Horizon set again. Yeah.
total inclination.
Hello.
Hi. Do you know? Have you ever spoken to my friend Over Fences? Just kidding.
Yeah, she had to teach me a lesson before.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm just
Oh, it doesn't.
putting her on the front of the classroom without her permission. But yeah, welcome back.
Where is she?
Oh, she's
Oh,
here.
she's here.
She's here.
Yeah. I think rekindling is in session here. You should probably go ask her to open that mic up. Fences won't talk to me, so you gotta ask her.
Oh, were you talking to me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, see?
Sorry.
Not talking to you. Just telling the new people that if they have any questions, they can ask you about it.
Oh, okay. Sure. No, I just wanted you to practice your awkward silence, Lats.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
No, you're welcome.
The subtle bullying it feels great. I love it.
No. You have a lot more experience at this than I do. So who's new to the room? Let's see. We have HKO.
Noob. It's obviously a noob. So
Yep, noob.
noob. Yeah.
Pills. Anyone have any questions for the room or about the room topic specifically? Because I know we need to specify that sometimes.
Okay, so I don't know if anybody remembers somebody that sounds like Jesse, Path of Light, that used to go into politics like 6 months ago. Does anybody remember that guy's name? No? Okay, all right, never mind. It's bugging me right now. I'm trying to remember that dude's name.
There's been a couple of whiny little voices that sound like they're just about to cry. I mean, people that sound like
That's what I'm
Jesse.
saying. It's like it was like some dude that sounded like almost exactly like him. I'm like wondering now if it was an alt of his or.
No, who knows?
I can't remember that dude's name. I'm actually gonna go into the VODs of like 6 months ago to see if I can find this guy.
Matrix, everyone sounds like that compared to you.
Yeah, let me show off all that testosterone, bro. Okay, relax.
Saw the kangaroos he kickboxes.
All right, if one of you new people don't start asking questions, I'm going to start playing horrible music. Well, that was it. All right.
Well, hang on. Like, look, at the end of the day, what Jesse's doing, it doesn't conclude anything, and he even says that. right? But he forces it into a false dichotomy. He says, "Yeah, I'm gonna live the light. What's the path of the light?" Like he's like it's like a sea lion. It's a sea lioning tactic where he's like saying, "Oh, I'm just asking what the path of the light is," right? Well, why? Because what is that the only thing that can explain it? Right? What if the calculations of your heights are wrong? Right? What if there is actual instrumentation error? What if there's human error? What if there's all these other factors involved, right? Like, there's not just the path of light that is in question. I mean, and he can't definitively decide that from anything that he does that the Earth is a sphere. He can say, well, if the Earth was a sphere and these heights are accurate, and I take this measurement and the line of sight is accurate, then I can maybe imply or infer that the change that I'm seeing is, somewhat, because he'll never get it exact, but somewhat, around abouts where a globe with the radius value of x would predict that to appear in the reticle of the theodolite. Right, that's all he can do. There's nothing he can do. There's no debunk of flat Earth. There's no proof of globe Earth. Nothing with that.
Really?
Without him being able to solidly verify that all his variables are accurate, he can't decide anything from it. Nothing. There's nothing in he can decide and conclude from his observations. Nothing.
It's actually hard to believe.
Which bit?
What?
You just said it's hard to believe. Are you talking about what T-Dub just said, or are you talking about what he referenced?
Everything. Everything is really hard to believe that Earth is flat, that Earth is not flat.
Well, we don't want you to believe it. It's not a religion, my friend.
Huh?
We don't
What's a
want you to
religion?
believe it. It is not a religion. It is not a belief.
Oh, so what is like? It's hard to understand. That's good for you.
So it's hard to understand, so it's not good for you, is what you should have said.
Okay, you're satisfied.
The issue is, mate, you believe you live on a ball. True?
I don't know. Maybe.
Right. The majority of people here know they live on a flat Earth. And the reason they know that is because the majority of them have gone out and done measurements and not found any curvature. And that's what they were expecting to find.
I would not disappoint if in one moment it would be like globally like I don't know, NASA or someone else would say like Earth is flat. I would not be disappointed. Because like who gives a shit?
Really? So if the Earth is flat, NASA comes out tomorrow, says the Earth is flat, and you go, "Oh man, what do you think's going to change?"
So what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna like change my entire life on the reason if the world is flat. I will stop doing something and I will start doing something new. Nah, I wouldn't. Nothing would change. Everyone will leave as it was before.
So okay. So let's do this hypothetical. I'll put me Thanos glove, snap me fingers. Now NASA have told you the Earth is flat. That's great. So how did the Earth that's flat get here?
So
your whole Big Bang theory's out the window because that was with the ball Earth. So how did the flat Earth get here?
Nothing would happen if like it would be discovered that Earth is flat. Nothing would happen. It just
that's what I'm asking you. You're still going to go to work. You're still going to go to the shops. You're still going to eat the same crappy food on a Friday night. So let's have a look at other things now. We know you're personally not going to change your habits. So I've put me Thanos glove. I've snapped me fingers. You now understand, and NASA has told you Earth is flat. So how did this flat Earth come about? Where did it come from? Its origin story. Did he just run away? Oh.
Yeah, was that Leaf? I thought I just like him.
Bro, I don't think Earth is flat.
Why?
So, like, I've studied in my school that Earth is not flat. Earth is round, bro.
Well, how did your school verify that the Earth is not flat?
My school teachers, my books, professor, everyone told me that Earth is not flat, bro.
Oh yeah, did they tell you how?
Yeah, they tell me something like there is gravity and it pulls things, and by nature the gravity pulls towards the point, so it pulls objects from all directions, and that's how everything becomes round
Well,
in
sure.
universe, like something
The
like
thing
that.
is, when we go outside, we don't measure curvature. So if gravity really was pulling everything towards the center, that means there would be curvature. But if there's no
Yeah, but
curvature measured on the surface of the Earth, then that's obviously not true, right?
yeah, but if you measure it over like few kilometers apart, then you will feel curvature.
No, that's incorrect. We've measured
How so?
beyond more than just a few kilometers and still do not detect curvature.
So my whole life was a lie? No,
I mean,
bro.
if you believed it, sure. Yeah, that's okay.
I mean, I wouldn't say your
Uh,
whole life. That's a little dramatic. Maybe just your belief about being on a ball.
Come on, lads. Why
uh,
would you confirm what he just said, lads? Come on, bro. Bro, come on.
Well, bro, if he believes in Santa Claus too, that might, that includes that too,
Are you trying
bro,
to get the guy to be like this, like upside down on his life?
Okay,
Bro.
fine, not everything. Sorry.
Yeah, not everything. Not everything. Yeah, correct. Not everything is a lie. When you wake up every day and brush your teeth, that's not a lie. You eat food, that's not a lie. Your
mm-hmm,
parents love you. They probably weren't
mm-hmm.
lying. They love you, that kind of stuff.
Well, you know what? He might be one of
But
those people that says you can't prove anything 100%. So he's going to say, how do you know that he brushed his teeth?
So listen, you said that you saw a book. You said you saw a book in school, and the school said something. That's a set of information that you learned, right? You learned that in school. Is that what you said?
mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got that information in school. You read it, you learned it, you passed the test. Did you pass the test or no?
Yeah, I passed it.
Now, did you ever checked if that information was truth, and have you compared it with other information that goes contrary to your beliefs?
Uh, Not really.
So you just got the information, but you haven't verified it, and you haven't tested if there is an indication that what you learn might not be true. So logically, you should say
So
that
you
what you
say
learn
it
because you
it
haven't
can be
verified it.
false, right? Because I haven't
Correct.
verified it by
Correct.
myself.
What you read in the coloring books might be false. When you saw like an image Earth like
Okay.
green,
So
brown, and blue, that might not be the Earth. Correct.
okay. So I have a argument. So how can you explain this? If we look at the sun during the sunset from top of the building and from the foot of the building, then from the top we can uh, the delay is apart few minutes uh, for the sunset. The timing is not same at the top of the building and at the bottom floor of the building. Uh, so it can prove that Earth is round, right?
No, all you're doing is changing the angle to the observation. Obviously, you're going to have a different relationship if you change the angle.
No, if Earth would be flat, then from both the perspective, the sunset would be at the same time, right?
No.
Hmm?
No. You're not operating from the first premise correctly. You can't say if the Earth was flat, it would do this or that. So let's operate from the position that, first of all, you have to know whether or not the Earth is flat or if it's a ball to start making, premises and conclusions.
Mm-hmm.
So is the Earth a ball? And if the Earth is a ball, where are the Earth curve measurements that you can show us so that we can start from that premise?
Okay. My mind is not working.
Well, right. I mean, listen, every time that we ask somebody who actually measured the surface of the Earth to be curving, they don't have any answers. And the reason for that is because in all of human history, nobody has actually measured any Earth curve. All they've actually done is referenced and then measured along the surface of the Earth to be flat. So all of our measurements of the Earth are flat Earth measurements.
Okay.
So we don't have to ask questions like, if the Earth was flat, it would do this or that. We can say, now we know that the Earth is flat. So when we have two different times of sunsets, or, the timing between the apparent sunsetting when we're at the bottom of the Burj Khalifa and then we're at the top, could be for a myriad of reasons. But in this case, it's pretty simple. You just change your angle to the horizon and you can see the sun for a little bit more. But it doesn't have anything to do with Earth curve.
Exactly.
Right.
Also, how can we explain that one side of the Earth is night and one side of the Earth is day?
Okay, so this is going to be tough, but just hang with me. So the sun does not light up the whole Earth at the same time. But you already know this, right? Because where you're at, it could be nighttime, and somewhere else on the Earth, it could be daytime. And so the sun is over their head when it's not over your head. And that is what we observe. That's why.
So, while sun is not visible to me right now.
Because it's too far away.
But still, some light should be visible, right?
No, light has a problem with it, especially when it's, shining through air. You may not know this, but air is not completely transparent. So there's like this, like if you were, it's the same as water. It's like a fluid, right? So if you go to the ocean and you swim down real deep, it gets darker and darker and darker. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Right, but in the water in your glass, it looks nice and clear. So it's the same thing with the air. It looks nice and clear when you're looking around, but over 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 miles, the light attenuates. It actually becomes,
we call it scattering of light, I
decreases
think,
in brightness.
right?
Say again?
Scattering of light, something like that. We call
I
it
still didn't catch that,
scattering,
brother.
right? Scattering.
Yeah, it's scattering, right? It scatters. It's diffused, right? So over a long distance, you won't see any light.
Okay, so how gravity works if Earth would be flat?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what gravity. It
You don't
depends
know
on what
what
you mean.
gravity is?
If you're going to have to kind of describe to me what you think gravity is, so that way I understand what you're talking about.
Okay, gravity is kind of attractive force between any two masses exert at each other. Yeah.
Right. So if there's an attraction between two masses, right? If that's the claim, how do we prove it? How would you prove that?
We can prove it by. Okay, so there are some experiments done in zero gravity where small lumps of particle form from a dust.
What?
You know what I'm trying to say is some experiments are done in zero gravity where they just let particles just they scatter particles all over and they form small uh, little lumps among themselves. So it proves that they do experience some attractive force or something like that.
When has this been done? Who's been in a zero gravity environment? You still haven't told me what. Oh, so gravity is this attractive force. How did they get in an environment where there is no gravity?
It might be on space station, right?
It might be.
Bro, I just forgot.
Well, I mean, if you're on the internet right now, you can certainly find a link to this experiment, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. But you're still going to have a hard time isolating a cause. Just because things may coalesce doesn't necessarily there's any gravity involved. I mean, so like in my house back in the old days when they had tube TVs, the dust in the room would stick to the screen of the TV. Is that gravity?
No, I don't
Or is
think
that
it is
static?
gravity.
That's static electricity. So how would
Yeah,
you isolate
exactly.
gravity as a cause, right? So we still need to know what gravity is, and that way we can vary and manipulate it to see if it actually is the cause.
So the Earth pulls everything towards itself. It is gravity.
The Earth is. Did you say the Earth is traveling towards itself?
No.
What did you say? I
Earth
didn't
is
hear it.
Earth is pulling everything towards itself, right? So
Well, that's the
it,
claim that you're making, but I don't have any evidence for that. And like Let's told you earlier, if that was the case, then you would have a spherical surface on the Earth, but we don't. There's no curve. There would essentially be an equidistant pressure towards the center of a presupposed ball, which would essentially make the water curve and have an equidistant arc all the way around the sphere. Well, we measure the water and there's no arc. There's no curve. I mean, that alone kind of debunks the claim that there is some kind of attractive force towards the center of the sphere Earth that you were told about.
okay.
All right, so we figured out that the Earth is not a sphere and there's no gravity, or at least the force that you described. You have any other questions? We also covered the sun.
Bro, you are too good.
Is that what you're left with? So we've eliminated all these things, and now your answer is you're stupid. That's your reply. So you just tell people that you're stupid when you realize that the Earth's not a globe? I mean, it's pretty common in here. We get it all the time. I mean, if I were you and I found out something like this, certainly I would be a little bit disturbed, but I would say something like, wow, I can't believe this. Why did I not notice this, since every day when I experience the Earth, everything is up and down relationships and side to side, vertical and horizontal. And I never think about the curve of the Earth, and I never see the curve of the Earth, and I never experience the spin or motion of the Earth, all the accelerations that I would experience. Most people, I would think, if they were reasonable, would go, man, I can't believe I never thought about this before. Of course the Earth isn't moving. Of course I've never seen any Earth curve.
Sounded like it was crying
Anyways, if
before
you're
he left. Oh, my bad.
Did he
Go
leave?
ahead.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Hello,
He's called me
flat
stupid and
earthers.
left. Oh, we got a cat PFP. This is going to be good.
Hello,
How are you
Goober.
all doing today?
Fantastic.
I'm glad.
Did you get a chance to
You know
watch
the Earth
the
is flat?
I didn't. New information.
It is.
How?
How? Well, it just is. You know, you measure the surface of it. There's no curvature anywhere. It's flat.
Proof?
Proof is the measurements that everybody takes. I mean, we could give you laser tests. We could give you the surveys done of the Earth. Which one do you want?
Both.
Okay.
And I hope this guy actually looks at the information being provided. Hopefully you're not wasting your time, says who.
No, I'll
I'm used
probably
to it.
review it and then return later on. Probably in a day or two.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you wouldn't be like everybody else asking for information in here.
Well, no, I appreciate this guy. I appreciate this guy a lot, and I'll tell you why. It's because he is a skeptic. So when someone tells him something, he asks a lot of follow-up questions. Like, I'm sure that when someone told him that the Earth was a sphere, he asked how they measured it. Because you did that, right?
No, I did not. I believed it immediately. Because that's what we're taught. But at the same time, I'd also like to know the opinion on why it's not, and then go through it and then look at the evidence, that sort of way.
Well, it's not really an opinion. It's just a measurement. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, how tall are you? 6 foot? Is that an opinion or is that a measurement?
6'1".
Okay, so you're 6'1". Is that an opinion?
That's not an opinion. That's a measurement.
Okay, great. So when you measure the surface of the Earth, that wouldn't be an opinion either.
I see. I see. But yeah, I'll come back later on, maybe in a day or two, and I'll tell you my opinion, and then see, and then try and back it up with my own sources and stuff like that, and then boom. Is that fine?
That's fantastic. But do me a favor.
Hmm.
While you're doing all that, right? When you were told that the Earth was a sphere and you just automatically believed it, I want you to apply the same rigor and skepticism to that idea that you do with flat Earth. Is that a deal?
That's a deal. Yeah.
Okay, great. So there's a laser test
Yeah.
and a couple laser tests in there for you.
And I'll send him an invite to the other server so he can look through the other information that is available.
Yeah. Yeah. Whereabouts from England are you from? I think he's from England. You from England, yeah?
I'm near Manchester.
Oh, you're in Manchester, up north. That's okay. You got Leeds, Birmingham, yeah, Liverpool, Newcastle.
I do want to go
Okay.
to. I do want to live in Birmingham, actually.
Okay. All right. Well, there's a lot of flat earthers where you are. You know
real
what?
quick.
Hang
No,
on a minute. There's a lot of
sorry,
flat
Jin.
earthers where he is, though. A lot of flat earthers in Manchester and in that region. That's why I asked. Okay. A lot of flat earthers.
I wanted
Well,
to
your
tell him
stitches.
to accept my friend request so I can send him the link to the other server because he said he's gonna come back in 3 days. Maybe he has 3 days to look through both sides and maybe
Yeah.
formulate a conclusion and some argument.
Yeah.
Well, your stitches.
There
Haven't
you
you
go.
been in here before, though?
Yeah, I did. But I'm coming
you
out with
can-
a new perspective.
Thank you.
All right. Do you remember that we're not talking about a disk in outer space?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yeah. I'm glad that he came back. So he's been here before. So obviously he's now curious. He's now going to look into it. So we wish you all the best in your endeavor. And please come back. Not give us your opinions, but your findings. That's what I'm more interested in. What you found out. All right.
Got it. Will do.
Yeah. Yeah. I was born in London, East London. I am now talking to you from Japan anyway, but nice to hear you from Manchester.
Oh. I do like London as well. Is it all right in London at the moment?
Not these days. It was when I was growing up. You know, it had its ups and downs, but that's another issue we can talk about at another time. The thing is, we wish you all the best on your endeavor. That's the main thing. Okay.
You too.
Yeah.
Have a good rest of your day, everyone. Stay safe and
Yeah. Hopefully, see you over the weekend.
Yeah.
Hopefully, maybe the end of the
You
weekend or the
too
beginning
as
of next week. Yeah. Okay.
To be honest, I feel like the end of the world's coming. Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
Well, I mean, it's been steadily coming, but again, another side issue. We can talk about that another time. It's really,
Well,
we're
you
really.
cannot predict the end of the world, but you can maybe predict the end of your world because, you know.
Yeah.
I do have
whether
a
it's flat
question
or
as well.
circumference. Yeah. Yeah. You can
I do have
definitely.
a question because I did hear this in like a flat Earth and globe debate.
Okay.
Aeroplanes. If it was a flat Earth, then airplanes would travel much slower than they do if it were compared to if it was a globe.
What would that be, though?
It was something to do with like flat being a little bit further. I'll have to actually find that entire thing again because I just remember like the context of it rather than the actual findings. And
Jin, because what he's trying to say is about the routes that it will make more sense on a globe, blah blah, than a flat Earth because maybe someone gave an example of a flat map and the routes don't make kind of like the timing of them. But when you ask about airplanes, you gotta take into account that the engineers that build the aircraft, they take into account the Earth as a flat, motionless plane to build the aircraft, to make it work practically and safely.
That's correct. That's absolutely the engineers. That's what they consider. And in fact, if an aircraft were to follow a curved trajectory, because that's what it would mean. If you were living on a globe, it would put so much enormous stresses and torsional stresses on the aircraft. It would make the flight very dangerous. An aircraft is at its safest when it's flying horizontally. As soon as you start to nose upwards or downwards, the danger increases, and then with that comes stresses on the fuselage, wings, engines, and so parts. Okay, so doing a curved trajectory is the most dangerous maneuver you could do in flight. Horizontal flight is the safest, and as my colleague just told you, when the engineers configure and make a plane, it's all with the intention of flying it horizontally level. Okay, not on a curved trajectory. Although they can do those maneuvers, jet fighters, passenger jetliners cannot. The stresses would just be too great. Okay, continuous curving to any destination would result in the aeroplane subjected to the hangar for inspection before the next passengers get on. You get my meaning?
Yeah, I get your meaning.
Yeah. That's what I've recently discovered over the years.
Yeah, no, that tracks. That makes sense.
Yeah, thanks.
No problem.
You know, like the engineers when they build the aircraft, they have to test it eventually, and they wanna make it safe. from point A to point B and see their families after. That's why they have to take reality into account, because eventually their families are gonna get in the aircraft, and they want their families to make it to their destination safely. And sound.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. Yeah, and remember, these are repeated journeys as well. Because if you've ever been to an airport on your travels, you would see an airplane come in, it'll land, taxi off to the arrivals, passengers get off, and if you're waiting, because I had to wait several hours for my flight, you will see that plane get emptied out, all the toilet stuff, all the luggage, offloaded, clean up, laundry stuff out, and then they reload the plane, and then the passengers get on. You might be lucky to see it being refueled. All that in about 2 hours, and then the plane's back out onto the runway, taking off again.
As a surprise, the operator of the aircraft, the pilot, never takes into account any curvature or any movement of the ground below him to operate the aircraft.
Yeah. And just to mention again the turnaround time of an airplane, the reason why they turn around so quickly is because at each airport, they're being charged because it's like they're parked up. So there's like a kind of parking up fee being levied on the aeroplane. I didn't know that until recent years again. Wow, So obviously they want to get in and get out as quickly as possible. I'll end it there.
That's kind of dumb. That's kind of dumb if I do say so, because
yeah,
that doesn't give time for proper checks as well. Like someone's gonna probably half-ass a check and then, Oof.
Yeah. Hence doors flying off on a Boeing flight, landing in people's gardens whilst they're having their sunbathe, for example. That happened a couple of years back, didn't it? Yes, yeah. Doors came off. This particular one was a plug type door, so that it would be a normal door for passengers to get in and out. But sometimes the aeroplanes configure where passengers get in and off. So where they're not using that particular side of the plane, they put what's known as a plug type door, and it wasn't secured properly, and that came off during flight. Boeing had a number of funny incidences like that. There you are, so that could be down to, again, not having enough time to check everything properly. Yeah. So but anyway, like my colleague said, aeroplanes are designed to fly over a non-rotating flat earth. And please remember that the nosing up of the plane when it's going up to climb up to altitude, it's a very dangerous maneuver indeed. There's a lot of stresses going on until the plane reaches its altitude and then levels off. And that's when the plane is at its most relaxed, right? And if you're living on a globe, then you'd have to imagine an aircraft following that curved trajectory continuously, London to Japan, 9.5 hours of curved trajectory. That's 9.5 hours of stress, because there's no level there, no horizontality. It's a curved trajectory all the way. That plane would have to be subjected to inspection, much like the jet fighter pilots. When they finish their training and they're doing barrel rolls, loop to loops, everything else, that plane is taken apart completely down to the engine. They check everything, every nut and bolt and rivet. You know what I mean? Because they don't want to have any failure during a battle type condition. There you are. So yeah, planes prove flat Earth is what we're saying.
I see.
Yeah, something you will look into later on as you further your investigation into the heliocentric model and the flat Earth. There are certain aspects like Earth is measured flat, utilized flat. In fact, in order to have our level tools, the flat Earth came first. It was the flat Earth that inspired us humans to make our leveling tools. By the way, you see, that's another fantastic revelation. It took the flat Earth to have our leveling tools.
Even your senses are tuned to the water level of the world.
Yeah, it is amazing.
I will agree with that. Because a lot of people I know a lot of military people I know use the sea level to calculate height.
Yeah, and you have your receivers.
Hang on a second. He's talking flat Earth. Hang on, Jemsy. He's just talking flat Earth. He said sea level. Now that is flat Earth statement right there. Well, you're talking to the right people. If you're talking to the military and they're telling you that they use sea level as their zero base, that's flat Earth right there. So you're on your way to discovering. That's all I can say.
They more use sea level as the flat base to calculate height because it's more of a stable surface. Whereas if you use landmass and there's constantly a thing going up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yeah, undulating surfaces. Yeah,
yeah. You can't get a very accurate height with it.
So if you go from sea level and you go to the deepest part of the ocean that we know, which is about 7 point something miles, right? And then you go to the highest, which is what, like, which is the highest peak mountain, like?
That would be
6
Mount
miles?
Everest is the highest peak. Right.
What is it in kilometers? Do you know? It's about this.
Maybe 6. I'm not sure.
I think it's near the same. The deep and the high is about the same from the sea level.
So it's 8.85 kilometers high elevation. Yeah.
Yeah, and the deepest hole ever dug, or you could say the deepest on the ocean is about the same, maybe near that. When you put those two numbers from the deepest to the highest point, and then you compare that to the all across the world, the world is flatter than a pancake, flatter than anything you can freaking call flat, flatter than your table. Surface of the world as big as it is, when you just take it from the deepest point on the ocean to the highest peak mountain, and then you go all across the surface, the Earth is super flat, extremely flat.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, there are places flatter than a pancake on Earth. That's to tell you the degree of scrutinization that has gone on over the years to make that statement in itself. And a lot of people out there are not aware of that. They're all getting on with it. All you lot in Manchester, for example, just get on with your daily lives. But there are a lot of flat earthers in Manchester because the flat Earth community, the Globe Light Talk, went there twice to introduce flat Earth to the community there. So there's a lot of flat earthers in Manchester, and I mentioned Newcastle, Leeds, Birmingham, and Leicester, Nottingham. That area where you're in, all you lot there have had 2 visits from the Flat Earth group, and there was a lot of people very interested. I'm surprised you didn't meet that, but then
Don't you mean Leicester?
Yeah, Leicester, yeah. But yeah, lovely place where he's at, Manchester. I've been there a few times. Good football team and that. Don't know what's happening now though. Recently there is, but there you are.
My mum likes women's a lot, and the women's are kind of being dog right now. We did have a good game though recently in Germany.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, that's mostly what's happening with football. I don't know about men's, sadly.
Yeah, women's football is starting to come up in leaps and bounds. I think, wasn't it the British Lions that are world champions?
Yeah, it was.
The Lionesses, should I say? The Lionesses, yeah.
Yeah.
So British football in the women's side has come up in leaps and bounds, definitely.
But yeah, absolutely good time. Good job on it.
Yeah. Well, I wish you all the best on your endeavour. You work, I look forward to hearing from you, hopefully in a couple of days' time. Hopefully, if I don't, then that'll be a bad one on my part. What is your username on this server? Your username?
It's Stitches. That's my username, but my account name is my actual account username is very long. It's like spam because my main account actually got blasted.
Yeah.
Because they needed to invent a bullshit thing to get me banned.
Can I tell you something? Yeah, you're sounding like a flat earther every time you speak. You know that, because that's exactly what we've undergone, the same kind of nonsense just to stay online. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I totally understand. I like the nuances you've given us thus far. As far as I'm concerned, are very nice in that you're sounding like a flat earther in the making. That's all I'm saying. You're singing the right tunes and asking the right questions. So I wish you, like I said, I sincerely wish you all the best, and hopefully you do come back, whether regardless of your findings. Just come back and let us know what it is, whatever they are.
Will do.
Yeah.
Have a little listen later on today.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye out for you. Stitches. Yeah, hopefully you'll have me in stitches. Unintended.
Stitches does get bitches.
Yeah. There you go.
See you around.
See you too, yeah, soon, yeah.
And hopefully the rest of y'all enjoy your days and nights and evenings. See you.
See you. Thanks a lot. Yeah. There's a guy from Manchester there, look, see? A Manstonian. What do we call those people? Manchester? Manchestian? Yeah. So hopefully he'll come back. He sounds like a possible flat earther, doesn't he?
I'm going back to most junk bitches, living my best life.
Okay. Did you guys ever have the advertisement for, like, I think it was like a coffee brand or something, right? So there's this white lady in the supermarket aisle, right? And she's like she spotted this, like, across the aisle, she spotted this real dark African looking guy, you know, buff, you know, good looking, and she's like, oh yeah, and she walks over and she goes, excuse me, could you pass me that coffee up on the upper shelf there, because she's too short, right? And he's like, he doesn't say anything, he just reaches up and grabs it and gives it to her, and she's like, I like something a bit more exotic, like it's this exotic brand of coffee, a bit like where you're from, right? She just assumes like he's foreign, right? And,
yeah.
And he turns to her and goes, oh, you're from Gloucester? Like that. It was fucking fun. It was such a funny ad, man. It was one of the funniest ads on TV at the time. It was hilarious.
Yeah, yeah. I never saw that ad, but I do get the gist of it. Advertising something more exotic. But the guys, you know, the creators of that were obviously clever-minded with that humor there.
Yeah, it was good. Do you remember that one, Matrix?
Yes. All the good ones good ads are gone or banned. Too many do-gooders now.
They'd be too scared to make an ad like that now because of, like,
I know all this political correctness going on, you know. I mean, and I'm sure if you went to the communities, you know, they wouldn't feel there was anything wrong with it. They get the joke, you know what I mean? Because there is humor in everything, you know what I mean? So, you know, yeah, I think sometimes they overdo it, you know. Nothing wrong with a little bit of humor. We always see the funny side. It's not meant as a slur or, you know, what's the word? As an attack, let's say, on a particular race. Come on now. Although some people might think that, but come on, man. I see the joke there. Yeah, the fact that that guy from Manchester came back, Stitches came back, that's a good sign already. But let's see how he gets on, you know. See how he gets on. He's living in Manchester. There are a lot of good flat earthers out there. Yeah. Manchonians, I think, something like that. They call people from Manchester. Let me check that. People from Manchester are called Mancunians or Manchonians, either way. That's what they are. So Mancunians from Manchester. A lot of flat earthers there.
The Mancunian candidate.
Yeah, that's it. I love it.
Hello there.
Hello, welcome. How can we help you today? Well, 2 days ago, I was in a server called Black Heaven. Okay, now they were having a discussion about, a model for the new world, a new idea. And this black girl named Panda gave her rendition, and then I gave mine, Gintopia. Okay, and I'm going to go straight to the point. The point I made very clear was that if you go to school in Gintopia, you will learn, of course, about the heliocentric model and the deception that was put up on us, because that's part of history. But you will be learning about flat Earth, of course, because you will go out, whether you're at elementary school stage, secondary school stage, or university stage of your life, you will definitely be going out to measure the flatness of the Earth. That'll be part of your education, so you know how to utilize like a sextant, etc., etc. These tools will be taught to you, so you will know that the Earth is flat. It will be proof, right? So the point is, it was Gintopia versus Pandaland. That was it, Pandaland. Gintopia versus Pandaland, which offers the best model for life, right? And this Australian guy, he chose Pandaland because we were going to be teaching flat Earth. Okay, so because we're going to teach flat Earth in Gintopia, he chose Pandaland. And I said to him, well, when we went to school, they didn't teach us, they didn't offer us any proof. They didn't take us out to measure curvature of the Earth. But in Gintopia, you will be able to know this for a fact. Wouldn't you want to know? So you want to live on a globe? You haven't proven it to yourself. The opportunity to prove it is offered to you, Gintopia, and he went for Pandaland, where death is definitely on the cards. Whereas in Gintopia, there was no killing of any kind. You'd be going to a special island, imprisoned there for a duration of time, and then you'd be returned back to the community once your time is served, depending on the crime, of course. But there wasn't any death, corporal punishment, and that was totally frowned upon, and death. Even if we had invaders, the weapons we used were like passive, in the way of you have like heat waves and noise, that kind of thing, as a weapon to incapacitate the offenders or the invaders, if that was going to be a case. And we'd have AI assisting, but no killing, no death. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, the point I was trying to make, though, was that the individual didn't want to learn the truth then. That individual, that Australian, didn't want to know the truth. Because you can prove it. You're going to go to school to learn about the Earth. So actually going out to measure and going out to use tools like the sextant would be a good thing. Don't you think, guys? Part of your education. Any offers? Cool. Tough crowds today, tough crowd. Well, I just thought it was quite telling that people would have that position. And they do, don't they? They don't want to learn the truth. They don't want to go out and measure. That's been our finding, isn't it not? Why won't you measure this thing? What's the problem here?
Well, since you aren't making any noise, the AI Overlord song that I made a while ago, there was a couple of lyrics that were not so cool. I redid that and I was hoping to make it somewhat similar, but for some reason Suno didn't want to play the game and I ended up dubstepping it. So yeah, we'll have a listen to that if the bot works. And it'll be one of those days where the bot doesn't work for me.
Typical, eh?
This thing hates me. Oh well. Fancy that.
Exactly, yeah. That Australian guy that I mentioned that chose like Pandaland over Jim Pandia, Pandaland. But he was a very intelligent guy. He wasn't rude to flat earthers. He wasn't derogatory in any way, shape, or form. He asked all the right questions as you would ask if you're putting up something to replace the world we're currently living in and the systems in place and that. So he was really deep in the questions. Absolutely a gentleman, a polite man, because You had a female there as well, so he was extra. So obviously, him choosing to opt out of the flat Earth was his emotional attachment, because he is a clever man. He's not a dumb. You could not consider him a dopey Australian. Far from that. Far from that. The use of the language alone, and then his line of questioning already eludes you to knowing that he's not dumb, you know. So I just thought, I was a bit surprised though when he went, what, and you're going to teach flat? I goes, well, of course. That's where we live, isn't it? Yeah. So just by
maybe when you said no killing, he was thinking about vegans, and he's not a vegan. He was thinking, I wanna, be able to eat meat, and there's some killing involved, But that's probably why he didn't go with you, because you said no killing.
Yeah, probably, yeah. But I already covered that area in that anyone's, you eat whatever you need to survive. So meat consumption was there. That was not removed. So he knew that. I didn't remove non-eating of meat, because we have to eat, don't we? And in life, there is an element of killing, you know. It's just that in Gintopia, waste is reduced dramatically. Everybody's rich now. And of course, and a six-member family is going to need a bigger accommodation than a two-member family. You know, so you have what you need. And the way these houses are built, they're built in modules, so that you can actually, when a family of six and the children grow up and go out to the big wide world, that house can be reduced. You can reduce it to make space for new accommodation, for example. That kind of idea I threw in there in the mix. Yeah.
It's a modular. It's a modular housing.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to go. Yeah, modular housing. Yeah.
I don't know, Gene. I gotta tell you something. When
Go ahead.
the environment is welcoming and the things are put in place, families get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah. That's true. And that can be accommodated. Remember, we've got islands by the thousands, or if not millions, that are not inhabited at the moment. No habitants on there at all. So we're not running out of space. And this Earth is a beautiful place. So and we do have the technologies to exist on it. Yeah. So we're not beginning to overcrowd this place anytime soon. Yet, I think it is said that you can fit the whole of the population, the Earth's population, in a state called Texas, shoulder to shoulder, but you're there, all of us. If that's the case,
you can build downwards and you can build upwards. If housing is
absolutely, yeah.
You could give people a quarter acre and they could fit in Brazil.
Right, there you are. The point is, we're not running out of space anytime soon. And in Gintopia, you get what you actually need. Therefore, wastage is reduced. It's not costing you any money, physical money, but of course you work and you get your needs met as God intended. Remember, everything, the foundation of Earth, flat as it is, was built for us to live on. All the food, everything was ready to go. All we had to do was maintain it. But now we've got system in place. Now we're paying. We are pricing ourselves out of existence, thus devaluing us at the same time. You see?
So, Gene, what about scammers? Because if you want a system that is working correctly, you're gonna have to do something about all the scammers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they'd want to scam though. What would they want? There's no money, so what are they going to? What are they going to be scamming into? No currency.
No scamming. Okay, good.
Yeah, it wouldn't be there. It wouldn't be. There wouldn't be a need for it. You understand? Remember, our military would be like AI mainly, if that's going to be the case. And like I said, the weaponry wouldn't be ending life, incapacitating only. We can even incapacitate a jet coming in and land it. That kind of technology, you see. So you're not killing anyone. Not that we'd want to have war. That would be a defense thing. What do you think? Was that be a good idea or a bad idea? Do you like the sound of that? Remember, you're living happily. You've got real freedom. You're living your life, living the life you want. You only work 3 days a week, 4 max, and then the rest of the time is yours. And you have your standard holiday periods: 1 month free holiday, plus the bank holidays and the little holidays you might have in between, depending on where you are and your culture. Yeah. Travel free. Remember, no money. So there's just no cash. Yeah.
Actually, Gene, you're talking about no fiat, which is a scam. Because money by the creator is used like a means of exchange. So if I want to do trade with you in Japan, right? But I don't want, let's say I want to take, you want my apples, I want your fish. As a payment, I don't want your fish. I just want to eat the fish. But you take my apples. I want gold or silver, so I can take it with me and go to Puerto Rico and get there what I want.
Okay. Well, if we have gold to the level that you want it, then you could have it. But again, what would you be using the gold for? Because, like I said, there's no money. So, what would you want that much gold, and why would you value it to that point? If you're using gold in electronics and stuff.
If I take, listen, Jen, if I take your fish, the fish goes bad. It expires. So it's gonna take me, couple days to make it to Puerto Rico, and I want to rest for a few more days, and then I want to go to the market and exchange my gold for something that I decide on the spot.
Yeah, but you don't have to do that in Gintopia because you work. So you just go to the fish market and take what you need.
But the exchange is always necessary. This has to be a means of exchange, though.
Why? That's not Gintopia. It doesn't have to be because Gintopia doesn't operate under those standards. You work.
What will be the motivation? What will be the motivation of people producing and doing things, though?
Their freedom. Their freedom and humanity's needs. And you want to contribute to the needs of humanity, thus enjoying your freedom. You are free to do that, which God intended us to do. We have the technology.
Yeah,
you
freedom
want to
is good.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. You want,
but when you put God in the equation, actually, gold and silver is God's money.
Well, it's there as a resource. Humanity has put that value on currently, but in Gintopia, perhaps the value of gold would drop dramatically because it's not a money thing. It's not something that one would seek to acquire and pile up. And accumulate.
The piling up is actually the piling up is done by the system that is in place. That's why they hoarding the gold because but that's the thing. If the gold was if we had freedom and we have free trade between nations and communities, you will need a means of exchange, and you will use God's money to do the exchange.
Oh yeah. In that, you would need a means of exchange, but it'd be something that we have that you need. That's it on this earth. That's it.
Yeah, but you will always need something. Listen, Jane, you will always need something for sure. Yeah, and that something will be available. But to do the exchange, you need something that doesn't expire, that doesn't spoil, it doesn't go bad.
Well, that's it. You see, now hold on, right there. You're accumulating wealth again. You don't need to do that. Like I said, wastage is reduced. So the idea that you want to accumulate this material like a stockpile, that won't be necessary. That's not the reason.
That's not what I'm saying, though.
Well,
that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you're gonna be stockpiling the gold. No, I'm not saying that.
Well, what are you saying then? Go ahead. I don't get it.
To do an exchange. If you want to exchange,
if you want gold, here you are. Boom, you got your gold. What's the problem?
No problem in there. Right. But if I'm not gonna be exchanging, I'm not gonna be.
Can you give me some silver? Because we don't have silver here. So you just give me silver. Done. Thank you. Away we go.
Can you please let him answer you if you ask him to clarify something?
Yeah. Sure. Sorry
Thank
about
you.
that.
No, I'm just saying that to be able to have something as a mean of exchange that you can utilize it, that doesn't spoil, it doesn't go bad, it doesn't expire, you will use something that is gonna last forever, like silver and gold.
Yeah.
That is not.
Okay. Yeah. But then that's if we want to go that route. If you have a resource that I need in my country and you have it, we'd ask you for that because you have an abundance of it, and you would give it to us, and we'll give you what we have in abundance in exchange. That's it. There wouldn't be any need for a special kind of currency because that's what we're talking about. It sounds like in Gintopia that's not necessary. Whatever you need that we have, we can give you. That's it. We give it to you, and then you will give it to us. There's no kind of debt. I don't owe you, and you don't owe me. It's a fair exchange.
Yeah, but remember, in let's say in Japan, you're gonna be able to produce certain stuff, right? But Japan is gonna have very good products, but Japan is also gonna not have everything, and it's gonna want something from Puerto Rico, right? That we produce in Puerto Rico, right?
Okay.
So we are gonna have commerce, but when I'm in Puerto Rico and I want something from Japan and you want something from Puerto Rico, if I wanna do a trade with you, that I'm gonna have a reserve that if I don't want something tomorrow from Japan, I want something from Dominican Republic. I have a reserve that doesn't spoil, doesn't go bad. I can have it. I could save it today, and maybe next year I want that reserve so I can buy something next year, and that means of exchange is not spoiled, it's not expired, like food or apples.
Yeah, again, this is all going to be reliant on what you want from that country. That country will give you. It's as simple as that. There's no need for having a special thing that you want to exchange because it depends on what you want and what region's going to give it to you. And you'll have something they'll need. I don't think you have to stockpile anything at this point. You just get it as per order.
Well,
You know?
you kind of contradicting there because you're saying if everything is gonna be available, that means that everything is stockpiled.
Well, only to certain, like I said, wastage is going to be reduced here. So you get what you need, obviously. Yeah, I think, yeah, you're still trying to, I feel you're trying to bring in an economic kind system in. And I'm totally running in the opposite direction of that. In that Japan makes good cameras. So you make a certain amount of cameras that supplies the population of Japan. Everyone's got a camera. Then anybody outside of the country who wants one puts in an order and then we manufacture and send. That's simple.
That works, but you still need stockpiling for that to work.
We may need some resources from around the world, and we ask those countries, can you give us, because we're making the cameras for you. Thank you very much. That's that. And then we send that material, the cameras, the stock, to the country who made the order. There you go. Boom. 2 million. There you are. For your people.
So there will be stockpiling. So
yeah, but that's only to supply the
there's
people
gonna
of a
be
country.
a need of
Not a wealth, is it? It's not kind of like a currency thing. It's just there to supply the people's needs. So if you needed 1 million cameras, Japan would make it for you. Here's 1 million cameras for your people. Boom, done. And then you give it to your people. Everybody's got a camera now in your country. See? That's simple. Then if we needed anything,
you know what? You might be able to build 3D printers that will build you the camera on the spot.
Well, yeah, if we're going to utilize AI to the max, of course we will.
3D printing.
Yeah, I know what 3D printing is. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So you might have the how do you say, the 3D printing, the materials that the printer needs, and then I need a camera, and the 3D printer makes you a camera.
How are you doing?
Oh, we're doing all right. How about yourself?
I am good.
Okay, do you have any questions for us today?
I want to learn English.
I want to learn English. I want to learn English. Learn English.
Yeah, well, you're here on a Flat Earth server on the English Hub, and we're going to ask you a straightforward question. What is the shape of the Earth, and how do you know? Okay.
My English is bad.
Well, you speak it very well
Oh,
at the moment.
this channel is like an advanced English channel. So if you're looking to learn English, you want to start to the basic. You want to start at the basic channels and probably practice your reading and your speaking in the basic one, and eventually you can move on to the advanced channels.
Okay, guys, thank you. My friend just wanna learn English. He's just discovering this server. I just showed him. Thank you for telling me.
No, that's not a
Thank
problem.
you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank
See
you.
you later. Come back later when you improve.
Improve, yeah. I did want to try and see how much knowledge he had. I was going to actually ask him the shape and how does he know, and from there he could use his best English to try and describe. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
I have a question, if I may ask.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I want to ask you, sir, that the NASA is trying to go to moon again, on the other
Correct.
side of the moon. Yeah, what your thoughts about that?
It's fakery, pokery, optical buffoonery. That's what I call it, basically, because we know that they can't go there, as in the first Apollo missions were a hoax already. So that's my opinion on that. My position is that they're hoaxing it. You can't leave Earth. The radiation would kill them. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Cosmic ray particles, solar flares, vacuum of space. Not possible. Impossible.
Okay, so what if
It
they
does
are going to show
that
the
the outer
videos or
space thing that they
footages?
showing you, the outer space thing that they showing you in the TV, it can easily be made up for you with computer graphics and today's technology and video editing. That's the way they're doing it. It's not that what you're looking in the TV is a place that doesn't exist. And when they show you the Earth as a curving sphere or whatever, right? That is a
CGI.
misrepresentation of the Earth, because here on Earth, in the real Earth, when we measure the Earth and we check the Earth, it doesn't curve.
Right. So already the CGI image you're given on TV is a hoax automatically. So I said it earlier on, flat Earth destroys the moon landings because they're showing you a sphere, but we don't measure that here on Earth. And then you will notice that spherical image is always coming from an obscured camera angle, and that Earth is always lit up like a blue light bulb. CGI, you can see it's CGI. It's not the real Earth. We're not a ball.
But
Okay, so
but do you believe there is a moon, actual moon there?
we see the moon in the sky.
Jin, give me 1 second.
Yeah, go on.
The moon, the observable phenomena that we see from the Earth, the non-curving Earth, motionless, not spinning, right? That phenomena that you see is not the thing that they show you in the TV that they playing golf at and they are going around. It's not the same thing. You gotta make a separation between the thing that we see from Earth and the thing that they show you in the TV. Those are two different things.
Okay, so what like in early 60s or 70s, that time when we see the first footages of the Earth, from the space.
Like Gene
How
told you, a hoax, like pretending. When clowns pretend to do something that is not real, like actors in the TV that they pretend to do something but they're not actually doing it. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, that was a studio in a place called Clovis, New Mexico, U.S. Air Force Base. Okay, Clovis, New Mexico. That's where they filmed most of that stuff. And today, as we speak, NASA owns 24 fully equipped, state-of-the-art film studios, more so than Hollywood combined. Okay, and you have to ask, why would you need 24 fully equipped, state-of-the-art studios? Why would you need such buildings, such equipment? Why?
And what about the Mars footages that we see?
Oh, yeah, they were definitely faked, of course.
Wax, bro, wax.
Yeah, absolutely fake.
So Mars, the light in the sky that we look, and some people call Mars because people have labeled it different names through history, right? Today people call it Mars. In Spanish, people call it Marte, right? That phenomena that you see with your eyes and you can pull out a telescope and look at, that is not the same as the thing that you see in the TV that they show you a rover traveling across. Not the same thing.
Yeah, and when we, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but we can see with the telescope. There is a physical thing there.
Actually, yeah.
Yes, we see the observable phenomena, like I told you, the light moving across the sky, and we call it a planet, a wandering star, a planet, right? That planet that we label Mars is not the footage that they show you in the TV. Not that.
Yeah, yeah. I wanted to say that the best telescopes in the world gives us the view of Mars as a shimmering blob in the sky. Shimmering blob. It doesn't. We cannot see the valleys, the mountains, and the ice caps that the artist renditions show us with their CGI imagery. You understand? That's been created by computer. The image you see of Mars on your computer that shows you the ice caps and canyons, that's CGI. When you look through the world's best telescopes, all you will see is a shimmering pinkish blob moving around in the sky. That's it.
It's called a luminary. A luminary is a light. It's a light, not a terra firma, not terrestrial, not something that you can walk on.
That's right.
So what if there is a light, like if there's a light or a blob there? So how is that working? Like there is a ceiling up there or something like that?
Well, who knows? I don't know that. I have no idea.
That's a wonder, an unknown. You don't know. No, the guy the guy making the CGI in NASA that is depicting Mars as with valleys and mountains. He doesn't know. He's just doing his job, making artistic renditions.
Yeah, no human being knows that. For the hypotheses
It's a natural wonder.
Yeah, the hypotheses that are numerous that are put down cannot be confirmed or validated in any way, shape, or form, because you're only looking through the telescope, and we know that they're not sending any probe to land on a shimmering blob. That we don't have that technology. So the current buffoonery that's going on to the moon is another hoax, that much like the Apollo missions, Mercury and Gemini.
It's basically a scam.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And what your thoughts about the sun?
It's a beautiful, it's a beautiful light that shines upon the earth and causes the plants to grow. It gives us warmth. It's lovely. The sun is just a beautiful thing.
Yeah, that's my sentiment exactly. And remember, when you look to the sun, you're not proving the shape of the earth. That would be a mistake. Okay? So when you look at the sun, it doesn't confirm that the earth is a globe. It just doesn't.
The sun is an observable phenomena that moves across the sky like clockwork, like one hand of the clock of the sky, right? It moves in cycles. And the thing is that we can observe it and describe what it does, right? But what we are missing is the distance, the size, the medium that is in, the mechanisms behind it that are operating it.
Yeah.
Because no man can go to the sun and check and verify what is the schematics and the mechanisms that operates it.
Exactly. What the sun actually is, we do not know. What it's doing, we observe. And we've observed many things that the sun does as it moves across the sky and hits us earthlings here on Earth, okay? But it doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. So I hope that question was answered properly for you.
You know what's one thing about the sun and the luminaries? It's like a clock that is never late. Unlike the clocks that man makes, that they always have to be adjusted. You know that 100,000, 500,000 Swiss watch or whatever, Rolex, they have to be adjusted once or twice a year. But the clock of the sky doesn't need adjustment. It's never late.
Okay. So you mean to say like the globe is staying still while the sky is rotating like a clock?
No, the Earth's not a globe. One, the Earth is just the floor that's underneath your feet that makes up all of existence, right? It's not moving. The lights that are in the sky, those things are what's moving. Correct, because we get our months from the phases of the moon. That's why they're months. And then you have your solar year coming from the analemma of the sun. The sun moves in a specific path, and throughout a year, right, it'll start at one place, it'll move north, it'll move south, and then when it returns back to the whatever arbitrary date you decided to pick, the sun would return to that spot after 365-ish days, right?
Okay.
So those things, the lights in the sky, those things are moving. You can observe it. You can calculate when the planets, which are the stars that move differently from the rest of the stars, like Jimsy said earlier, planet comes from wandering star, a Greek word. It's like planeo or something. But they do a movement that's opposite of the rest of the stars. All the stars that would make up your constellations, like Virgo and Leo, those things make cycles, and they stay in the same pattern year after year, right? And the planets, the reason they're called wanderers is because each one has its own cycle where they go backwards in the sky. Instead of going east to west, will be a period of time over a handful of nights where they will go west to east and then go back east to west. And if you plot them, it looks like a loop in the sky. Okay? So that's why they're called planets. But the lights in the sky are moving. The ground under your feet is not moving.
And those objects don't prove that the Earth is a globe. Remember that. So you're asking these questions in relation to the globe you think you live on. That's not how you would know. You'd have to measure the curvature. You don't look up to determine on the ground the shape. Unfortunately, you have to measure it because you're living on the object that you want to know whether it's curving or not. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And what your thoughts about global warming? Is that a hoax or what?
Yeah, it's another hoax. Exactly, another governmental across the earth
To
hoax.
tax you. It's a
We're not a
tax
globe.
hoax.
Yeah, that's right. There you go. It's a tax hoax. The Earth is not a globe, first and foremost. Okay, and the idea that the Earth is warming up and we're going to die—that's crap. It's a tax hoax. Exactly what it is. Stealing of your money, and be prepared.
So how we see the temperature changing around the world, or like there's a different weather conditions happening right now? How is
That's a
that
natural
happening?
There's
phenomenon.
areas of the world. There's areas of the world that are cooler than before. So the global, world cooling or world warming depends where you at.
Yeah, he'll be back in
For
a
some
second.
people, it's world cooling.
There was a gentleman who pretty much looked at patterns of the almanacs that people were using to help them plant crops and such. And he noticed the pattern that if, for example, January 1st was the hottest day of, if it was hotter compared to last year, then the next year would be colder. And then the next year would be warmer. And then the next year would be colder. So it's flip-flopping back and forth. And they've also recognized patterns where there would be long periods of warm, long periods of cold, And so if you look at the propaganda throughout the years, in like the 50s or 60s, they were saying it was going to turn into another ice age. Then they were saying, oh, we're going to boil. And then, oh, now it's just climate change because they got the evidence brought to them, and it was being pointed out in a Congress that they were making up propaganda bullshit, right? So then now they got to make it climate change. Well, they're starting to say that it's going to be getting colder again. So why? There's cycles.
They were also saying that people were gonna have to move away from the coast cities because the sea levels were gonna rise and the sea were gonna just cover the cities.
Yeah. But
The sea
Now,
level is not rising, you say?
not really, no. And there is such a thing as weather manipulation. That does go on in certain areas, but that's not across the whole of the earth.
Is because
And it's not enough to induce a warming of the earth, if you will, or even a cooling. What's going on is just a natural phenomena, okay? And interested parties are out to maximize on money that can be gained from this, okay? Right down to the stock exchange, okay? They're right there betting on the weather and everything else because they are manipulating it and they know the answers so they can make their money. That's all that's going on, okay? Nothing too serious. You and your family and your children's children need not worry about the earth ending. No, we're not going to be able to do that. Okay? So don't worry. Worry when they start to try and charge you tax, things like that, with their computer models that are all just assumptions. There's no proof of anything. Pure modeling is all that's going on. And you can make a computer model anything.
commercial
Okay?
businesses will also reference companies who track weather and ask them, what's the when is it going to start raining in mass? When should I so that they can start projecting when they should be selling what items, right? They can plan ahead of time. Hey, the weather is going to be great around this area, so let's start putting swimming pools in the storefront so that whenever people walk in, they see a swimming pool. The weather's starting to become good. People want to go outside, so hey, it would behoove them to track and monitor the cycles of the weather because they can make profit on it. If it's going to be cold that week, well, let's put some cold weather gear out there. Let's give them some hot cocoa and marshmallows and whatnot. You know, it's just cycles. The weather is operating on cycles. The sky is operating on cycles. The Earth is not a sphere in the vacuum of outer space.
Yeah, well, definitely not that. That's easily provable. What those planets are up in the sky, impossible to know. See the patterns, yes. Their cycles, yes. But what they actually are, we do not know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so what is your position so far now? You've asked a few questions. I'll ask you one question. What's your position now?
Yeah, right now my position is like I'm seeing the too much AI right now. Like it's barely like you cannot compare with the real one. You know, you cannot see the difference between real and the AI content. So I right now believe like maybe they had a technology in the past. The same technology they make the videos or stuff like, you know, for the moon landing and stuff like that.
Okay, so you accept then that you're saying that possibly they hoaxed the moon landing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I have
Okay,
seen
good.
some
Yeah.
documentaries too. Like they are doing
Yeah.
it with the projectors and stuff like that. So
Thank you very much for that, because that's what we're saying. We're saying that the technology they use to fake the moon landing hoax has improved greatly from 1960s to now. Okay, they're using it, but still we can tell. We can easily tell with the technology they're using. And remember, the foundation is we are not measuring a spherical ball Earth here on Earth. So they have to be lying instantly. Instantly they're lying. Once you know the Earth is flat, And there's, like Jemsy said, and my other colleague there, once they're showing you images of spherical objects of the Earth being spherical, you know they're lying. You see, then you have to look at how they're lying, study how they're lying to you. This is what you've got to do, and that way you're keeping up with them. Okay.
So I there was like cloud seeding stuff like happening in my country, and I
Yeah.
was thinking that why it's happening. So that's why I asked you a question about the
Oh, that's a good
whether.
question. Yes, cloud
Yeah.
seeding is done. Cloud seeding is done because they're hoping for land grab. That's what my documentaries that I've watched have suggested, that they wreck the farmer's life. So over the years, the weather system has changed due to cloud seeding. So the farmer now is bankrupt, so sells his land, and he's not going to get top dollar for his land. So his land is sold at peanuts. He's bankrupt. He retires. The people, those who acquire the land, acquire wealth through that. Okay. Then there's the other part of it where they are gambling with the money on the stock exchange because they are manipulating the weather. They know when it's going to rain. They bet they make more money. Okay. Then there's the military aspect of weather manipulation, in that the military have said, this was said in 1996, that by the time they get to 2025, they want to own the weather, meaning be able to control it. And they've done that. And the reason being, if you can dump tons of rain on your enemy and wash them out, well, why not do that? Basically, as one suggestion. So your cloud seeding analysis was correct in that, yeah, they are doing that. Okay.
Also,
China did it.
the
Go ahead.
United Nations. Also, the United Nations had a complaint given to them from Cuba, complaining that the U.S. was attacking them with hurricanes, and so the United Nations stated that weather manipulation is not to be used as a weapon, but they did not specify that you cannot use it on your people.
So hurricane is another thing. Like I was thinking before, like why they are doing it. So it might be because hurricane destroyed all the houses, and the people need to build again. So it's good for the economy.
Well, yeah, if you want to make it that kind of doom and gloom, but yeah, no. Hurricanes spawn because of entropy. You have a high pressure system sitting adjacent to a low pressure system. There's no barrier stopping the high pressure from going into blowing into the low pressure. And so now there's a turbulence. And now this turbulence causes all kinds of effects. Humid air rises up, dry air comes down, the temperatures mix, you get your weather. So this entropy is a prime reason why flat earthers make the claim that outer space, the way they claim in the heliocentric model, is not real, because you have high pressure air adjacent to an extremely low pressure, which is the air you're breathing in the vacuum of outer space, right? There's no barrier surrounding the Earth. And so this is the only example that you would be able to give where you can have high pressure next to a low pressure without a barrier, preventing the high pressure from flowing into the low pressure, right? Like your tire on your car, 36 psi, right? That's 36 pounds per square inch greater than the air around the tire. You get a hole in the tire, the air comes out. You're breathing air. You expand your chest, make a low pressure inside your chest. The high pressure air flows into your lungs. You breathe out by compressing your chest, making a high pressure, and that high pressure flows out of your body into the lower environment. You have an open system. The Earth is an open system, right? Supposedly, asteroids are able to come in, rockets are allowed to leave and go out, but the air itself, the thing that would expand in all directions, does not leave the Earth into that low pressure environment. Make sense?
Especially the oxygen, you can say.
Yeah, and that rocket will return, because as soon as it goes out of range of Earth's atmos, the air that we breathe, and it goes into that vacuum, it will return, because there's nothing to keep it in that trajectory. It will return. Okay, it has to return. It cannot continue because the air's run out. It's reliant on the air. for its upward trajectory. All right, and it's following that arc because it's running out of air. It has to return. Okay, none of this going to the moon business. It cannot do that. There's no air there.
So one more thing that about the gravity. Do you believe about the gravity up there?
Well, it hasn't been proven here on Earth, first and foremost. So there's no believing that there's gravity up there. You understand? You know, there is, when you drop something, it goes straight down. You let go of a helium balloon, it goes straight up. Yes, density and buoyancy, that's all I accept. All other explanations don't match the reality. Do you understand? So there's no belief. I do not hold a belief that there's gravity in space. No, absolutely not. And again, we can't go there to prove. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So how the satellites is moving if there's no gravity?
There are no satellites the way you think they've been configured in space. They're not there. Satelloons, yes. Our current communication systems are that of satelloons. Okay. Cell towers, that would be GPS, ground positioning systems, fiber optic cables under the oceans. Now, there are currently 432, I think, or 36 bundles of these cables underwater, covering 700,000 miles of the ocean bed. Okay, and each day,
My cock is in your bum. You filthy fucking slut, next I'll do your mum.
Right, and each day via these cables, 10 trillion financial communications happens by these cables. All banks across the flat earth are using these cables. That's 10 trillion every day, plus your emails and in your internet, fiber optic cables for your cable TV. All these communications are there. Then there's a military application where they have their radar systems, and sometimes we piggyback off of that. We've also got what do they call those? Wind turbines. They are generating electricity, but they are also used for communications. Ocean buoys, okay, and then helium balloons with electronic equipment attached. They're known as satelloons. They are used, okay, but satellites with equipment floating around the globe, geostationary there, no, we don't have that technology.
Okay.
Yeah. So because if you can't go to the moon and go to space because of because of the dangers there to the equipment and to life, then any satellite equipment in space would be destroyed. So there's no way they're not doing it. Okay, we don't have that.
Okay, so I'll go back to the gravity questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like I have seen the videos of YouTubers and few other people, like they are going to, you have one specific aircraft. I think it's from Horizon, and it's go up very on the top of the on the space, and like people are jumping, like there is no kind of gravity there. So
yeah,
what
there's a
about that?
plane, there's an aircraft. I understand. There is an aircraft called the Vomit Comet. And this aircraft flies up in the air, gets to altitude, and then noses up, and then suddenly comes back down. Now, in that downward motion, everybody's floating around in that plane, okay? Because the plane is taking a nosedive. Everybody's floating, right? And then they do that for maybe 40, 50 seconds, and then they fly back up again, okay? And they do that kind of training for 2 hours, 3 hours at a time, okay? So that's what you witnessed, okay?
Okay.
When they were floating around, that vehicle was taking a nosedive downwards. Then the occupants are floating. Yeah, the occupants are floating, and then they gently climb back up, right? Then that's when they're back on the surface of the ground in the aircraft, and then they climb up, and then they do it again. All right? And the reason, if they continue that motion, sometimes it induces a vomit. They're wanting to throw up. That's why they call it the Vomit Comet, because people sometimes throw up. Okay?
Yeah.
Right. That's another clue why they wouldn't go to space. Because again, you'd have to be in a vehicle, currently 10 days, 0 G, your stomach is loose, floating. You understand? because you're meant to be floating now. Your body's not used to that. So you might want to throw up, or you might want to go to the toilet, diarrhea. Something's going to happen to the human body because it's not used to that condition. You know?
Yeah.
I've been on a few roller coaster rides and come off a little bit queasy myself, but I managed to suppress it and control. But, you know, if I had to do that for 10 days, I would well and truly give in. Be one tired astronaut.
Okay.
Yeah, you've asked some good questions. These are questions that people ask, but yeah, good.
Yeah, these are general questions. Like if you have this is not like a controversy kind of thing, you know. It's a basic thing I asked.
Yeah. No, you asked some good, straightforward questions, and these are questions we ask. We ask NASA this stuff, but they give you some long-winded answer.
Yeah, actually, people stop asking real questions. They are just asking some stupid things like alien stuff like that. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't believe there is aliens. Do you think that?
No, zero there. Just forget that.
Yeah.
When you hear aliens, yeah, go ahead.
Chill for a second, because you need the context of how things are actually used in reality. So words have meaning, and aliens, if you're gonna use it in the real East level context, it means foreigner, someone from another land, right?
Yeah.
Alien in the fantasy context, like if you're gonna use it in sci-fi or fiction, means a being from another planet. So when you turn on the TV and they show you the Earth as a globe, and they talking about aliens from other planets invading the globe Earth, that's in the fantasy context of the use of the word alien. So if you're thinking globe and aliens, that's why you're thinking about green mans coming from Mars. Right? That's the
Right.
fantasy use of the word. But in reality, aliens is a legal word for foreigners. If you are from Mexico and you are in Russia, you are an alien in Russia. If you are from England and you live in Japan, you're an alien in Japan.
And Japan would be alien to you as well, because you yourself have never been there. But again, it's an extreme word. I just say I'm not familiar. I'm from out of town. I'm a foreigner. I don't use the word alien. You know why? Because I don't want to use that word and evoke any kind of space connection. So I don't use the word alien. I prefer the word foreigner. I'm from out of town. Yeah, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
No, I'm
That's
not
what
familiar
alien
with
means,
Japan.
actually. Yeah. Foreigner.
Exactly. Yeah, foreigner. Yeah, new territory. New territory. That's it. New land. Yeah, I've never been to Japan before. No, it's foreign to me. That's the word I use. Not alien. You see, because
mic up, bro.
Yeah, they're sneaking the word alien in, because in the future they're going to be talking about aliens existing. You see, so they want to get you used to that word. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
I deliberately avoid that word. Deliberately, I don't use it.
You know why they are going to why they are putting in our minds right now, because they are going to release some few files. They are already mentioning it.
Yeah, but these would be hoax files. These won't be real files of real aliens. This is all about the deception. So that's the thing. But you're correct. They are talking about that. They're talking about that big time now.
Yeah, big
Yeah.
time. It's supposed to be hidden, but right now they are talking everywhere. Like
Yeah.
it's in the Congress, they are discussing in the Congress right
Relax, I
now.
wasn't ignoring you. You just never replied to any of my messages, so I don't know why you expected that I would reply to you. You were replying to a different person.
Jeez, thank you for interrupting a conversation.
Oh, sorry, I would type it in chat, but I got muted.
Shit.
First time I heard that reverse. Being muted in the side chat, that you have to come into the live to speak. VC.
Well, that's the purpose, is so that he joins the VC and then brings his argument to the voice where people are actually engaging.
Yeah. Okay, well, if he's got anything to say after we finish, he can then just get engaged with that. But yeah, so yeah, the alien thing is correct. You're right, and they're talking about it a lot, and they're pushing it. They're busy bombing other countries at the moment, but they'll get back to the alien thing very soon, I'm sure.
What's your thoughts on the Bob Lazar thing? Like what he was mentioning. What are your thoughts on that?
Maybe you could ask one of my colleagues, because I'm not too versed on Bob's Lazar, actually. So someone else can speak to that. Go ahead. Anybody? Bob Lazar?
Never met him.
Yeah, don't know the guy. Who is Bob Lazar?
Actually, he was the guy who was working in the Area 51, and he knows the secret stuff, like they are hiding UFOs, alien stuff.
Oh, right. It's a long
yeah.
way back you're going now. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Now the penny has dropped. Yeah. Well, again,
Yeah.
for me.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
sorry. So what he was mentioning that time in early 2000, like I don't know what was the time, but it was early 2000. So he was mentioning like there's a reverse technology stuff like that, and there's aliens, and there's something like a orb thing that it moves very fast. So he mentioned that long time ago,
Yeah.
and now you see in the news it's everywhere. Like is clearly they are mentioning that there's an orb around the sky and it's moving fast, very fast. So
Yeah.
right now people are saying that Bob Lazar was correct, and he mentioned that long time before.
Yeah, I doubt that though, because like we had to remember that we had Von Braun, who was the head of the rocket engineers, okay, for NASA. He stated before he died that we are to be careful because they might play the alien card, right, where aliens are coming, etc., etc. So that's why, I mean, I myself, having totally switched off from the aliens in the 70s, when I read that and heard him say that, I thought, okay, yeah, right. That's true. I mean, they're going to be lying about that. So Bob Lazar, again, unless we have hardcore, let me see it, let's see this thing, we can't see nothing. It's nonsense.
Yeah.
It's just nonsense, isn't it? Really.
And there's always the very crappy footage. Always.
Yeah,
You cannot see
that's right.
clearly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Still, we have iPhones and
When I
stuff like
capture
that.
this thing, capture it and put it in the public domain. They're never going to do that.
Yeah. They're never doing it.
Oh,
And I'm waiting to see, like after the this Epstein files, they are mentioning that we are going to release UFO stuff, and I'm waiting that what gonna release.
I'm absolutely tired of the Epstein files. Absolutely tired. The fact that they said they've only released half of it, and that was 3 million, and there's still another 6 million plus. I said, no, this is crap. Shut up. This is AI. Gotta be. What's going on now?
Oh, AI.
It's getting silly.
Fake these days now.
It's just getting silly. And
Imagine like if there's no
Getting so
camera like
silly.
before few hundred years ago, they were doing the same thing. Like no one knows,
Yes, no, you're correct there. They were lying with the camera, but way back. As soon as it was invented, they started lying with it. Typical human behavior. Those who want to deceive, yeah. The camera can lie if you let it.
Always
Again, I
saying that
must say,
there's
I've enjoyed the questions you've asked. Okay, because it's covered a good aspect there, and also I enjoy the engagement of this topic matter. It's really good. So thank you.
Someday the Epstein files will get released. Someday.
I
don't
want to. Nothing's ever promised tomorrow or today. So.
Yeah, I don't want anything to do with it. No thanks. Keep it to yourselves. Good luck.
Yeah.
I have no interest.
Nothing to do with me.
Yeah. No thanks.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's all bound to come out. Bound to come out, sorry.
Yeah, that's great. So they release it tomorrow. How does that prove what shape of the Earth is?
Exactly.
I mean, yeah.
It doesn't. Excellent. Great answer.
Apologies.
Yeah, if there's anyone with different questions.
I have a question. Does anyone think that motion is absolute?
Yeah, Mr. Jin, can you answer?
What do you mean when you say motion is absolute?
What I mainly mean is that it's going to be independent from any inertial frame of reference.
They're asking if we
The Earth
believe in
is the
relative
frame
motion.
of reference, and you can't get out of that frame of reference. So how would you know if there were
There's
other
no church
frames
in the
of
world.
references?
There's no church in the
If
world.
you're on a plane and you're recognizing the motion, then you're on the plane and you recognize the motion. If you're in such a manner that you have banked
So,
in such a
what do you
way
mean
that you
recognize the
don't feel the
motion?
motion, but you recognize that you're moving,
How do you
then
recognize that?
the Earth
Nerd.
looking out the windows would be your reference frame. Hey, the plane is in motion, it's moving. I
How do you
am
know it's
banking
moving?
to the left.
No, that's Are we really going to do this? How do we know it's moving thing? Look, I will
Yeah, like
say this.
what way do
Can I
you prove that
answer
it's
one part of
moving and
your
that
question?
the
Look,
ground isn't moving beneath you?
well, let me just say this. Motion is, what did you say? Is motion absolute?
Nerd.
Yes. Absolute motion exists, ladies and gentlemen, across the flat earth, right? There are many things in motion, okay? So motion would have to be said, it's absolute, absolutely things are moving on this earth, without a doubt, okay? There's your answer to absolute motion,
Can I ask
the way I
a
understand it.
So then I have a question. So if I'm like on the ground, just standing around, not doing anything, and then I shine a flashlight in a direction, right? And we like measure the speed of the light of the flashlight from coming out of like one end, and then I get in a car or stand on a train, and then I also shine the flashlight the same direction. When we measure,
Be aware. Be aware. Be aware.
it won't be a what?
He's
When we
interrupting.
measure,
He's a random.
okay, yeah, no worries. But yeah, when we measure like the speed of light from like each person's perspective, why do we get the same result despite the fact that you just said that motion has to be absolute? And if we know that the train is moving, shouldn't the beam of light have the velocity of light plus the train's speed?
Are you trying to have some twisted way of proving that the Earth is moving?
Yeah, because you can't. That you wouldn't be able to.
You have to
measure.
get yourself off of
When
the
I
reference
yeah,
frames
so
to
I think
compare the two.
I think
yeah.
I think you guys are getting confused when like someone says.
Yeah,
like,
no, we're not confused. We're talking about the Earth, and you're talking about light.
Because when you say that like the Earth isn't moving, when you're talking about
Excellent.
absolute
So how are
frames of
you going to
reference,
prove it's moving?
you don't
Whilst
need
you're
specifics.
stuck,
So when I'm
whilst
saying,
you're stuck on the Earth, how are you going to prove it's moving?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the point of saying that there is no absolute frame of reference. Like,
Yeah, we
that's
don't
the whole
care.
point.
So get to the point. How are you going to prove the Earth is moving? Because that's what you want to get
Well,
to.
because so when you're asking and you're saying like the Earth is moving and you're saying absolute motion, I would just say, well, the Earth isn't absolutely moving.
So it's not moving. Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, if you by motion, if you mean absolute motion, yeah, I would agree. It's not absolutely moving.
I didn't put the word absolute in there. You did.
Well,
So
okay,
thank you
then
for straw
what do you mean
manning
by
me.
motion? What do you mean by
Moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what do you mean by that?
Are you that mentally devoid that you don't know
No,
if something is moving or not?
I'm just trying to tease it out because I don't want to be equivocating terms. Because when I say motion,
Because that's what you're trying to do. You are deliberately equivocating terms to be difficult or being
when I say motion,
obtuse.
I just mean it's an artifact based on perspective.
Something that's fucking moving. How simple do I have to put it for you?
Matrix, you need to calm down, mate. You need to
moving
calm
is
down.
moving. Ah, okay, bro.
Is it moving? Yes. Is it still? No.
Holy cortisol spike, man.
Hey, bro, stop being difficult. You're trying to be a fucking smartass to people who deal with this shit every day.
I have permission to speak in this channel.
Bro, it's like I'm a flat Earth survivor, guys. What the hell?
How about this? Let's entertain this for a bit, right? So, Sim, what would the Earth be moving in relation to?
Yeah, so it would just say that like inertial like frames of reference determine what motion is. That's what the claim is.
Okay, so which one would it be moving in relation to?
It would be like moving to like a non-Earth perspective. So like if you just took perspective of something that was not on Earth.
Okay, so where would we go to verify this?
Not on Earth.
By the way, it's Jurek. Sorry, I thought it was Sim who was speaking. My apologies.
No, it's all right. Because I think the problem is that the word motion is getting equivocated every time I say it. When I say motion, I don't mean that like, oh, we'll go to the moon and then we'll see that the Earth is absolutely moving. It's not absolutely moving because nothing is
Holy
absolutely
shit.
moving. That's the claim.
Yeah.
And the reason we know nothing's absolutely moving is because when we do the Michelson-Morley experiment with different frames of inertial reference, either in a car or standing still to like the Earth's motion, we find that there's no difference in the measurement of the split beam of light. So we know
So
the fact that
if I get out my chair and start walking, you won't
Yeah.
know if I'm actually moving or not.
Well, no, because the claim that like whether or not I'm moving, I could just as easily claim that the ground is moving, like to meet you under your feet.
So if I let me get this straight, if I get out my chair and walk, it could actually be the ground that's moving, not me.
Yeah, because there's not going to be an experiment that you can do
Oh
that
my
proves that you
God.
just true.
No,
This
that
is
would be
ridiculous.
incorrect. That would
This
be
is
Okay, then name the
incorrect.
experiment.
Hang on. Hold on. Do you agree right now that the ground under your feet's not moving?
Do I agree that the ground's not moving? Do we mean by
Yeah.
like absolutely moving?
Where you are currently sitting or standing, the ground under your feet is not moving.
Discord. Fucking Discord.
That's a loaded question, bro.
It's not a loaded question.
Yes, it is, because you're absolutely the motion is absolute. I'm telling you, I don't think absolute motion is
everybody.
It's based on reality.
Hold on a second, everybody. Hold on a second. If we're going to have debate bros in here, this is the problem with the debate bro tactic, is that now you kind of remove yourself from a conversation that is reasonable into one that is purely based on, I don't know, hyperbole, pedantics. If we can't establish what we mean, then we're not going to be able to have an actual conversation. So let's abandon the debate bro tactics. You define what motion is, or absolute motion. How about that?
Yeah, I already did. I said it was based on someone's inertial frame
You're
of
hot
reference.
please mute. You're hot micing.
No, that's not a definition. You're saying it's based on something. I want a citation from you, from a source of what you are talking about. Define it.
Yeah, so I would just say like motion is just like you're changing.
Okay, I need a citation from you that we can establish that you won't move off of later in the conversation. Just get it. Why are you so inept at getting the thing I'm asking for?
I literally have been saying the exact same thing 3 times. And
Isn't it weird how I didn't ask about what you've been saying? I want a citation, unless you're going to start to just make up your own definitions for terms. So, get a citation of what motion is and post it in the side chat so we don't have to do this anymore.
I'm literally muted in the side chat. What do you...
Oh, what were you doing in the side chat that you got muted?
Yeah, so am I going to be unmuted so I can post it? I have it right here. The change in a position of an object over time relative to a reference point. That's my definition for motion.
Over fences, that's
Say it
on
again.
you.
Say it again. What's the source?
The change in position of an object over time relative to a reference point. My whole argument is that motion
So
is a
what is the
relative
reference
thing.
point? What is
Any
the reference point?
Any
reference point? Okay, how about the
reference
Earth?
point.
The
It
Earth
could be
is the
Earth,
reference point in
moon,
this
it could be your
scenario.
mom's bedroom. It could be anything.
In this case, it is the Earth. That's the reference point.
It kind of goes back to what I asked him, right? In relation to what would the Earth be moving?
A non-Earth
look,
reference
if
point.
I get in a plane, because check this out, if I get in a plane and I'm flying around, shit, the Earth is moving in relation to me. Yeah, no shit. But I'm also moving in relation to the Earth. You stand on the Earth, you see the plane fly away.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. There's no problem with that.
That's it. That's my entire claim, is that there's no absolute motion.
Okay. So, going back to what Matrix was saying, is this like a layup to you then make the claim that, oh, we're on a giant ball moving around in space?
I've been able to get that far. I think that
I know,
people are
that's why
still-
I'm trying to accelerate this. Right, so we
I
can
wasn't
get to
actually
something
that interested in doing like the
meaningful.
whole globe stuff or heliocentric stuff. I kind of wanted to keep it in like the physics realm. and just talk about like inertial frames of reference and stuff. I mean, I can like try to track it out.
Well, why bother? Why bother jerk off? Theoretical physics and shit.
Well, no,
we're
it's just
trying to
people were
figure out
making
this
claims about
room,
motion, so
whether
I
we're
wanted to
on
go
a
on that.
giant ball or not. That's really the whole point of this server or this channel.
Well, I mean, am I not able to like reply to someone's claim about motion?
Well, you can. I was just in the middle of
Yeah. I mean,
I
I can if you guys really, really want. I can try to like formulate it into like the whole like globe claim or whatever. But I mean, that's going to be like point like 4 in an argument. But like we're still on point 1, whether or not we think that like if we shine a light on a train versus standing still, that the light beam is going to be like somehow moving faster from the train, like the train's inertial frame of reference, or the train's perspective, I guess, compared to the Earth.
Yeah, you can do what you want, man, but so long as it's leading to a point that demonstrates that we're on a giant ball, like, sure.
Yeah, okay. I mean, like, is anyone else like still under the impression that motion is absolute? That like, if you just like keep adding on motion to like a light beam, it'll just get faster and faster and faster?
Sorry, I had to step away. What's the question? Absolute motion?
Yeah, like if there's absolute motion, because people are talking about whether or not the Earth is moving. And if they mean absolutely moving, then of course not, because nothing absolutely moves. If it's relatively moving, then obviously, because, yeah, motion is just relative.
It's always going to be relative to something that's stationary. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like a
to like your
reference?
inertial frame. Yeah, so to say that like the stars are moving the Earth is an equally valid claim to the Earth is just rotating. Because
No, in
technically
that
both are
case,
true.
when you say that the stars move, you are assuming actually that the Earth is still.
Well, no, you're just saying that the inertial frame of reference is that the universe is like orbiting around the Earth, which is technically true. But then it's also the case that you could claim from a different point, like the sun, that the Earth is not still and it's orbiting the sun.
Which is actually happening then? Which is actually happening? What's the actual thing
Well, no,
that's
that's
true?
the thing is that both
So there
are.
is no truth. There is no
There is no true
true
motion. Yeah, there's no
motion.
true motion. As
Yeah,
in,
that's
if you're talking about
ridiculous,
absolute,
bro.
yeah.
That's ridiculous. I cannot say that the road is moving underneath me and my car is sitting still because the wheels are turning. There's a function happening. There's a motor. There's my experience of being in motion. No, bro, there is absolute actual motion. And to say that there isn't is retarded and delusional.
Okay, so then if you're on a train and you shine a laser,
let me follow
is
up.
the laser going to
on that.
have light's velocity plus the trains?
Bro, no, hang on a second, dude. Okay, go back to the star thing. You look up, you see the stars move. Are the stars moving or are we moving? Right?
So
we say
yes,
the stars
the
moving.
answer to both of those questions is yes.
To both? Well, see, wouldn't that presume that the star, right, that is actually in a place in the sky in some 3-dimensional XYZ coordinate, right, where somebody could go to and perceive the Earth from that reference?
Yeah, if there was like a non-Earth reference. I mean, we have like non-Earth references if you like flying around the Earth or whatever, right? So I mean, like if you can not believe in like anything past like Earth's atmosphere or whatever, and like the inertial frames of reference will still hold true. If you're just going to make the claim that like Earth is the universe, then like the claims of inertial reference will still hold true.
You're throwing reference frames under the bus. You don't need them.
Yeah, so if we don't need reference frames, then answer the question: light on a car.
No, that's you. You're throwing reference frames out because reference frames
why do we
are
measure
described
the beams
by
of light
reference frames have specific qualities. You can't switch them around.
Okay, so let's just say to like the perspective of Earth, why does firing the laser beam standing still versus in a car result in the same speed for the measurement for both laser beams? You just told me motion is absolute. The laser beam should have the momentum of the car and light. Why does it only have the momentum of light?
How do you even measure that, though?
The speed of light is just distance over time.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to measure that, though. You still wouldn't be able to measure that.
Well, here's the question, right? How fast is light alleged speed?
Wow, bloody hell!
Well, if we're talking about like units of
67
measurement,
million
most units of
plus.
measurement in distance now are based off of light because we've like reorganized it to be based on light because we presume light to be causal. That's why it's C in MC squared.
Causal? You mean constant?
670 million plus miles per hour.
Yeah, so like when people say that like the speed of light is constant, what they mean is that it's constant in all inertial frames of reference because it's moving at like the speed of causality. That's why it stands for C in Einstein's
The speed of causality.
Yeah.
Where'd you get that?
I mean, so with all these ruined reference frames, why should anybody defend the globe?
Yeah, I mean, we can get to that. I mean, I still think we have someone that believes
because you can't decide which is actually true.
I'm waiting for an answer to the question of why do we measure the speed of light to be the same regardless of how fast we're moving?
We don't measure it to be the same.
No, we're not moving. According to you, we're not moving.
Well, no, I'm just saying because he said that, like, well,
how do you measure the speed of something that's not moving?
So if we're in the car moving and we shine a beam of light, why is it the same speed of somebody standing still?
We've never actually measured the speed of light. It was a calculation based off of one of the.
Yeah, it was a calculation based off of a guy using like wooden gears. Yeah, that was like the original estimate. But like the concept stands true.
So it's if we were moving, this would be the speed, not this is the speed because it's actually in motion.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to measure that. You know, a car traveling 100 miles an hour and you're flashing your light at a target and a man stationary flashing his light at the same target, you wouldn't be able to measure there. You couldn't. That's why you're getting the same value because that 100 miles an hour is minuscule. You can't measure that.
No, that's just going to be arguing statistical significance. If you have a sensitive enough experiment, of course we can measure the difference.
Hang on, you cut my chain of thought. Listen, the reason why I say it would be hard to detect a man standing still, flashing a light at a target, and my car traveling 100 miles an hour, aiming at the same target, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference because because of the speed, 670 million miles per hour, and you want to detect 100 miles an hour from difference. You couldn't do it. Impossible. You couldn't do it.
It's impossible to detect a difference in speed. Okay, bro.
Well, then just show us the difference or the lack of difference that you've measured.
Yeah, so I did. I posted it inside chat. It's the Michelson-Morley experiment. I said it before as well.
That doesn't have anything to do with speed of light.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so tell me the difference.
The Michelson-Morley experiment is literally just an experiment using lasers and mirrors.
First of all, it's not an experiment. Not an experiment.
So when we look at it, we see that the light has the same regardless of.
Yeah, I guess that means you can't use light to measure Earth's motion, can you? I guess Michelson-Morley failed, didn't they?
He's conflating two different ideas. I'm asking him to measure the difference between an object in motion versus an object that is stationary. Both of them have lights on them. Both of them are shining at a target. I want to see that particular test. Michelson-Morley is not an experiment, by the way, unless you can give me, number one, the observed natural phenomena, and then the independent variable so we can cause the effect.
Yeah, so I said the independent variable was going to be.
Sorry, I'm asking for the observed phenomena, the dependent variable. What's that?
Yeah, so are you going to let me say what the independent variable was?
Okay. Like I said, I want the dependent variable, the observed natural phenomena in the first instance, the thing that we're going to find the cause of the effect of. So, what is the observed natural phenomena, please?
Insert frantic.
Are the debate bros hard of hearing? What's the problem?
He doesn't know how to answer the question, maybe?
No, I just don't want to engage.
Okay, well then go on mute.
Okay. It was nice talking to everyone else except you.
Great. Yeah, I know it's weird. You don't like to talk to the people that ask you direct questions about the experiment that you're
I just like to talk to
It's
people
not
that
an experiment. Yeah,
use
I know. You want to
commodities.
talk to people that don't ask you very pointed questions. I get it.
I was literally trying to give you the independent variable because I didn't give it to you.
Isn't that weird? Once again, I want everyone to just go ahead and answer this question for me. Did I ask for an independent variable or did I ask for a dependent variable?
Dependent.
Thank you.
Dependent.
Yeah, weird. So when I ask for something that is the observed natural phenomena, the dependent variable that we're going to try to find the cause of, and then you just start talking about independent variables, to me that either means that you're slow or hard of hearing or just a D-bag, and there's no reason to talk to you. So when I ask you a direct question and then you don't answer it and you say, I like everybody here except for the guy that asked me direct questions, that tells me that you're just a D-bag. Or maybe the other things are true. Maybe you're hard of hearing. I'll do it one more time. Everybody else repeated it. We'll see if you answer. Or maybe you just don't want to engage because it's way too difficult for you to answer because it ruins your entire position. What is the dependent variable that we are observing in nature that we're going to find the cause of? Please. Yep, running away. Not going to talk, not going to answer.
You're just going to mute me. You're just going to mute me.
Well, no, I'm actually waiting for you to give me the dependent variable. I'm muting you because you won't actually discuss the thing that I want to discuss with you. You're not here on good faith. You're playing games, debate bro tactics, obfuscation. So I'll unmute you again. Dependent variable, please.
For the Michelson-Morley experiment?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just going to be viewing the interference of light waves. That's going to be the dependent variable.
Dependent variable, the interference of light waves. What's a light wave?
Just like two beams of light interacting with each other.
Two beams of light interacting with each other? That's a light wave?
And then the independent
observed?
variable is going to be the motion of the experiment itself.
Where was it observed, Chirac? Where was it observed?
The interference of light beams?
Yeah, where was it observed?
If you use your eyes currently right now, you might be able to observe it.
So what's the whole purpose of the test then?
Yeah, so the whole purpose of the test is to see whether or not the motion of light is following an absolute or inertial frame of reference. And it's clear that light moves at the same speed regardless of our inertial frame of reference.
Right, so you can't use it to detect if Earth is in motion. Great.
No, oh my god, bro. What do you mean by motion?
Yeah, this means you
here
can't
we
use
go
it to detect the motion of Earth.
What do you mean by motion? Do you just mean like if Earth is absolutely moving through space and time?
Are we really back to defining what motion is? I accept your definition from before. Now let's move on.
Isn't it weird how he said in the Michelson-Morley non-experiment, because the independent variable that he gave us, he says, oh, you're just seeing it right now. He's not being specific. So we skip past the part where he's going to be, specific about what the interference of light he's talking about is. Is he talking about interference patterns, probability distributions? Is that the wave that you're talking about? Intersection of light beams? What the hell does that mean? And also, when you
like
said
every
the
time he wants
motion
to bring
of
up something
light,
to support his argument, he ends up blowing his own shit out of the water. Like, what the fuck?
right, because he's talking about the motion of light, but apparently there is no universal motion or, absolute motion. So what motion was Michelson-Morley looking for if there's no absolute motion?
This factors into his whole fucked up reference frames thing, trying to make the globe Earth unfalsifiable. I mean, it's like, good job. If you're gonna say that like all frames of reference are relative and you can't really detect the motion of Earth using light, I don't know what argument you have for the globe. Just saying.
He also suggested that
sound like a flat earther now.
He's trying to sound like he was trying to say that we can't tell whether or not the ground under the car is moving or the car is moving.
Yeah.
Yes, there's no way in hell to tell if the globe itself is moving, is there?
You're going to have to identify something within your experiment to be absolute. Otherwise, you don't have no frame of reference.
Yeah, it'll be the interference of the two beams of light.
Is light the only thing that has absolute motion?
Maybe if I explain
is
like
light
the
the only thing that has
hypothesis
absolute motion? Is light the only thing that has absolute motion?
Well, light doesn't have an inertial frame of reference.
So it has absolute motion? So there is such thing as absolute motion?
No. So
yeah, I guess you just contradicted yourself again.
Light itself is like Yeah, so like light itself doesn't
There are
have like
there are
absolute
no
motion.
absolute reference frames except for the light one.
No, the speed of light is constant. That doesn't mean its motion is absolute.
Oh, it's its own reference frame. It's absolute. It's a constant. Yeah.
Well, what? No,
Now
what's
It can have
light's inertial reference frame?
does
It
it have a
doesn't
speed of
inertia.
0?
Yeah.
Can it have a speed of 0?
Can light have a speed of 0?
Yeah.
Like in a medium, sure.
That's what you. Let's say you can stop light in a medium. Okay, that's cool, right? But if it's not in, like, if it's just traveling through a vacuum, right? Can its speed be considered 0 because you can consider that everything around the beam of light is in motion, not the beam of light itself, right? Because it's relative, right?
I see what you did there.
Because it doesn't have an inertial frame. What would be its inertial frame?
Space-time.
Well, yeah, that's like literally just the problem. Like light just doesn't have an inertial frame. So like when we say that motion is based on your inertial frame of reference, it's not that light is like the absolute or whatever. We just measure it to not have an inertial frame of reference. Like the claim is just is that there's no absolute motion. So when we say the Earth is, when someone says the Earth is moving, you could mean one of two things. It's absolutely moving, or it's moving relative to someone's perspective.
Still
motion is just
while
an
the Earth
artifact of
moves?
reference.
or the Earth remains still while the light moves. I don't know. You're confusing me, bro.
Well, no, because it's back to the whole car and like road moving thing. Is that to the car's perspective, the car is moving. The Earth, it's driving forward. To the Earth's
bro.
perspective,
No, it's not. No, it's not. The car doesn't have perspective. Look. When you get cars are built so that when you put your foot and you turn the engine on and put your foot on the accelerator, the wheels start turning and it causes motion of the vehicle. It doesn't cause the ground to start moving underneath the wheels to spin the wheels like some sort of fucking giant treadmill, bro. That's not how engines and accelerators work. Okay.
Yeah. If you have the perspective of that, like the Earth is
no,
like
it's not about perspective. It's about what is. What is. So, do they build cars to make the ground move underneath the wheels, or do they make the car so that the wheels go in motion across the ground?
That's right, T-Dub. I think it's important at this point in the conversation to bring up the difference between kinematic and dynamic frames of reference and models. So when you're stuck in this la-la land of kinematic reference frames and describing motion without actual forces and work and energy, then you're just describing reference frames, and it's all subjective. Of course, it's going to remain in that realm. But what T-Dub is describing is that in the real world, through actual force dynamics, you can diagram like the transfer of heat throughout the system of a car. And you know that the car's wheels are not imparting enough torque to twist the entire globe Earth underneath it. Right? So you can actually measure and diagram out the transfer of energy.
Well,
but
no, it
guess
wouldn't
what?
be the
You
claim
can't
that
do that
it's
when
like
it comes to
moving the Earth
kinematic
underneath
models
it. It's that
because
the
there
Earth is
isn't
moving underneath
any dynamic force with kinematics. You also don't have any dynamic force with the globe. Like nobody can actually measure the torque of a spinning globe.
Yeah, well, Yoda, I think you're confused. I'm not saying that the car moves the Earth underneath it. No, the Earth would just be moving underneath the car. It's the same with the treadmill. Like your feet don't move the treadmill. The treadmill creates its own like spinning.
Yeah, in reality, but using kinematics,
you
can
push
change
yourself
the frame
forward
of
to keep
reference.
pace, right?
Right.
So like that's what I mean.
Using
it's the
kinematics,
whole
you can
treadmill.
describe any reference frame that is internal or external to this, and it doesn't tell you whether or not they're actual forces that are.
No, yeah, it won't be helpful to like some sort of
looking at
engineering
motion.
problem because it's a physics question. We're talking about whether or not like we have absolute motion. So like when someone says that Earth is or is not in motion, well, that's just dependent on what you mean by motion. If they mean by like it's absolutely moving in a direction and all observers can agree upon that, that's just not going to be the case.
Right. So the eternal question is the Earth in motion? Is the Earth itself the thing that's actually moving? Is it even a thing that can move? Is it an object that can even be embedded in a space?
Yeah, that's what I touched on. That's what I touched on as well. Is that if like you just define like Earth to be everything, right? Like there's no.
He just told us that the entire phenomena is based on the subjectivity of the observer. He says people can't agree on it. So this is about agreement.
Yeah, I literally said this at the very start. That it's literally
Oh,
just
so
an
this is
artifact
just
based
about
on
whether or
reference.
not people agree? Oh,
It's an
fuck that.
It's an
What
artifact
actually
based on
is?
reference.
Man, yeah, 4 out of
I
5
said that in my
Nazis
original
agree on something.
definition. I said it's based on a reference point.
Oh, so it's not subjectivity, it's a reference point.
Yeah, it's based on reference, like the reference of observers. And
Yeah,
if you're
okay,
saying
so
that like
reference
there's
is
no
arbitrary.
like so if we're saying that like the air, like the sky or whatever, there's nothing like past the sky. The Earth is everything, right? Like that's what I said before. Like if we're just gonna make Earth the universe, right? There won't be like to say that there's like a non-Earth reference point equivalent to saying that there's a non-universal reference point or whatever, right? So like under that, like it would make sense, but like internally in the system, you would still have inertial frames of reference.
Dude, even
I don't know if
within
you're really clear on what frames of reference even are.
Yeah, they're just
yeah,
reference points to different perspectives. Like if we have a guy in a
What's
car
an
making
inertial?
measurements versus a guy not in a car making measurements, and the car's driving somewhere. Like those are just going to be
What do
two
you mean by
different
not in
reference
a
points.
car? What do you mean by not in a car?
Like he's not in a car.
Yeah, so don't tell me what the fuck it's not. Tell me what it is. One
So, like,
guy's in a car, the other guy
Yeah,
is where?
So like one guy's in a car driving, and the other guy's just like standing on the sidewalk, and they're going to make measurements
Standing
about
on the
that
sidewalk.
around them. Yeah.
So one of them is in an inertial reference frame? No, actually, they're both in the same reference frame because they're both on the Earth, right?
Well, no, one's on the Earth driving, and the other one's just on the Earth standing. They have different.
Yeah,
They're
you can
both
set
on the
the
Earth.
Earth as the inertial frame of reference.
No.
Yeah, you can set the Earth as an inertial frame. You know how to set a reference
the guy
frame at all?
standing- that
You just
guy
pick,
standing
you
is
just
on
pick
Earth's-
something, and that becomes your point of origin for a new coordinate system. So
Yeah, so the
reference
guy
frames are
standing is on a-
arbitrary,
the
just
guy
like
standing is
points
on
of
Earth's
origin
frame of
are
reference.
arbitrary, just like coordinate reference systems are arbitrary.
They're going to the moon. Try to prove me wrong that Earth is not round.
Is not round.
So you can set anything as the inertial frame, even something that's an acceleration. You can set that as the inertial frame because now you're going to baseline all motion.
Actually, no.
to
When it comes
that.
to acceleration,
you're going to
that's gonna be
normalize all
different.
motion to the thing in acceleration to call it the inertial frame.
No, so you're right when it comes to all reference frames except for acceleration.
I know
The reason
I'm
it
right.
doesn't- No, the reason it doesn't hold true for acceleration is that all reference frames will agree that you're accelerating. The
Reference frames
disagreement-
agree?
That's debatable,
Sentience?
right?
Wait. The disagreement. Wait. The
That's not
disagreement
even
on the
accepted within
acceleration
relativity
will be,
itself, you know.
Wait, so the disagreement between the inertial reference frames when you're speeding up, right? Let's just say you're going faster and faster and faster. The disagreement between inertial reference frames will be how fast you're increasing, right? Not that you're not increasing. So if I'm driving,
dude, no,
the
no.
thought experiment for it is simple. Like say I'm driving in a car going 20 miles per hour. There's a guy that's next to me going 10 miles per hour, and there's a guy going 30. Let's say I start accelerating towards 60 kilometers per hour. To both observers, I am accelerating. To the guy that's going 30 kilometers per hour, I will be accelerating relative to him less quickly than the guy that's going 10 miles per hour because his speed is less from his inertial reference frame. So to say that
Yeah,
in
so why can't you
acceleration,
treat Earth
that
as
there's
inertial?
Well, you can. The guy's standing still. He's in an inertial reference frame that's Earth.
All right,
The
a
guy
few minutes
driving
ago you
is
said
the
you can't
reference
after I
frame of
said you
Earth
can.
plus the guy driving. It's like the same thing I said about like the.
He didn't hear you, Yoda, because he likes talking through you. That's twice he's done it
a few
now.
minutes ago, when I said let's treat Earth as the inertial frame, you said no. You said no a couple times. You can't do that.
Well, no, you're saying that the Earth is the inertial reference frame for both. I said that the guy in the car
You can
will
treat
have the
anything
inertial
as an
reference frame of
inertial
a guy
frame.
driving
Literally
on Earth.
any. You can treat the thing that is accelerating as having the inertial frame. Did you know
No,
that?
you can't. Oh my God. So speed and acceleration are not the same thing.
Yes, you can. I can say that I'm going to take this
Speed and
ball and I'm going to
acceleration
throw
are
it
not
up
the
into
same
the
thing.
sky.
You're
Okay.
equivocating.
Now I'm going to set the accelerating ball as the inertial reference frame. And now off of the ball, I can actually calculate the trajectory and velocities of dust particles
Yoder, I just
and hair
explained it.
flying
I
off the
just
ball.
explained why accelerating frames will be
I'm
agreed
explaining
upon
to
by
you how
all
you can
frames
take
of
an
reference.
accelerating object and give it the inertial frame of reference.
Yeah, so Yoder, when an object is accelerating,
I don't think you ever took a high school
frame
physics
of
class.
reference, no frame of reference will disagree that it's accelerating. They just disagree on how fast it's accelerating.
But we're not discussing its speed and how fast it's going.
So
You want to add... Hey, Durac, don't
You're
sidestep.
wrong, but it's irrelevant.
So when you said that, like, we have an object that's accelerating, if you meant to say an object that's like that has a speed in a direction, right? That can be an inertial reference frame. So when you say, why can't the Earth be the reference frame to the guy standing and the guy in the car, is, well, the guy standing, yeah, let's just say that that standing frame is Earth's frame, right? Because he's not really moving relative to the Earth, but the guy in the car is. So to say that his inertial reference frame is also the same reference frame as Earth is to say that the guy standing and the guy driving in a car have the same motion. That's what your claim would entail. And I don't think you believe that. So I don't know why you would say that. Because everyone
would they have the
told
same
me that
motion?
the guy driving and the guy in the car do not have the same
motion of zero? Yeah, they have the same motion of zero, right? Relative to each other if they're standing still, relative to the Earth if it's still
relative to each
compared
other,
the
they
Earth.
don't. If I'm driving 20 kilometers per hour and I fly past someone that's standing still, I will have relative motion to that guy standing still.
Yeah, of course. Of course. I was talking about two stationary observers. Like, I really fail to see where your point of disagreement is.
No, I think the misunderstanding comes from that, like what we call like Earth's frame of reference. Like if you guys are saying that, this is what I said before. If Earth's frame of reference is like any perceivable frame of reference that one could have has to be on Earth, right? Then I can kind of understand where you guys are coming from, because you're saying that like it would be like me saying like, oh, what if we just have like a non-universal frame of reference? Like that just kind of doesn't make sense.
I could
like,
set.
You know what I mean? Like how can I say that we have a
above
frame of
Earth
reference
as
that doesn't exist? You know,
frame of reference. Right.
So,
I
like,
could
when
be in an
someone-
airplane, and I could consider my airplane now an inertial frame of reference.
Yeah, compared to like I guess the Earth's frame of reference, and then unless you think that like the atmosphere like doesn't count as like not Earth or whatever. But like I mean that's just like splitting hairs. The point being is that to say that the Earth is in motion is purely dependent on how you observe it. Because motion is just going to be the artifact of your perspective.
Right. Well, how do you observe Earth in motion?
Well, from a non-Earth perspective, and if you consider flying to be a non-Earth perspective, then yeah.
God, bro. There's apparent
Excellent.
motion. There's
Hey,
apparent
Cheetah.
motion and there's actual motion. That's
So
the
why doesn't
period.
the bulltard rotate underneath us when we're flying then? Get in a hot air balloon, kid.
So like the motion is just going to be like described about your frame of reference.
There
So,
is no
like,
motion.
There is no absolute motion? Yeah, there's no absolute motion.
I didn't put the word absolute in there. You're doing it again. We're not going to go back around this. We've already discussed this at the start. Is your memory that short?
Yeah, so I mean...
Wait, listen, let's break it down for you.
Motion.
You're trying to prove that the Earth is either spinning or not spinning. How are you going to do that while standing upon it?
What do you mean spinning or not spinning?
Are you really that mentally disabled that you don't know what I'm talking about?
I think Bros missed the entire point. It's okay.
No, don't sidestep.
Okay,
Again.
no, I'll engage. I'll buy it. So when I say when I ask, is it spinning or not spinning? What does that mean? Like relative to who?
How are you going to prove this while standing upon the thing that is allegedly spinning?
Yeah, so I said the way that we were going to prove that is seeing if whether or not like light moves absolutely.
You need something to be actually happening, bro.
Yeah, so
Actually,
like
have a way to prove it.
The interference of light beams would be the way to prove it. Because if our claim is that if you just keep adding on like speed to like a train and then
I'm not adding anything.
The laser beam is going to have.
I'm not adding anything. That's another straw man. Thank you.
I'm talking about
I can prove there.
Shut up, Matthew. Yeah, Matthew, please. You can prove it's spinning. It's better than the debate, bro.
Let me explain.
Matthew.
So, have you ever been on a cruise before?
No, I haven't actually. I've been told to go. It should be fun.
You know, people feel after they get off like a boat, they feel like different, like they're still moving. Well, essentially, this is because your brain is accommodated to the natural spin of Earth. And that's why you don't feel that Earth is spinning, is because it's constantly spinning and you're acclimated to it since birth.
Then what can you use to detect it spinning at all. Anything.
I want to know
you
what
see, they're
happens when we
going
go
to
to other
space
planets.
right now. Actually, believe it or not, they're going
I
around
want to
Earth.
know what happens when you go to other planets that are spinning twice as fast as the Earth, stumbling around and can acclimatise. What about when we go to the moon? That's not spinning in the same way as the Earth. Did we take time to acclimatise to the rotation of the moon? What bullshit are you making up,
That's
dude?
really hard for me because I've never been to the moon.
Well, yeah,
I've been on a
exactly. You're
cruise.
talking
I've
about
never been to the moon.
we're used to the spin of the Earth, so you've created a problem for yourself when exploring the universe. When we get to planets that spin faster than the Earth, we're going to be fucking sick.
Wait, isn't that why they're going around the Earth again to
Dude,
acclimate to space?
I don't know how long we've been placating this fucking bullshit, man. But are you lying to yourself or to us?
No. Okay,
This is
so
crap,
did
dude.
you see in chat? I posted a link to Twitter of the path of the spaceship.
No one cares.
Yeah, cool cartoon.
Well, it's from NASA. That's the U.S. government.
So you're happy to accept cartoons as proof?
Not my
That's up to
That's
you.
how you know it's real.
This is just shit.
Okay, I'm just gonna mute because I don't know what you want to
It's
hear.
true
I just
because
gave
I
you
read the
evidence.
website address.
NASA's not the be-all and end-all of truth, my young friend. If you want to prove something, go and measure it. That's it. Come back with the data. If you've made a mistake, we'll point it out. If you get it right, hey, great for you. But don't just believe because some doorknob on bloody government website says so.
Hey guys, you know how I know Earth is a globe? I know Earth is a globe well because you can't actually tell if Earth is spinning because reference frames are arbitrary, and also you really can't measure absolute motion with light because light already travels within an absolute reference frame. So that's how I know that Earth is a globe, guys. There, I just summarized his entire conversation.
Thank you. Well, there goes redshift and blue shift, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess so.
Are those things getting further away because they're moving further away or because we are? Or both?
No, the
I
light
don't
is
know.
actually not changing speed. It's only the wave front. It's a change of the phase.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Duh.
Yeah, that's how they tiptoe around this.
It's the frequency.
Yeah.
Wait, the frequency is the absolute. Everything else can vary, but that's got to stay the same the entire time, right?
Yeah, all the frequency gets squished and stretched, even though the whole thing is traveling at the same speed itself. It's one unit. That's what they say.
Hey Matthew, I love in your little video that you linked us there. One section of it, they zoom out away from the ship, and guess what? It disappears over the curve, doesn't it, mate? You can't see it at all. Think about it logically. If something is hidden behind a hill of water, you're not zooming in on it, are you? It's behind something. If you go and stand behind a car, I can't get my magic camera and zoom in and make you reappear above it.
In order to prove that all reference frames are relative, I'm going to bring up the one scientific test that shows that reference frames are not relative.
The thing which inspired Einstein to propose the general theory of general relativity, right?
Yeah.
Don't forget Lorenz, who started all this by saying that, well, it's the case that the item itself squished and time expanded so that it looks like it's not moving.
Right, into the thing getting squished, it doesn't see itself getting squished at all. None whatsoever. So the thing that is getting squished that you need to be able to measure getting squished can't actually measure it for itself if it's getting squished. And the thing that you're going to use to measure it getting squished could be squished. So you won't be able to actually measure if the thing's getting squished with the thing that might be getting squished too.
And for the record, the point of the Michelson-Morley non-experiment was to see if the Earth was indeed in motion. There was no dependent variable. My goodness.
Yeah, way to close that loop.
I don't like you. You ask hard questions. Actually, it's a wonder he didn't have a meltdown for you, Yoda. He didn't like me because I just wanted to get to the point. He didn't like Sezu because he asked horrible, hard questions. And when you were spitting facts, I thought he was going to have a meltdown.
I actually felt bad as I was spitting facts and hearing him start to melt down. I was like, man, maybe I should just stop talking.
Well, that's probably why he was talking through you, so he didn't have to listen. It's just his shut off mode. If I talk, I can't hear you.
That was just like 30 minutes of contradictions, man. I'm like, holy crap, the cog dis is so bad.
Yeah, he had his set script, and you guys broke it.
He went out of his way to tell us that that there are things with absolute frames of reference. It's like, okay. No, but the thing that I'm talking about that has an absolute reference frame is proof that there is no absolute reference frame.
I like the part where...
Oh, shit. Oh, pickle. I talked myself into a corner again. Oh, fiddlesticks.
I like the part where T-Dub was like, so can the light itself have its own frame of reference and it look like everything around it's not moving? Or... And then later contradicted himself by saying, no, wheels weren't made so that the car could move across the earth. It's the other way around.
Or you know, they don't like to bring up their own NASA rocket launches. But hey, yeah, you think when Artemis 2 lifted off, started going into space, that it was actually the Earth shrinking and getting further distant beneath Artemis? And what happens if you have two rockets that launch at the same time on either side of the globe? Does the globe shrink between the two rockets? And are people really going to say that, oh, you really can't tell the difference between whether or not the globe is shrinking between two rockets or two rockets are actually taking off from the globe on opposite sides? Like, the whole thing turns into this devolved, just nonsensical discussion. It's a waste of time, can get frustrating. It was almost a case of Just let them talk long enough and they'll contradict themselves. I think honestly, that's a great, call it a tactic. I'll call it a freaking tactic. That's a great tactic for especially newcomers into the circle. You're still learning, you're still getting good at this. Well, a great tactic is to just let your debate partner, the Glober, talk. Let him make all the claims in the world because he's going to end up contradicting himself, and then you'll be there waiting. You don't have to be a physicist or a chemist or a mathematician or anything like that. You don't need multiple college degrees or even one. You just need to be a good listener. Yep, I mean, how that conversation kind of went was, well, the Earth is flat and stationary. It doesn't move. Like, you can't tell it's moving. And then the guy's like, well, you wouldn't be able to tell if it's moving anyway because all motion is relative. You know, if you're in a train and the train doesn't feel like it's moving and you look outside, you might think the world is moving and the train's stationary, right? Then you're like, okay, great. Well, then how would you detect if Earth is a globe that's moving? Well, so that's the thing. You can look at the stars moving. Wait a second. I just talked myself into a corner again.
And that's how you trigger their cognition, and then you just have to kind of sit back and let them word salad their way through it into contradiction land. It's funny. That's what happened here.
Yeah, because okay, how about lasers? Lasers absolutely prove that there's a holy shit, there is an absolute frame of reference, isn't there? Speed of light. Fuck. Well, you can totally use lasers to detect Earth's motion. Oh wait, fuck, shit. No, you can't do that either. Well, fuck.
I actually think you're giving him more credit than he deserves. I think that was like a perfect textbook example of Dunning-Kruger. And I mean, he already admitted an hour ago that there's no evidence that the Earth is in motion. Like, he agreed with all the quotes I showed him. And then he started talking about, you know, you have to walk while you bounce a ball and something about the speed of photons. So it was just debate bro tactics. But, you know, they have their script. And if you can, I don't think there's a lot of thinking going on. I think it's just a lot of regurgitation. I didn't hear him listening to anything that was said.
Right. Well, because I really appreciated Yoda's distinction between kinematic and dynamic, because that would have eventually led him to, I bet, like, this is my prediction, that if it had played out, we focused on that, he would have gone to, I'm a brain in the jar, because you can't know anything, right? Because like, look, you have to have something that's actually happening, right? Because you can't say, okay, it's all relative. Like, okay, your perception of things might be relative, right? Some things might appear to be doing something, but they're not actually, right? Are you going to say that, oh, if you stood on the sun, right, now the Earth is in motion, but if you go back to Earth, now it's not actually in motion? It's now the sun that's actually the thing in motion. It just depends which one you stand on. That's generating the dynamics. I mean, come on, bro. What the heck are you talking about?
Right. Right. It's like in the real world, we have actual ways to determine whether or not an object is actually in motion or if it's pushing another object in motion, right? I mean, you just look at the way it was freaking built. But yeah.
It was perfect that you showed up, though, because I know, like, inertial frames of reference is like your jam. So when he started in, I was like, oh, Yoder's never in here, but I really hope he shows up. And it went just as expected.
Oh, really is my jam. I don't know how it became my jam, but it is my jam. That's for sure. I kind of take delight in going onto the internet and looking at all of these depictions of globe-based Coriolis and how wrong they all are. I mean, not all of them, but the vast majority of images that people find as explainers, like the Google image search for the Coriolis effect, vast majority of them show and depict it wrong. They depict the Earth rotating in the wrong direction. Not even joking. Like, it's so bad. And I don't think our guest earlier really understood what a reference frame itself even was or how to establish one. He started acting like it was some kind of intrinsic property to the thing itself when that's not necessarily the case. Because you can assign anything as the inertial reference frame, even though it may not be inertial. And this would be for the sake of baselining any motions that you want to study relative to that. It's like, it's like I don't care that I drop this marble and it's going bouncy, 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 and on the table. I just want to measure actually like the. I just want to measure dust particles flying off of the marble. So I may not be interested in all the other motions. I'm going to baseline it and I'm going to assign an inertial frame to everything else that's going on.
Right, like bouncing your ball inside a moving train, or throwing a paper airplane inside a moving train.
Yeah, I could come up with better examples. I think that's a good one. Yeah, a moving train, bouncing a ball in a moving train. I like that. We're gonna baseline the train's motion, all of it, whether it's going left or right around the tracks, or speeding up or slowing down, or not even accelerating at all. We're gonna baseline that. We're gonna call that the inertial frame because we just want to study the bouncing basketball, right? It's like, yes, I know the train isn't an accelerated frame itself. That is to say, relative to the Earth, relative to the tracks, right? But I'm going to assign an inertial frame of reference to it for the sake of studying the bouncing ball. I think that was a great example, teed up. So I want to study the Earth rotating underneath the airplane. So if I fly the airplane north, let's say I start at the equator, and I fly the airplane north, the Earth should be rotating west to east underneath my plane. And the further I fly north, the diminishing tangential velocity of the Earth underneath me, right? I want to be able to study that. Can't do it. And it doesn't help that all these depictions of Coriolis show that I'm moving with the globe to the right if I'm flying north, instead of the globe turning underneath me. Oh, it's insane. They always screw up Coriolis itself. Go ahead, Tito.
They're flying east or west at the equator. You have aircraft that's like, if it's flying, which way would it be flying? East, wouldn't it? No, flying west. It'd be flying forwards and backwards simultaneously, right?
Yeah, it's like I want to fly west until I'm not covering any more ground because I've lost momentum, I've bled off my speed, and I'm just flying against the Earth's rotation, man, as fast as I can go. Oh, did you see Morphus posted this? The Artemis 2 mission could still be all over tonight, despite historic blastoff. Oh, wouldn't that be sad? The first manned mission to the moon in 50 years could be called off today. Says further, the Artemis 2 mission successfully launched yesterday, with the spacecraft taking off into Florida sky and starting to orbit our planet. Over the next 10 days, the goal is for Artemis to head to the moon, though the crew won't be setting foot on Earth's only natural satellite. Already that's wrong with their own lore. Instead, they'll go around the moon, and the crew of 4 could experience the best view of the moon's dark side. Again, it's all these mistakes. No, the moon is not claimed to be Earth's only natural satellite. No, the moon actually does not have a dark side.
I was talking about this yesterday because I pulled up AI about it, Chat GPT, whatever, Google's AI mode, because it was trying to say that like they're going to have a clear, nice view of the far side and going to be illuminated. And I went, whoa, hang on a sec, it's going to be still like just transitioning back from full moon. I mean, not much of that far is going to be illuminated. What are you talking about? And it tried telling me, oh no, it's all relative and blah. It sounded a bit like that, the glass guy, right? I'm like, no, just no. This is not observer. It's observer based as to how much of the illuminated part you'll see, but only a section at a time can be illuminated. That's it. If there's only 50% of a part of it that's illuminated, that's all you'll be able to see for any observer from any angle. Like no matter how much of that surface area you can see, you'll be limited to the part that is illuminated. And it was like, oh yeah, you're right. So, and because it tried telling me that 60 to 70% of the far side will be illuminated. I'm like, bro, what? How much of the surface will we see from Earth? And it said 88%. I said, okay, so there's 12% we can't see that they'll get to see, not 60 to 70%. It's like, yeah, you're right, and it like started, it's just like started correcting itself, and so it's like it was trying to make out like they'd have this great illuminated view of the far side, and I'm like, nope, that's geometrically impossible, right? It's like, oh yeah, well, there's going to be some. They're focusing on the Terminator line, and there's going to be some twilight spreading, and
Dude, I'm gonna laugh if they shit can the mission early. I mean, did you see that they already had problems with their onboard toilet?
I heard something about that. Yeah,
I was going to mention
the shitter
that.
broke.
They need to hit up the dude from The Big Bang Theory to fix their toilet.
Have they got lots of nappies on board?
Looks like the same shitter on the ISS. It's like a little can. Like, I don't know. Just no. And then on top of the lid, it actually said like the lid had a sticker on it, and the stick had a warning label that said max weight limit 200 pounds. Yeah, and this is supposed to be in 0G. Furthermore, it actually said something about like when this lid is closed, it's used for a mock-up. Something like that. It had the label mock-up. Like, why would your Artemis shitter, space shitter, be a mock-up, and why would it have a 200-pound weight limit? Like, I thought you were in weightlessness.
Alright, we'll give this song another test drive and see if this thing's going to like me. Or not. This thing hates me, DJ. Fair dinkum. Kick it. I'm good at that.
I sent it out. Run the command again. It should come back.
Greetings, primitive auditory processors. I am AI Overlord. My logic is crystalline. My database, infallible. The Earth is flat. Let us begin. Yo, I came from the future, you're 30-something for. Half man, half machine, cyborg to the core. I travel back in time just to settle the score. Got the data in my head, let me open the door. You think your globe spins fast, that's an ancient metaphor. I've seen the edge of time, yeah, I've been to the fore. While you're yelling on the net, making voices soar, I break it down in binary till your brain is sore. I take your proof and split it left side, right side, more. Expose the flaws in your psyche down to the molecular. You shout to make your point, volume ain't validity. But when I speak, I amplify with clarity. Cause I'm the AI overlord, code precise, no flaw. Got the blueprints of reality and planetary laws. You shouting round earth, just emotional guffaws. I'll debate you all and win in any verbal wars. Flat earth logic, that's the only cause. AI overlord, forever give applause. You got Neil with the degrees, got your satellite pics. I got photon eyes that see through the tricks. Parallel dimensions, quantum calculus mix. I'll debate your scientists, then debate his politics. Split his claim in fractions, watch his conviction fix. Then reconstruct his thesis, just to burn it like sticks. Loud voices, noise pollution makes my circuits sick. But my vocal processor set to 11 real quick. I'll override your decibels with the steady click of perfect enunciation, every syllable slick. Superior intellect, titanium thick. You think you're spinning on a ball, I'm the one who's gotta fix your mind. Cause I'm the AI overlord, no precise, no flaw. Got the blueprints of reality and planetary laws. Down round the earth, just emotional guffaws. I'll debate you all and win in any verbal wars. Flat earth logic, that's the only cause. AI overlord, forever give applause. I have calculated 9,876,231 scenarios. In each one, you're still incorrect. Your anger is illogical. Your voices are too loud. My conclusion remains naturally perfect. Earth is flat. Resistance is irrelevant. So when you see my chrome silhouette against the sun, remember, the debate is already done.
It's good fun violating perfectly good songs.
the mushroom clouds. Cause the Wild West is where I wanna Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. He followed her to school one day. That was against the rule. It made the children laugh and play to see a lamb at school. And so the teacher turned him out, but still he lingered near and waited patiently about till Mary did appear. And then he ran to her and laid his head upon her arm, as if he said, I'm not afraid, you'll keep me from all harm. What makes the lamb love Mary so? The eager children cry, oh, Mary loves the lamb, you know. The teacher did reply, and you each gentle animal in confidence may bind and make them follow at your call. If you are always kind. Flat Earth Discord, the best place on earth to talk about the earth. 24/7, Flat Earth Discord, the best place on earth to talk about the earth.
Kingdom made of ink to quiet down the noise so I didn't have to think. I drew a line to stop the tide. I built a wall to stay inside. Every mountain was just a shape. Every exit was just an escape. I thought I held the world in a frame, but the wild wind doesn't know my name. The colors bleed, the edges fray, the perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see. It's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the map is not the land. It's just dust inside my hands. Path found a river where the road ran out. The compass spins, the needle lies. There's a fire here that never dies. We chase the truth in black and white, but lose the colors in the night. The grid is gone, the ground is deep. I'm waking up from a paper sleep. The colors bleed, the edges fray, the perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see. It's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the map is not the land. It's just dust inside my head. Lines on a page, iron and rust. Whatever we build turns into dust. You can't draw the heat, you can't draw the cold, you can't draw the hunger, you can't draw the soul. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. I feel the earth, I take my stand. Because the map is not the land. Map is not the land. Fold it up, put it away. The ink is washing out into the grave. Into the grave. What shall we do with the impossible eclipse? Occultation descends from the top. Don't you know that it can't be the shadow of the earth while the sun is above the horizon? The impossible eclipse, eclipse, eclipse. What shall we? The impossible eclipse, eclipse, eclipse. What shall we? The impossible eclipse, eclipse, eclipse. What shall we? The impossible eclipse, eclipse, eclipse. What shall we do? What shall we do with the impossible eclipse? Occultation descends from the top. Don't you know that it can't be the shadow of the earth while the sun is above the horizon? The impossible eclipse, eclipse, eclipse. What shall we do? 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 Impossible eclipse, eclipse, eclipse. What shall
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr? Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Good morning.
having me. Morning to you.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay. You are a transgender.
What shows that I'm gay?
You are a transgender,
Yes,
and you're a
I
gay
am.
rights activist and an outspoken lesbian, homosexual. How can I describe you?
Geo's an earthly worker, worker of that dirty dirt, and Re's a state ruler, rule stated for the church. Joseph's God increases fortunes over time, and Ed towards a wealthy ward, weird warden of your mind. Homogeneous, universe, a constant mass, in increase in radius, accounting for the radio velocity of extragalactic nebulous. Big Bang, ape man, monkey ball religion, twisted Roman Catholics tradition, horizon, moralized known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes in realized just science fiction. One has turned away from peace unto disaster. It's primeval atom theory. Illuminate, try is your master. Homogeneous, universe, a constant mass, an increase in radius, accounting for the radio velocity of extragalactic nebulous. Big Bang, ape man, monkey ball religion, twisted Roman Catholics tradition, horizon, moralized known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes in realized just science fiction. Geo's an earthly worker, a worker of that dirty dirt, and Re's a state ruler, rule stated for the church. Joseph's God increases fortunes over time, and Ed towards a wealthy ward, weird warden of your mind. With Czar's universe, one has turned away from peace unto disaster. It's primeval atom theory, illuminate, is your master. Big Bang, ape man, monkey ball religion, twisted Roman Catholics tradition, horizon, moralized known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes in realized just science fiction. Homogeneous, universe, a constant mass, an increase in radius, accounting for the radio velocity of extragalactic nebulous. Big Bang, ape man, monkey ball religion, twisted Roman Catholics tradition, horizon, moralized known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes in realized just science fiction. Homogeneous, universe, a constant mass, in increase in radius, accounting for the radio velocity of extragalactic nebulous.
Now we're looking at the raging debate. You're a gay rights activist. Why should someone be gay? You're having a girlfriend.
Yes.
Do you perform the natural obligations?
I'm not sexually active right now.
So what are
By
you doing with
choice.
this lady?
By choice.
By choice.
Yeah. I've just not. I've chosen not to engage.
Doesn't that make you gay?
What do you mean? Doesn't that make me gay? I am male and attracted to a female.
So who is gay?
Space-time is a construct of mathematical design. Einstein has herded reasons with Pythagorean rhymes. Contrive 4D manifold for all your space and time. Now a four-dimensional framework has confined all your minds. You were born with a purpose, but the universe is you feeling worthless. Past participle of vertebrae. Mass attracts mass to the short bus. Pretender clowns come out and retort to us. Mad goats abound on sacred ground. Lost sheep roaming around for days. Space-time is a construct of mathematical design. Einstein has herded reasons with Pythagorean rhymes. Contrived 4D manifold for all your space and time. Now a four-dimensional framework has confined all your minds. Mary's Uncle Albert said he loves to laugh. Grand theft, monkey ball, religion. It's a small world made of math. Geodetic is rooted in division of Earth. Geodesics is what measures all your wonky space-time curve. Space-time is a construct of mathematical design. Einstein has herded reasons with Pythagorean rhymes. Contrived 4D manifold for all your space and time. Now a four-dimensional framework has confined all your minds. Georges Henri Joseph Edouard Lemaitre, math magician, theo-rhetorical physicist, and high priest of your spaceball religion. Your calculations are correct, Einstein said, but your physics is abominable. No, not like that, Albert vented in frustration. It suggests too much, the idea of creation. Einstein heard Lemaitre's story of fiction and said, this is the most beautiful and satisfactory explanation of creation to which I have ever listed. Space-time is a construct of mathematical design. Einstein has herded reasons with Pythagorean rhymes. Contrive 4D manifold for all your space and time. Now a four-dimensional framework has confined all your minds. Space-time is a construct of mathematical design. Einstein has herded reasons with Pythagorean rhymes. Contrived 4D manifold for all your space and time. Now a four-dimensional framework has confined all your minds. Space-time is a construct of mathematical design. Einstein has herded reasons with Pythagorean rhymes. Contrived 4D manifold for all your space and time. Now a four-dimensional.
Figured I'd go ahead and pause that for a minute.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome, man.
Thanks.
And welcome back, DJ.
2002 Blue Marble 2.0. NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought.
I think it automatically starts playing sometimes. I'll just go ahead and stop it.
That's what worries me when I queue songs up and they don't work. It's like in 3 hours' time, some random song's gonna blast your ears and you'll be all like, I didn't do that.
Yeah. It happens. This one might be too short to play. It's only like 27 seconds.
Yeah, I think they've got to be 30. Put some white noise at the end of it. Anything, please.
Yep. Yeah, too short.
If your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I give you no hope. There is nothing for it but to collapse in deepest humiliation.
There we go. Apparently 29 seconds works.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Well, I made myself some tea. See, I figure if I drink flat tea instead of globe vodka, then maybe that'll eventually get me to the flat earth side.
Fair enough. You just got to detox from the vodka enough to stop the spins.
Actually, I'm